pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Dustin, so maybe before you kick it off here with the, giving us an overview on the budget, you can introduce. I know Matthew's already come up and introduced, but tell us a little bit about him.
Yeah, I'm very excited to have Matt Baumgartner here with us today. He started on Monday. He's hit the ground running. I think Monday we spent majority of the morning going over this budget book and kind of getting the ground running, and we've done a little bit of tours, looked at some of our park systems. We went over to the senior center, met with the seniors today, and we're going to be doing some tours with the police and fire. So I am very excited to have somebody here as the assistant city manager, and I think he will do a fantastic job. So Matt, if you want to kind of introduce yourself a little bit to council.
Thank you all, members of council, for the appointment to the assistant city manager position. I'm excited to work with Dustin and the team. I had the opportunity to meet some of the directors today, and I'm slowly meeting the staff as well. As you have a great team here, and just an all-around, as you know, a beautiful community. It definitely, I've said this multiple times, but I'll say it again. Growing up in New Baltimore as from birth to 12 years old, pulling in somewhere, seeing water definitely feels like home, and look forward to spending many, many years here, working with the council, working with Dustin.
Great, we're welcome to have you. We're glad to have you, so welcome, and perfect timing with the budget and all that. You couldn't ask for a better kickoff. I really think so. It's good, sir. So thank you. Okay, Dustin.
All right. So this year's recommended budget has a Headley Amendment rollback of 0.9847. The proposed millage rate for this year is at 23.5358, which is 0.0886 lower than last year. The general fund proposed budget is $46,020,115 in revenue and $45,906,600,000 in expenses, for a net surplus of $113,515. These numbers have been updated to include the new calculation of the disabled veteran exemption from the state and the county. So that's the information that we emailed out to council early this week. I believe it was on Monday. We got some updated numbers from the state on Monday morning. The budget follows last year's format with very little changes. The one change you will see is the addition of an events budget. This year, we have created a new account numbers to keep track of the staff time and allocation for each specific special event. This will help provide transparency associated with each event. During the year, as the events conclude, we will add the cost to those account numbers and make the budget amendments as those costs currently are being accounted for in the recreation budget and the department that is doing the overtime for those special events. Changes that remain from last year are the clerk's department has been divided into two separate accounts, clerks and elections. This is so the state can better track the changes their mandates are costing the cities. Similarly, the CDI department is now divided into a few different departments for budgeting, which is planning, engineering, code enforcement, and the building department. The recreation department is still in the general fund except for golf, which is required to be outside the general fund. We have continued the practice in order to be more transparent with the budget in many of the departments by showing the revenue along with the expenses for each one of those accounts. You'll also see in the revenue tab where it used to just list all the revenues as one large sheet. We try to break that out as individually as we could with each department. So you can kind of see in there where it shows fire. I know fire was brought up at a few of our work study sessions and at our council meeting, where in regards to ambulance fees, it's actually broken out. You can actually see where that is. It has the police fees in there. It also shows how much for clerks when we bring in for passports and different stuff. So we try to separate those based on the budget. And the ideal situation is every year trying to get more and more transparent with those and along with the expenses and their proper accounts. But you'll actually see the breaking down in the revenue accounts now. The largest change actually occurred in the motor pool account, which was an external account. It's paid through multiple departments. As you guys are aware, our motor pool actually hits every single department. Some of those are outside of the general fund, as in our street, water, sewer, sanitation funds. The motor pool is calculated with 5 different categories, and that is insurance, repair and maintenance costs, gas usage, depreciation and replacement cost, and then the final category is overhead, which is the staff wages, any kind of shop supplies, that goes into the budget. The major cost change was due to adding a 3% inflation cost per vehicle per year for a replacement vehicle. In the past, when our motor pool was established, they depreciated the vehicles over X amount of years, depending on what kind of vehicle it was. And at the end of that term, we would then turn around and purchase a vehicle. Well, unfortunately, that formula has not really worked well, considering that there's been a large rate of inflation over the last 3 to 4 years. And the cars that we're trying to purchase now that were depreciated value 5 years ago is not being able to be covered just by the depreciation. So by adding the 3% inflationary cost, that allows us to be able to recoup and repurchase the vehicles at the rate that we're accustomed to purchasing. With this increase, we're able to pay for all the vehicles that have already been ordered and all the vehicles that are recommended for this year. With the current format, I anticipate having a 16% fund balance in the motor pool at the end of fiscal year '27, with a vehicle purchasing budget of $1.2 million each year. Before we get started, I would like to thank Renee and every one of the department heads. There's a lot of work that goes into creating these budgets, and without their help, I mean, like I said, Renee does a fantastic job putting it together. This is her first full year. You know, last year she kind of got thrown into it. This is her first full year, and I really want to thank Renee, and as well as the working commitment of each one of the department heads. And with that, I think we can get started unless any council members have any questions.
Mr. Karen?
Thank you. First, in terms of the summary, the memo that was included, perhaps a couple of changes on there. One of, you do include the TIFA, SEV, taxable and capture amounts. Probably should start including the DDA on there as well.
Okay.
In terms of that table. And in terms of the fiscal 23-24 general fund budget, just kind of be clear, the current budget that we're in was actually revised. I know on this we're showing $44,700,000 or $44,648,000 as the expenditures, but really that was increased up to $47,186,000. So we're actually budgeted for a deficit of $2.5 million for this year. So maybe we ought to go with the revised down here since we already know that's what it is, rather than what was adopted last year, or almost a year ago now. And kind of with that, I know you read off the slight reduction in the millage rate, but from a total dollar amount value, I went through, calculated, this year the residents are going to be required to pay $3.15 million more in taxes based on the millage rates. And basically with what the proposed rates that just got sent out yesterday with water, that was going to be an additional $830,000 estimate. So a little shy of $4 million extra in revenue directly coming in for residents, not accounting for extra fees, additional money from state. That's $4 million just from residents coming in. And I do see on your line of how when the budget's put, there's a lot of sacrifice citywide. Well, I think the residents are making a sacrifice by providing $4 million more in order to try to get us to a balanced budget, which even with the late change with the veterans, it's not balanced as presented, so we'll work on that. But just kind of want to keep in mind, it's just not about the millage rate. It's the amount of taxable value went up, historic amount for 2 years in a row. And we're asking the resident, approving this budget would mean asking them for $4 million more in order to everything to balance out. So just want to keep that in mind as we go forward. That's all.
Thank you. Anyone else? We'll move on to the court.
All right.
Judge, Andrea?
16.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Oh, I can move down.
No, you're okay.
I'm stuck.
Okay. Well, the court has presented a status quo budget that is, we feel, fiscally responsible. We continue to seek grants for expenses to cover new legislative mandates, such as our clean slate legislation that recently passed this past year, and then also for updating security equipment as we continue to do so in the courthouse per the state mandate. As far as increasing access to justice, which is our main goal over at the court, we have provided several new avenues over the past year. Not only are we doing or conducting virtual hearings, we're e-filing in our civil department, and we have an online ticket resolution via our website. And then we also have participated in a road to restoration clinic. We partnered with Michigan Department of State, and it was held at South Lake High School here in town to assist with restoring driver's licenses right on the spot. So we had the courts there, Michigan Department of State. That occurred in September 2023, and there are several more upcoming clinics for road to restoration. So we're proud to say that we were able to partner with them locally. The drug court, I think Judge can.
We continue to have great success in our drug court. I know a few of the council persons here have come to the graduations, had great feedback from family and participants, and we're proud of that program. We continue to receive grants to help fund that program, as well as educational opportunities post-graduation that we're seeking. So we're coming together with the other district courts and the circuit courts in Macomb County to try to provide aftercare once the jurisdiction of the court is done. So we're very proud of that, and we continue to try to be at the front end of all the new changes that are happening. I'm a little taken aback, I got to say. I look up at the complexion of the city council, and I remember 24 years ago when I first came in front of you, it was, other than Bob and Kip, I think, and, well, Ron, you were there, everything's different. and I think of our court, it's so different now than it was 24 years ago. The automation, the different things that we use to make the court more effective. Fortunately, the four of you, have this new blood. How long you been there, Candace?
16 years next
year. Yeah, you're new blood, right? But fortunately, we have a good mix of new ideas with some of the old traditional ideas, and I think that permeates in the court from the directives that you give to the city. I think it really helps us a lot. So we're excited about the next year.
Questions?
I just have one.
Frederick, yeah.
Just one real quick one. You mentioned in here streamlining the internal jury process. Is that's coming from the county or something, or?
Yeah, so the county runs a jury program through Tyler Technologies. It's a database software program, and they actually conduct the first step for all of the courts in Macomb County, and they send out the initial mailings for qualifications for jurors.
Excellent.
And they have invited us to pilot that program with them for the courts in Macomb County to determine at no cost, which is great. Yes. And so that we can basically streamline the process across the county.
That's great. Well done. Way to go.
Mr. Rebello.
I don't know, it seems like maybe a half a year ago or so, court was up here and we were talking about opioid settlements and things like that. Can you comment a little bit on what has happened with that and any positive feedback we've got from that?
Are you speaking to the opioid settlement grants that were received by the different counties?
Yes.
Unfortunately, I think there's only a small portion. You might know more about that than.
We've had a couple meetings with the district courts and the drug courts, for instance, that are in Macomb County. And part of the aftercare programs that we're looking to put into place are going to be funded through the opioids settlement. That's the proposal. So the county is keeping a very tight grip on that money, and they're using it more with community corrections, which benefits us. Because those funds are many times pre-litigation, pre-determination of what happens. They give services and rehabilitative services to people who are arraigned before there actually is any conviction or plea on the case. So it indirectly affects us, but as far as the actual trickle down that we had hoped for from the
Right.
county, I'm sure you're probably dealing with the same type of issues that the court is. We have our hands out, but they're keeping a pretty tight fist on it. But I think that's why I'm trying to get together with the other district courts in the area to show the county that we're all in the same boat here, and those funds should be used for what they should be used for, opiates.
Yeah, obviously, a very serious problem
Yeah.
here in this country. And the other thing I wanted to ask about as far as the payments and stuff of people paying and things, how is that going?
Well, with legislative changes, there is, and there hasn't been for quite some time, pay or stay type, as in the past. I'm talking way past. It's been several years since then. We have show cause hearings. I think we're very proactive in attempting to, hey, talk to the individuals, listen to them individually, and try to work with them as far as payment plans, as far as wage assignments, or anything else that might be.
Great, so you go sort of get on a payment plan and so forth.
I think he was maybe asking about the garnishments too. that
Oh, the tax
process.
garnishments,
Right.
yes. We still are conducting tax garnishments each year. This year, we writted 2024, or 23, $1.3 million in tax garnishments. We only have 19% collected as of right now, but last year was 401,000 via tax garnishments.
Always a tough job, you know, in any industry, including the courts.
Oh, yeah. It's a lot of work. I think we had, each year we try to raise it by 500. We're at 6,000 writs.
Great. All right, thank you.
That's another example of things that we didn't have when I started 24 years ago. It's a different world.
Dustin?
And I was just gonna answer, Councilman Ravello's question on the opioids. The money that, the judge and the administrator are talking about are the county's money. As a city, we also received our own opioids money. And just like the county, we're kind of holding on and waiting for that direction. They haven't really released firm rules and regulations on how the proper way to spend it and what all the qualified, expenses can be. So we are holding on
So
to that
that's sort
money.
of still hung up a little bit.
Yep.
Okay.
Mr. Karen?
Thank you. Yeah, I think first thing, you know, I've been working with the administration last several months, basically making a major change in how we do code enforcement violations going forward. You know, moving them from being, you know, a lot of them being misdemeanors down to civil infractions. You know, the court has a role to play in that. So in terms of how that's going to get processed, so are we, you know, we've got some back and forth emails on getting all that ready to go. Are we getting close to the court being ready to be able to manage that type of a change?
We are close. We actually, this morning, started entering the first cases into Columbus and then into the court case management system. I did meet with the city attorney this afternoon, just on a couple issues, just to make sure that we were all on the same page.
And these were ones that were already civil infractions in the code, right?
Correct.
Because we're
That were
going to be
never
doing a
written.
major change, hopefully, you know, in terms of when we bring that in front of council, to change a lot of the property maintenance issues over to be civil infractions, but we do have some current ones that are.
Yes.
And that's the part of the system that we're testing right now.
Correct.
Make sure that all goes through, and that people, and that's a case where, in current case, if it's a misdemeanor, they have to actually come in for a hearing for it, but as a civil infraction, they can still come in and challenge it, but it'd be handled like speeding tickets. You come in on a certain day, a certain time, and do a whole group of them at once versus having to get individual hearings. Hopefully brings a little more efficiency to the court by doing it that way for that type of infraction going forward, right?
Yes.
Anytime. How are we with, in terms of, you know, court scheduling, in terms of turnaround of cases? I think personal experience, last year I had to come through small claims court over a vehicle accident to go after a deductible for someone who didn't have insurance. You know, like I filed the paperwork in early June. The small claims case couldn't be heard until the end of August. And I think that's because it's only happening like one day a month. Is that the typical turnaround we have for individual cases coming through, is a couple of months to process that, or kind of what's the norm there?
Just so you understand, in civil cases is a little bit different because you have a service issue. We can't get the case moving until we have service on the other party. Once we have service on the other party, it's usually within 30 to 60 days that you get a court date. There are 2 small claims court dates per month.
2 per month, okay.
Yeah, 2 per month. And, you know, typically, we'll have maybe 4 or 5 small claims per session. So we don't have a ton of cases waiting. It's a matter of procedurally getting the other party served, making sure that the court date is good for both parties. And because it's only twice a month, if we have a request for an adjournment from one of the parties, they would have to wait another 30 days. So that's practically speaking why there's a bit of a delay when it comes to small claims cases. When it comes to the rest of our cases, the state does audits every year, and we're at the highest level of clearance rates.
Okay.
We have a clearance rate 98 to 100% in the time guidelines that are provided by the state. So we're pretty proud of that, too.
Okay, that's good to hear. And I think last thing is just more on the revenue side, because one of the things I've seen tracking over the last few years, despite going after the, the wage garnishments, tax garnishments, and that, we're almost at about $1 million gap in terms of revenues that come in from all the fines and fees, that basically that we've used to fund the court. Basically if you create the offense and you're found guilty of the offense, you're expected to pay for what it took us to go through that whole adjudication process. But we're now up to $1 million gap, and that's basically coming from general fund to cover that gap. So where are we at in terms of guidelines with the state of the fines and the fees that are being levied, kind of tracking with the increased cost that it does? Because the only employees we added were ones going after the tax garnishments, so basically that they were going to be funding themselves. Just with the increased costs that we've had. So is there any news on that front of where we could go differently in the future to, try to close that gap?
Most of that gap is due to legislative changes, so we don't really have control over that. So, excuse me. There are things that have been taken away, such as there is no longer a drug reimbursement revenue from the state level because the marijuana was legalized back when. There was raise the age legislation, which took 17-year-olds out of district court, and they are now considered juveniles and are in juvenile court. There was the most recent automatic set-aside legislation. I ran a report to see how that affected us on, which would have been mostly uncollectibles, but we would have been able to get some of that money via tax garnishments. But it was basically it wiped away convictions for certain cases and numerous misdemeanors that affected ours. And I ran a report that was $226,000 right there. That we could have collected via tax garnishment. Not jailing for non-payment or having no heavy on that is huge. There's no repercussion, so to say, as there was in the past. So it's just, it's just over the years as the legislation changes, things that are really out of our control. We're still trying to offer the services, and I think are offering more to the public now than we ever have. So that's kind of where we're at. Oh.
Just so it's not all gloom and doom.
Right.
I've seen this roller coaster for a number of years, over the past 24 years. I've seen tremendous surpluses, I've seen deficits, and it seems to be secular to a certain extent. The city is having less and less control of their ability to generate revenue, for the lack of a better word. I mean, we're a conduit.
Right.
The vast majority of the revenue that the city takes in from the past years from the court are from traffic tickets. When the traffic tickets are low due to policy changes, COVID restrictions, the revenues are lower. And that's how it always been. To complicate the city's issues, more of the power is being concentrated at the state level as opposed to the local level. So they're keeping a lot of those funds to the state while eliminating funds that are usually allocated towards the city by design. This is legislative design. When we had more of a conservative powers that be in place, they were pushing pay or stay. You have to come down hard on these people. The subsequent administrations have said, no, you have to give them a break. You can't put somebody in jail for not paying their fines and costs. You can't get blood out of a rock. That's an administrative directive to the courts. So you're dealing with difficult issues at difficult times. Fortunately, there are a lot more grants available. The state recognizes the pressures placed on courts, so they've made a lot more grants available, and we're trying to utilize to the best of our ability, grants to fund other
Okay.
programs, such as, you know, that you mentioned some civil cases. We're all automated now, we're paperless when it comes to civil cases, and that was all paid for by grant from the state. So they recognize, you know, some of the prohibitions they placed on the court, and now they're trying to assist. So, yeah, you're going to see some deficits for it. Hopefully, we can continue to see the state step up and furnish some grants.
Dustin?
Yeah, and I just want to piggyback that this is not a 40th District Court issue. I mean, this is a statewide issue that's affecting courts across the state. And I do know, as the judge mentioned, the state is looking at trying to figure out other ways. I mean, SCADO looks at this, I think it's taken almost every 5 years, they do an analysis of all of the impacts of the legislation. And, I mean, there's even conversations of, is the state's gonna take back over the courts? I don't see that happening because it is such a cost right now, a negative hit. But something does have to change, and unfortunately, this has nothing to do with the 40th District Court. It's the legislation at the top.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Rubello.
I want to make one comment on this. I mean, if they're not collectible, that's got to be your biggest problem right there. Because you think you touched on it a little bit, you can't get water from a rock, and you're seeing people that are down and out on their luck a lot of the times, and if they're not collectible, your gap's gonna get bigger. You know, if you,
I know we had a good discussion with Councilman Vitale a few years back when we had the driving while license suspended court. And, you know, you have people who get tickets for a busted taillight or something trivial. They can't pay their fine, so their license gets suspended. So now they're in a huge hole. They get caught for driving while license suspended. They can't get back and forth to work, and it just creates a permanent underclass. They can't get out from it. So that's why we started that particular program, and the state finally recognized that that was a problem. So they took those repercussions away and tried to give these people a clean slate, but they haven't replaced the void that it filled economically.
Sure.
So, but it'll take time. I've seen it go back and forth.
But why take the time? We have to subsidize it.
Unfortunately.
Right, I mean, the people of the city have to subsidize this, and many of these people don't even live in the community, yet the people in the community gotta pay for all this and make up this gap, and it's, you know, right? I mean, Mr. Karen just talked about $4 million that the people pay, well, they gotta pay for this, and then we could have capital, we could have other items, except we gotta pay for this stuff because someone didn't pay their bills.
As a taxpayer,
You're
I'm
right.
listening to Mr. Karen loud and clear, and I agree with him 100%. And, Mr. Mayor, the reason you had your rainy day funds and you've done so great budgeting over the course of the years since you've taken over is for just such times like this. So we appreciate your efforts for sure.
All right. Judge Andrea, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
It'll be the police and Sergeant Campbell. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Obviously, I'm not Chief Allen nor Deputy Chief Plaza, but
True.
due to unforeseen circumstances, I am filling in for both of them tonight. So be gentle. This is not my usual area of expertise, but I will do my absolute best. So I looked back at our calendar year of calls for service last year. We've been pretty consistent compared to prior years. We ended last year with a call for service of 25,352. And as of 5:10 PM tonight, we are at 8,116 calls for service for this calendar year so far, and that is exactly 16 calls for service above where we were at last year. In terms of all of our other numbers, I'm actually the one that runs our stats for the department monthly, and looking back, everything's consistent over, all the way back to about 2017, which is what I have to reference. Last calendar year, Chief wanted me to note that we've been fortunate enough, we've hired 5 new officers. We've promoted 1 lieutenant as well as 2 sergeants to the command staff. We continue to utilize our traffic enforcement and homeland security grants. And there's been a number of deposits from our COMET and DEA and narcotics investigations into our DLEF fund. This past, I believe it was October, we held our 3rd annual Faith in Blue open house up at Memorial Park. And the 4th annual one is planned for this coming fall. We've participated in the Kroger Food Drive, Touch a Truck event that the St. Clair Shores Library held this year. We've sponsored a hole at the Care House Golf outing. We participate in the National Drug Take Back Day, which was actually just this past Saturday. We have our free steering wheel lock program that's available to our residents. And then we also have partnered this past year with Macomb County Mental Health as well as Care of Southeast Michigan to assist in us as a police department providing better assistance to our residents when it comes to mental health and addiction. Coming up for this year, there's a few things that we're looking forward to. Starting with our staffing. Not many departments can say that we are fully staffed. I actually myself do teach at the police academy, so I see firsthand what we have available in upcoming law enforcement. And not many departments can say that they're fully staffed. 2 weeks ago, we actually gave a conditional offer to a officer with 12 years of experience at another local department, who we are looking forward to bringing him on board here very soon. Body cameras. You know, we launched those April 11th of last year. That was a huge undertaking, and I feel that they've gone fairly well. Obviously, it's a completely new system. We've worked our way through. It's running smoothly, so we're looking this year to add an additional 24 body cameras, which will allow us to have pretty much every officer equipped with one during our large events such as the parade and the fireworks. The chief ran some numbers that'll get us up to pretty much 60 body cameras. That'll give us a few extra ones because sometimes they do go down. That way we have backups on hand, but every officer should be able to be equipped with one here and hopefully the next year. That will be able to be paid for out of our DLEF. It's allowable expense. The chief has been looking into the flock cameras, which we've all driven past those day in and day out, don't even realize that they're there. 100 different jurisdictions in the state have them. There's over 4,000 jurisdictions in the country that have them. They're basically license plate readers that hit off of what we refer to as our hot files. So stolen vehicles, wanted vehicles, missing persons, something that we have to tell gets entered into the system. It only, it looks at the information in that system and then it alerts immediately to whoever's signed into the system, whether it be our dispatcher or our officer in charge. It actually alerts to the computer. You have to acknowledge the alert. You can't just ignore it. And then you're able to let the officers on the road know, hey, this vehicle that we are looking for just crossed over a specific area wherever the camera's at. They're usually wherever the point of entry into a jurisdiction is. So the chief's looking at getting approximately 12 cameras, which is also an allowable expense from the DLEF funds. The chief last year spoke about our officer wellness program, peer support team, which is in its final stages right now. Training is being set up. There's going to be 6 officers and 2 command officers that are going to be trained. And then our, what's it called? Our Reverend that is part of our staff, he's actually a instructor for the program. He is going to be involved in it as well. It's all voluntary. It's going to be available for officers. It's going to be an internal program. The chief did a bunch of research and went to the union for input, and they felt that it would be best fit to have an internal program as compared to an external program where you'd be speaking with an officer that you're not familiar with. So that's what they feel is going to be best fit for the needs of our department. And then finally, our new police department building. That's obviously an exciting and ongoing project. We're preparing and starting to prep the move. We've started with the management process of that, and the temporary facility contract is in place. As always, the chief is looking to spend wisely. We're constantly looking at the budget. We're always seeking out grant opportunities for new and existing programs. Right now, we're working on our port security grant, which we hope to secure towards a new patrol boat. Our current boat's 1998 boat, and it's seen better days, to say the least. And then we're obviously always continuing to participate in charitable events and community. This year, the chief is going to be participating in what's called the National Night Out, which is going to be held in August at Freedom Hill. It's going to be a bunch of other local departments around the county all coming together in one location. So we're looking forward to that. In terms of the budget, it's not much different than the years past. There are some increases due to contracts as well as inflation. And then obviously the new budget project, or the new building project, does have a few things budgeted into this as well, such as soft costs and then our temporary location. As for our DLEF, obviously that funding all comes from drug forfeitures. It's hard to predict what is going to be coming in. However, there are a few larger cases that are currently being worked on that we're hoping will bring in a nice chunk of change, basically. So with that, I will do my best to answer any questions.
Dustin, do you have anything?
Yep, I'm gonna just add a few more side things. As Sergeant Campbell had mentioned, some of the soft costs that we put in here is the potential St. Lucy's rent for the location is in the cost. If council remembers, when we had our work study session, and the first preliminary cost came in for the police and fire building, it was earmarked to try to come up with $500,000 in this year's budget and $500,000 in next year's budget to help cover $1 million over the 2 years and some of those at cost. What you'll see in here is covering a lot of those soft costs. It was $114,000 in the rent. We have $60,000 in building repairs for temporary location build out. And then we also have $200,000 under capital outlay for new building cost. And then you also see some of that as well in the fire department to bring the grand total up to the $500,000. What you'll also see in here as well is underneath the utilities, which is electric, water, consumers power. You're seeing only 50% of the yearly annual budget normally. That is with the anticipation that within the first 6 months, we're not gonna have that be running any electricity, water, or power at that building. It's anticipated by before even that time will be moved over, but we did try to take a conservative approach and at least put 6 months worth of time in there. You'll also see the building repairs and maintenance kind of down in that account. Once again, I'm not gonna do a lot of building repairs at the central station or at the police station when we're gonna be tearing it down and looking at new costs. The largest impact that you see is obviously on the wages, and then you also see in the motor pool. And the reason that is in motor pool, the police have the most vehicles out of all of our departments. And when you add the 3% replacement cost to all of their vehicles, it does raise their replacement cost or their motor pool allocation cost higher. So with that being said, if you guys have any questions, myself or Sergeant Campbell will be able to answer.
Ms. Rusi?
Thank you. Prior to going out for the grant for the new Marine Patrol boat, will that be coming to council to approve the submission of that grant?
So the grant that was submitted was an earmark through Senator Peters' office. It's no matching funds at all. It'll be a 100% grant covered.
Okay, when will we know about that?
We just, I think it was just submitted maybe.
This week.
Okay.
Last week.
Last week, yeah. So it just got submitted for the.
Okay. And before flock cameras come to us to approve the purchase, I think we need to have some policy discussions about those. That is, from the research I've done, that can be controversial in terms of what data it picks up in the data retention, who has access to that. So I just don't, my personal preference is not just to see that thrown on a council budget for us to approve the purchase. We should have some discussions about this going forward.
Sounds good.
For sure, yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Vitale?
I echo everything Councilwoman Rusi just said about flock cameras in terms of policy and things like that. And with an additional question, it looks like here that we're planning on in subsequent budget years using drug forfeiture funds to continue the subscription costs. Is that a proper use of drug forfeiture? My understanding was that that was for the purchase of new equipment only, not something that would have an ongoing cost, like a subscription.
That was actually part of when we brought, you're talking about the body cameras?
No.
Oh, okay, I thought you
I'm
were
sorry,
talking about the body camera.
I just realized I didn't have
Yeah.
my microphone on for any of that. So again, echo Councilman Rusi's concerns on the cameras and also the ongoing costs of said flock cameras would look like a subscription. My understanding is drug forfeiture is for new equipment. Can it be used for subscription?
Yeah, the chief actually did want me to mention that he was going to be able to bring this to you guys with a little bit more in-depth that it was planned in the past, but the way the schedule worked out, he was not
Okay.
able to, but it will be addressed.
Okay.
And for the subscription, from my understanding from Chief Allen, that is for the body cameras. That is not for, and that was part of the body camera purchase that was originally purchased. There was some ongoing expenses for the first few years. That isn't for the flock camera system. Flock camera system is a purchase and it will not be coming out of there. The body cameras is the additional purchase that you're seeing in the DLEF.
Well,
But we can get clarity from the chief for sure when he comes back, but do you have anything else?
Just so you know, the last line on the page for flock cameras says drug forfeiture funds would be used for these cameras, allowable expense.
For the cameras.
Purchase.
Yeah,
For
the
the purchase of the cameras, but
Yeah.
they
Purchase
have
of
a
the cameras.
$30,000 per year ongoing cost.
The cameras are initially $650 piece to install, and then $3,000 a year. So the
10
first year will
cameras.
be,
Yeah,
yep,
so it's $30,000 per budget year.
correct.
Mr. Frederick?
Thanks, Mayor. Sarge, on the, in the past, we've had gun locks available to residents, and the reason I'm asking, because of recent court cases, where I think some parents will be very concerned about locking their guns up even more than hopefully they're doing now. Are we still offering those, and is that a grant program too?
In my 19 years here, we've always had gun locks available.
Okay.
And I can tell you that we do currently have them.
Okay, that's great. And if somebody needed one, what do they have to do?
Just have to stop into the station 24/7. They're available at the front desk or in the records office.
Perfect. Thanks.
Mr. Rebello?
Great presentation. I just wanted to touch on a few things. What I really like, what the police department's been doing, is your community presence. I've noticed police, in stores just stopping in, saying hi. I like to see you out on the streets like that. You guys are doing a great job, I think, of building a bridge with the community in your department. You're at a lot of special events and functions. I attended, you had a pretty cool open house at Veterans Memorial Park in the summer. Glad to see you bringing it back. And I think people like that. So you're communicating with the public, and I think that's one of the most important things that any department can do. So hats off to that. When I hear the St. Clair Shores Police, you guys are very responsive. And I see a lot of good conduct between the police and the residents. I think they're very, it's a nice communications. So, good to hear you're fully staffed. I just wanted to ask one question on that. I don't know if this is just, we just ran out of a room or whatever here. Towards the end, we have all the police officers mentioned here, and there's a blank spot at the end. Does that mean it's vacant, or somebody took the spot?
That's our officer that was just given the conditional.
That was the one you were talking about. Okay, great job.
Mr. Karen?
Thank you. Yeah, I'll echo the same comments regarding the flock cameras. I think that's going to take a considerable amount of discussion, and I'm willing to be offline. I don't want to get into operation procedures on camera for the public to hear, but definitely would understand what triggers it, how the data is used, where it's captured, to understand all that before we take that step. So I'm very hesitant on that. In terms of capturing everything with the building, and this goes for the fire as well, because I know looking through here, we've got money spread out in multiple pages. And that's going to get confusing in that, especially since we don't have the final cost yet in that, right? So I would actually ask that rather than it get all spread out, that once we get the final cost, fire is done with their preliminary numbers, police is still working on trying to get below the 13.1 million. And then come in with what that breakdown would be. And I would say even do that as one big budget amendment once we know all that. Because otherwise we're going to be chasing, wait, what do we have in this budget on, in terms of trying to keep track of all that? Especially since we're touching multiple funds, because it's hitting all the utility funds, it's hitting DLEF and sewer, yeah. That would be my recommendation on that. And then a couple of things in terms of the police budget. I did notice overtime was up in this budget 14% over last year, and wages was 6% up. I think 6% is part of the annual raise. You got proficiency jumps that initial officers have after they're here for a year or two, right? So I think probably that balances out, but the 14% overtime doesn't. And looking at where we're tracking today in terms of through February, you're running about 64% of budget for overtime, so it's not like there's been an increased number the last year that I'm seeing that drives that. So if we can get an explanation from the chief on where that came from. And that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant Campbell, thank you. You too. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Tell the chief he might be out.
Actually, I think he said that to me.
Chief Piper. Good evening.
Good evening.
So good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for the opportunity to be here again tonight. I can obviously talk about the fire department for hours and hours, so I won't do that to you. Probably the main things you'll notice in here, we've got about a 5% overall change to the budget. A good portion of that is the wages and benefits, of course. If you look down the lines, the ones that may have jumped out at some of you, we had a large increase in the services area, but we have an almost equal reduction in the repairs and maintenance section, just putting some things in areas that could be or should be. And then the motor pool has a little bit of a jump because I have not the most vehicles, but I probably have the most expensive vehicles. And with the longer amount of years, that percentage on depreciation affects that. So you'll see that increase there. And with that, I'll let the discussion be led by you unless Dustin has something to add.
The other thing I do want to add is if in your budget, you will see that Chief Piper did ask for defibrillators. And this was one of the larger capital projects that we had to eliminate to make sure we had a balanced budget. So the defibrillators were removed. So I just want to make clear that, council does see that Jamie and the crew, we did work on this. We did talk to Jamie. This is something that we can look at purchasing down the road. But it was eliminated from the budget.
Tell me about runs, staffing.
So we have an accepted job offer, and he's done everything needed. We're just waiting for him to graduate in the middle of next month, and that puts us at full staffing. Run numbers are down just a little bit. Maybe, I think it was 140 runs when I looked at it last week, which is about whatever that comes out to in math really fast. 3%, 4% decrease right now, but runs are on track. We're still averaging about 24 runs a day, so.
Questions? Mr. Vitale?
Yeah, one thing I noticed here under total incident responses, you have a line item that says wires electrical,
Yes, sir.
and that 2022, that's at 197, and in 2023, that's at 258, so that's a jump quite a bit.
Some years
Is that
are
what I'm thinking it is, a fallen electrical wire?
mostly electrical wires. Sometimes if we'll get something that's maybe an overheated motor that's shorted out, doesn't quite come in as a fire. But yes, the vast majority of them are things like electrical wires. And that just usually has to do with the number of storms that we get that start messing with the wires, or a good ice storm.
At the last council meeting, I asked about an incident that occurred on Lakeland Street, where it looks like we might have had a wire down on a backyard fence. And I asked if there was a police or fire response to that. I never got an answer.
I would need to get the actual address. I did hear part of that, and I started looking for Lakeland and the street behind. I could not find anything that we went on, but I did need to follow up with you to get a better date and if you even have an address, but nothing that I could find in
I can probably
recent
give you a
past.
group of addresses where
Sure.
we had caution tape. Someone had put caution tape, so.
Okay, I can easily get that for you. I mean, that's a 2-minute lookup once I
So
get
it
that
looks
information.
like we're trending upward with falling wires.
With that particular years, yes. I'm trying to picture the Excel spreadsheet I have in my office that has multiple years, and it just goes up and down. It just depends,
I
like I
mean,
said,
it's an
on
increase of
storms and ice.
61 incidents, so that's
Sure. But
one of your
it-
biggest increases.
Correct, but on an average night where we have a storm blow through in the wires, we'll get 40 runs of wires. So I mean, that's literally the difference of one storm, 1.5 storms. When those come through, those calls are stacking and we're just going from one to the next. So,
I guess I'm interested in maybe incidents that don't necessarily come in with a storm. You know, do we track those separately? Wires that just fall down?
no, but I mean, between that and a good historical weather app, I've only got to go one on my phone that tells me what's coming up the next few days. But I'm sure with a little bit of data gathering, I could potentially get it. But I will tell you, it's when the wind comes up, we'll get 1 or 2. But like I said, when the storms come through, it's 20 to 40 calls.
Okay. Ms. Rusi?
Thank you. My question's also on the performance measures.
Okay?
We only have a small snapshot here. We have a 2022 column, 2023, and the projected 24. Looking at some of the bigger categories, comparing 2022 to 2023, you actually see a decrease for the EMS transports. There's a decrease of about 200 from 2022 to 2023. EMS no transport, there's a small decrease. They're pretty much the same. Structure fires decrease, other fires decrease, outside burglary 1 decrease. I mean, you know, car accidents, there's about an 80 incident decrease, gas leak and carbon monoxide 6 incident decrease. But then when you look at the 2024 projected, even the columns that saw a decrease in 2023 are showing an increase even over 2022. What is that increase, that upward trend for 2024 based upon?
It's based on the 20-year numbers that I have in our run volume. It's almost like clockwork where we go up, up, down, up,
Can you
up,
send
down.
us that? That would be
Yeah, I can get
interesting
that.
to see, like,
Sure.
I think you mentioned a spreadsheet, that would be, I like those, I like metrics, I think that would be interesting to see.
I do too.
Because we just
I
have
can
a
make that
very
happen.
tiny, 2 historical columns in the projection, so that's just a tiny snapshot of what maybe, you know, the overall might be showing something different than what we have.
Correct. Yes, ma'am. No, I can absolutely do that. And then that was just me on those ones that tend to normally go up. I believe, I can't remember if I did 2.5 or 3% increase on a lot of them, but that's our average over time is a 3% increase year on year.
And knowing that obviously COVID years may be a little bit different.
There was an odd
because
dip
of,
in that year. Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
because of just the oddity of that situation. But yeah, I would be interested in seeing a broader historical perspective.
Sure, happy to share.
Thank you.
Mr. Frederick?
Thanks, Mayor. I want to go back to the defibrillators. Seeing as how I just want to make sure that the residents know that you still have defibrillators and that these would be newer versions of the same thing.
Yes, sir. So if you recall, I believe last year, we started in on, so rather than having a tenth of the units being replaced every year, those tend to get, like with the air packs and the defibrillators, they tend to go where you've got multiple generations and it doesn't always work. So we started working on a program, year one, replace all the air packs. Year two, replace all the defibrillators. So in this particular instance, it was not completely necessary this year where we needed to make some cuts, but I have two pretty much brand new ones in service, and then they each go a year down from there. So all the frontline vehicles have less than 5-year-old working defibrillators that function properly, and so we're doing well.
And on the same note, who maintains the ones that are in each of the buildings, the
AEDs?
Yeah.
Kevin Kraus, the EMS lieutenant, he goes around, checks them, makes sure they're not expired. If they need batteries, he changes them out. We actually did replace over half of them in the years are starting to run together. It was either this fiscal year or right at the end of last fiscal year that they were all updated to the newer style.
Okay. And I guess my last question is you have in here as a goal to create a long-term fire department master plan.
Yes, sir. That's, I'm working on trying to put all that together, similar to like the Parks Master Plan or all that has trucks over time, people over time, stations, all of that as one package so that we can hopefully show our work and also convince council, because it's easy when we get bogged down in the weeds when we're just talking about a truck or if we're just talking about a piece of equipment. So my goal is to get to where how that fits together to create a better picture for the council to either agree or send me back to the drawing board.
Is this something that would help us with grant applications as well?
Potentially on the last two, with the SAFER and the AFG, they don't particularly ask if you have a fire department master plan. Usually it's on like a response plan or ISO, but it's also one of those things that it never hurts.
Okay. I think it's a great idea.
Mr. Rebello, on the same topic of defibrillators, where are they at in the city buildings and stuff?
So those AEDs, gosh, I could get a list, but I mean, I know they're at the library. There's one here out in the hallway. There's, I believe, 2 at the golf course. There's one at the senior center. They're at all the main city locations. We just put one in the park this year at Blossom Heath. They just requested, we're waiting on the cabinet to come in. We're getting one up at Veterans.
Like,
so, I mean, they're in a lot of places.
Like the social districts or the music kind of, if somebody goes down at a Veterans at the park.
Not one right there. I mean, the one that's going in Veterans soon. Of course, we have them at the station, so like the downtown district would be pretty close. I'd have to ask Sergeant Campbell if she was still in the room. I believe 100% of the patrol cars have them. I know a huge percentage of them do, but I believe that number's 100%. So I mean, they're nearby and available.
Sort of wondered what would happen if I was standing there and you recognize somebody having a heart attack and they're down.
Quick activation, 911.
Where would I turn?
Early CPR is what we teach everyone in the public right now. The CPR is actually the quickest and fastest thing. But then, yeah, in the city buildings, I can get you that list. It's available.
Yeah,
sure.
That would be great.
Yeah.
It's in the back of my head a lot.
Of course.
Thank you. And you guys do, our fire department, second to none. Thanks for the great job that you guys do. I think most of all the residents love you guys, and they love the job you guys do. Maybe it's not said enough, but.
I appreciate it. It's a pleasure to serve.
Mr. Vatek, you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I do, actually. Councilwoman Rusi kind of jogged my memory on something I'd asked about before. Where are we at in terms of what we're billing Medicare and insurance companies on ambulance runs?
That's perfect, actually. I had my pen up to make a comment on that. Okay. So myself and the chief, and he's actually had a few of his EMS lieutenant that's actually been helping compile all this information. So we have looked at a lot of the surrounding communities' rates, but what I can say is currently right now, our rates are above what Medicare and or Medicaid will pay. And currently, right now, 61% of our runs are on Medicare, 14% of our runs are on Medicaid. So approximately 75% of our calls are actually paying under the amount of what our rates are. Because they have an allotment that they negotiated, that's the highest they'll go. Blue Cross Blue Shield, which is approximately 9% of our runs, and then you have 13% of our runs are all other insurance carriers, and then there's about a 3% that is self-pay. So it equates to about 25% outside of the Medicare and Medicaid. That is higher than what our allotment is. So we are working on a proposal that we will be sending to council to get up to the highest rate that Blue Cross Blue Shield has negotiated, which would pretty much put everybody else at that rate. And it also still keeps us right in line with what our surrounding communities are charging. But that total number only translates into approximately about an $80,000 increase. So I say only 80 is a big number, but it is an $80,000 increase. Now, I wanted to preface that by saying there is still, just like the court has, an uncollectible rate for those that are self-insured and even those that are on Medicare that aren't, or Blue Cross Blue Shield that you fight through the insurance and that kind of stuff. However, on paper, if all runs are the same as what they were last year, it would be approximately about an $80,000 increase.
And I do know that city manager has discretion on some of these no pay or unable to pay type cases, if I'm correct.
They go to the chief, yes.
Okay, so chief. Is there anything in CBBG money if, let's say, that person lived in a qualified area or something like that to be able to use any portion of that money?
I do
Or
not know
we
that.
cannot reimburse ourselves? Is that the issue?
I believe that answer would not qualify, but I can double check though, because I don't know. I don't have the full confidence to be able to tell you that.
One other thing, I see a $5,000 number for training props, but it's kind of generic. So what do we mean by training props?
Which number do you have? I had the
Under
5,000.
capital outlay request.
Yeah, 5,000. It's only 5,000.
5,000. Okay, I heard 85,000. Too many years of sirens. So that's anything from, there's a pretty neat one that looks like a stove and a cabinet setup that you can run propane to. There's one that you can build like a car fire type one where you can continually burn it. Sometimes it's things like that. You could also do some smaller props that you could put inside a burner that'll work to where if we also want to burn something like pallets or Class A type wood, 5,000 isn't going to get us a lot on the burn stuff, but there is also some consumables that we use we have a forcible entry door so that we don't always have buildings we can tear up, so we have a reusable forcible entry door, different.
That's actually kind of what I was getting to. Do we have anyone in CDI that when we get a demo permit or something like that contacts the fire department or can incentivize property owner that's going to demolish a home?
We do. We've worked with CDI in the past and they get with us. My understanding is right now the offer is if someone's willing to let us tear it up before they tear it down, the city waives the demolition fee.
Okay, and that's well known when someone approaches the counter, I assume? Okay.
Mr. Karen?
Thank you. Yeah, Chris took care of the question in terms of the billing rates. So thanks for bringing that up and providing that update. There was an increase in the services, I don't know, it's roughly about 70,000. And it looked like maybe there's additional services that are now being charged to fire that weren't there before.
So
software maintenance agreements, AD monitor service agreements, just service agreements, and then miscellaneous, kind of what's all that about?
correct. The majority of those service agreements, or that's now in services, were under maintenance, maintenance and repair. Things like I'm pulling up my breakdown right now, but the AED maintenance, the monitors have to be serviced each year. Software that the EMS software, the fire software, those kind of things.
That went from 122 down to 44,000.
Correct. So it was an almost equal chunk that was pulled out of 950 930 and sent up to that.
Okay.
That one.
And then in terms of, overtime, 12.4% increase over last year, but current expenditures, you're tracking at like 74%. where you should be at like 66%. So you're running a bit high now. So
Yep.
you see that trend going forward into the next year, or?
Well, it's one of those ones that's very hard to predict. Like we've talked about before, we have that one position that's potentially always filled by overtime with leave, but we've had another rough year with injuries. I have, one guy just got cleared today, so that's good. But I had 4 people yesterday who are on injured that aren't going to be back for
job
another few
injured?
more weeks. Yes, sir. The one was off and he's back. He beat everybody back. He's pretty proud of that. But the others, yes, are on the job injuries, shoulders, knees, ankles, stuff like that.
Okay. Well, I just can't think of being up here for so many years. I remember this whole program 11 years ago of the fitness area to avoid issues like that. So it's kind of like as an injury like that occurs, does either yourself or battalion chief review what happened in terms of how preventable it was or
Yes.
what was going on?
Yep, we work the forums, we talk with York, or we talk with the employees, and I can't remember one yet, I shake my head every time because I hate it when somebody gets hurt, but I have yet to have one in a long time where I was just thinking, what was this person thinking? You know,
Okay.
it's all odd locations for patients and trying to lift in a weird spot or doing something that couldn't be helped, and unfortunately, sometimes you get hyperextended or banged into something and then injury ensues.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Rusi?
Thank you. Going back to ambulance fees, I sent you the minutes, if you look at the February 1st, 2010 council meeting where council did give administration the authority to set, and then here's the important part, to maintain the fees to the maximum collectible amount allowed by Blue Cross Blue Shield, regardless of payer, but we were using them as the baseline. So I think administration was already given that authority to make that change.
Perfect.
Because there was no sunset on that, I think we just said maintain, and maintain means going forward, so it's
So we
something to
will,
look at.
we will adjust the budget with the new anticipated numbers, and we will get the new rates posted immediately.
And Chris is correct, I think, about when you said, about the can't reimburse ourselves, which is why we can't use community block grant. I think you're correct, and they had a similar conversation about something else with Liz about what we can and cannot use, that those block grant funds for, and that was a big thing. We can't just, like sidewalks, we just can't pay ourselves, and I think that would be the same thing for ambulance fees. So I think you're correct on that, so that's all.
Thank you. Mr. Frederick?
Yeah, just a quick follow-up. Are we fully staffed at this point?
With the job offer that's been accepted, we're just waiting for him to graduate next month. That's our fully staffed person.
Okay, and then we still have transition folks with EMS and that kind of stuff, right? So the other thing, and I'd be remiss if I didn't say it here, is that I still think we need an inspector in addition to the fire marshal. There's a lot of stuff out there to check, and, I'm going to fight for that all the way through the year, depending on what comes up and what we can do to fund that, so.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that. And we're still gathering data for all of you. I hope to bring as convincing as a case as I had for the 3 additional personnel. So I try not to give you too much fluff. I want to give you all the right facts and be able to make the body make a decision as a whole. So,
Thanks.
All righty, thank you, Chief. Appreciate it.
thank you all. Appreciate it.
Community service. Good evening, Denise.
That's done. Up on that. Drinking sideways.
I would like to just highlight a couple of achievements over this last 10 months of the fiscal year. We have had $29.4 million in residential and commercial permits issued for the first 9 months of the year. We have a number of projects in-house right now that are under review, so we anticipate that number increasing by fiscal year end. We had, through March, a total of 1,110 certificates for non-owner occupied properties issued, 7,281 code enforcement inspections, which is a combination of complaints and inspector-driven code enforcement. And we are actively, we will be going into grass cutting season, which is always a very active time of the year for CDI. This coming fiscal year, we want to continue a robust housing rehabilitation program. That program has been extremely successful and has fulfilled what council intended for it to do, and that is to help some of our more vulnerable residents with home repairs. We also want to increase our non-owner occupied inspections. We have about 3,300 non-owner occupied properties in the city that we know. And so we want to make sure that we are maintaining those properties as high-quality rental opportunities. We also have painfully realized over the last couple of months that we need to work with the fire department, and this is something the chief and I have talked about a program for people who have a tendency to overconsume. We have had many welfare checks in the last 3 months that have resulted in homes that have been tagged for the inability to occupy because there was so much accumulation of stuff inside of them that they were just not functioning or functionable homes for the people living in them. So that has been a sad realization. We also want to really focus this year on innovative ways to turn some of our more difficult properties for commercial properties, I'm speaking of, where parking is an issue. That has also been something of late that has come up a number of times. We want to make sure that we're being innovative on the ability to have those properties redeveloped into viable businesses. As for our budget, really the increases are reflective of inflationary increases with our contracted services and wages. So I'd be happy to answer any specific questions that council may have.
Do you have anything, Dustin?
I don't, no. Because we have this separated into 3 different departments, would it be easier for council if we just started with building inspection department and then moved on to all 4 of them?
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess we could start with building inspection, which would be the first tab under the CDI.
Ms. Rusi? You had a question?
Oh, just about the, you had in your overview mentioned about the home repair program. I was wondering how many homes have been helped through that this year.
I would actually have to check on the number exactly of the homes, but we have spent over the $100,000 that was allocated as part of the CDBG budget. So we have been, and those are really roofs, a lot of furnaces. So those are not high value per home repairs, but we are definitely distributing that throughout the community.
Okay.
I will check on the number though and get back to council.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I think we can ask any question on this whole budget, yeah. Mr. Frederick?
Yeah. Denise, on the, you mentioned 300 non-owner occupied? That's what we think we have? That seems
3,300.
Oh, 3,300. I was going to say,
Right.
that
No,
seems way
3,300.
low.
Yeah, yeah.
300.
All right.
Sirens?
Yeah, exactly. All right, so my question is what are we doing to discover homes? I mean, are we proactive, or are we just looking for, I mean, I get a Zillow thing every day of something for rent, and I've held back sending it to you guys, thinking that you guys are already doing that, but.
We do actually look on Zillow both for homes for rent and homes that are Airbnbs. So we are actively searching the internet for those properties in St. Clair Shores. We also work closely with assessing for homes that have 0% PRE on them.
Okay.
And we're sending out letters on that. We've actually been able to find homes through that process where the homeowner is eligible for PRE. So that's become a benefit to the homeowner. But we regularly go through the building files and the assessing files.
Okay, I'm glad we're being proactive.
Yes.
Mr. Karen?
Thank you. So in terms of, how are we doing in terms of, we know we got increased employee costs, increased contractor costs. How are we doing in terms of maintaining that the permit fees are also tracking with those increased costs?
We need to be bringing to council proposed increase in permit fees. Our permit fees are significantly low relative to other communities, and it is something that we would hope that council would take a look at.
And what's the timing on that?
I think that we could bring it to you certainly by the end of the year, but maybe within the next 4 months.
Because I don't know if there's like a good, like, just because we got, a building season basically going on now, right? And I don't know if there is a drop off or you get maybe more interior permits being pulled when we get towards winter, to where there might be a sweet spot where there is a definitive time, whether we pick it's January 1st each year, new ones go into place, whether it's July 1st with fiscal year, whichever is the easiest to communicate and when that's going to change, so that people know that in advance. And that we can process it in advance up here, because all that would be, because they're all ordinance changes, we built all those into the fee schedule, so.
I mean, wouldn't it be good, Mr. Karen, if they did it here as part of the budget and bring it, I mean.
Well, I think we talked about that in the past.
Yeah.
Since the budget has to go through an approval, that fee schedule ordinance, just like the, just like the water rates, sewer rates are all ordinance changes that go along with the budget approvals.
Yes.
If that can get processed in that time, yeah.
Might be tough this year, I guess, but I mean, it seems like going forward here.
I would caution, though, that I think Councilman Karen made a good point, and every time in my previous communities that we have had to raise permits, it typically is a January 1st date.
Okay.
And it is due to the fact of, in the summer, we are already reviewing so many plans and hitting them with the price increase of okay, did they have it in before, then they didn't have it in. January 1st, you have a lot less of those issues, and anybody who's in prior gets the old rates, anybody who's in after. So January 1st it's a little bit more seamless.
Okay.
And you don't have as many complaining and issues because they have it, you can post and publish the dates ahead of time. And then it will be, allocated going forward. But if council's decision is to try to have it as part of this process, we can get working on that immediately. I know Denise has already been working on that as well. We can bring it ahead.
I'm not sure. I think you pick the date and live by the date, and we see this every single year, so we have some consistency. I think that's the most. If you tell us that that's January, then be consistent and deliver it to us. Back to Mr. Karen.
Yeah, no, I agree, yeah. And I think the last thing I had, in terms of the blight removal area, because I know within the rubbish, previously sanitation budget, we do have an admin fee in there, then part of that is to pay for the blight removal. If we have Excel, as a current contractor, have to go in to clean up a property, remove debris, and I don't know if we're in the cases where we're actually doing the clean outs of the homes that overconsume for them. I don't think we're going inside the house. I think it's just outside the property that we're doing the cleanups. That maybe that charge goes directly to the rubbish fund, just like the rodent abatement charges on residential property just goes directly there, rather than getting into, charging through, CDI and that having to get charged back through the admin fee, and maybe just doing that directly out of the sanitation going forward might make more sense and more straightforward.
That's definitely an option. And then the other part as well with the sanitation is a lot of that tends to come from code enforcement at first too. Because the code enforcement are the ones who's
There's
going
still
out.
a percent, yeah, I would
Still have
leave
to
the
keep adding
percent
it,
increase of the administrative costs in there, or the percent charge.
Yep.
In there, but there's a specific line item on there that was the blight removal that is like $250,000 in that. So to have just that, the cleanup charge itself go there, just the same as we have the rodent abatement, goes directly into that budget. Might be a little more straightforward going ahead.
Not a problem.
Mr. Ribello.
Denise, can we go back to the permit fees for a second?
Yes.
Now, those permit fees you were talking about, for businesses, for homes, is there?
Honestly, I think, Councilman, that we are low on all permit fees. So I believe that we would hope council would look at raising even residential, probably a smaller amount, but we would look at all permit fees as part of the process.
I would suggest, if you're gonna bring something like that to us, will you have a comparison with other cities and stuff? You
Absolutely.
mentioned that we were.
Yes.
we were much lower. The other thing I wanted to touch on too was inspections and things like that. What type of turnaround, because I just personally hear, could be right, could be wrong, could be just the person complaining, that we're slow, that they have these projects that they want to do and we're just not getting to them quick enough. So if you could,
In terms of the review,
like if
plan
somebody's
review?
trying to put a building together and, the electrical or the plumbing, our turnaround time to them
Sure.
isn't very quick. So I don't know if there's,
So depending on the size of the project, review generally takes 2 to 3 weeks for the first pass. If there are changes to be made, then the 2 to 3 weeks would be once we have the additional plans in. There have been a number of requirements that our electrical inspector, and we are proactively giving the architects, here's a list of what you should expect to be providing now. So that was something that caused a bit of consternation with some folks who had submitted plans.
some of these are, state laws and state things that have to be done.
They are all,
I think there's some confusion a lot of times. Well, the city's coming down on me for this, the city. And a lot of times, and I think I've had this conversation with the mayor before, that it's the state. It's not always the city of St. Clair Shores that's, making you do that, making you put the water suppression system in and things of
right.
that nature.
Those codes are adopted by the state of Michigan, which the city of St. Clair Shores has then subsequently adopted under our ordinances. So the codes are, as you mentioned, not St. Clair Shores specific codes. They are international building codes. And those are the requirements that all of our inspectors have to follow.
I'm not sure if I'm like a big fan of raising the permit fees, just so you know. Okay. So,
I
thank you.
appreciate
You do a
that.
wonderful job.
Thank you.
Right, but raising them is trying to cover our costs, so I mean.
Correct.
We're under, the bolt and et cetera, so I mean, we're not gonna go excessive, we've got to meet the requirements of our department, so I mean, that's where we stand. Ms. Rusi.
That was actually going to be the point I was going to make, especially in terms of when we're talking about in comparison to other communities, we will know what it costs the other communities to process these permits. So it can kind of be a indicator that maybe we're a little bit low, we're not covering our costs, but there needs to be more justification for a raise in our permit fees other than what Roseville charges, Morgan's Point charges more. It needs to actually reflect and be related to under the bulk case the cost of us administering and processing the permit and the inspections, everything associated with the process. With the whole idea that we're not having the general taxpayers subsidize the issuance of these permits. So we need to make sure we are covering our costs. It can't be a big revenue generator. We can't be generating excess revenue, but we also can't be asking the broader taxpayers to be covering the costs associated with issuing a permit so that somebody can get a new roof or something like that. That way the costs are reflected in the permit, so that person is covering those costs. So I think when we're talking about permit increases, to help make that case and to make it justifiable, we need to look at, and we've gotten these type of calculations before, how much it actually costs us per permit to process, the contracts we have, the employee costs, the supplies, just the employee time, everything. And that will help us justify it versus just saying, well, other cities are higher.
And I think that is helped by the state's requirement that we separate the various functions of the department. So our costs and our budgets are more reflective of what it actually costs us to do business.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, thank you.
No, I was,
She
just nailed it.
Councilman Rubis just made every point I was thinking of, so thank you.
There you go.
You're welcome, John.
There you go. Well, now we cleared that up. Denise, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Babcock.
I don't know if Denise should stay up here for the street portion,
She can, sure.
it's the more engineering versus DPW, just suggestion.
Well, Denise, why don't you sit in the next to him then? I mean, I don't think Brian has anyone here, so. slide the mic over or questions?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I did want to, first off, introduce and congratulate Jenna Hullum, who is our new office manager at the DPW. She was promoted this year to that position, and she's been a big help with the budget and tracking of all these numbers. So just wanted to congratulate her and thank her for being here. I'll just run through. Okay, sounds strange. I'll just run through the different departments. Overall, I'll say that at the DPW, I'm very happy to announce that after many years and many interviews, we're back to full staff. We had a new employee start last week, and we have another starting next week, and we're getting a lot more work done, with having these full staff. So that's good news. The first department that'll hit is the DPW admin. That's myself, again, the office manager, DPW supervisor, and one clerical person. Not much changes in this department. We do have a couple of small capital outlay items, some building repairs that need to be done. So, any questions? The next department is, I have here sanitation, but Councilman Karen's correct. I think it's now rubbish, so the rubbish department. Garbage carts continue to be very popular. In 2023, we sold right around 1,000 of them, so it's still very popular. Just wanted to hit on that our hazardous waste and e-waste collection event, that's coming up Saturday, May 11th, and it's going to be from 9 to 1 at the Civic Arena parking lot. And we'll somehow make it work with the construction. That new driveway's open, we'll get traffic to flow in there, so.
It's a big event.
It is.
It's well done. I mean, I've been there before, and it's always very well done.
What tab number's rubbish? It's not on the list.
29, it still says
Sanitation
sanitation
fund.
fund, but if you look at the page, it says rubbish collection fund.
Oh,
So we didn't
boy.
update the table of contents.
The wrath of Russi happening right there.
I like the word sanitation better, it's classier than rubbish, so.
I think it has
I'm not
nice-
going to make an argument about that.
Rubbish has a nice British feel to it.
It does.
Rubbish.
But the hazardous waste day, it is popular. It's about 800 cars that pass through there, so, it's quite a few.
It's a big deal for us. It is. A lot of residents.
Yeah, it's good for our environment. It gives people a place to safely dispose of
Brian,
things, so.
what is that date again?
Saturday, May 11th, 9 to 1 p.m., 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., Civic Ice Arena.
Okay.
As far as the GFL environmental contract goes, we're in our 12th year. Again, it's a 0% increase in costs this year. And we do have one capital item in this budget, and that's for to replace the clamp loader truck, is what I called it. We use this truck every day for all kinds of activities, from tree planting to picking up logs to code enforcement cleanups. It's a tremendous help for that. So we do have that in this budget. Any questions?
Mr. Karen?
Yeah. How old is the current clamp loader?
I want to say I bet you it's 15 years old.
Okay.
I don't have it in front of me, but I think that's about 15 years old.
At least, eh?
Yeah.
Gotta be, might be more. I think
Was
it's
there,
older.
was there a capital sheet on that? Because I know it's listed in the rubbish budget, but
No,
I don't
there
know
is
if
not
it's- All right, could you provide
It's
that
not a
then?
motor pool either.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my question.
And then also in terms of, yeah, I already talked about figured out what the admin fee was. Oh, in terms of the GFL itself, and maybe this is more for Dustin and Matt to kind of deal with, how are we dealing with them in terms of complaint responses, following up on issues, making sure there aren't any issues? Kind of what reports are we getting from GFL on their performance?
So we work with GFL almost on a daily basis. There's constantly, when you do get the complaints of, hey, my trash was missed, working with them to find out, okay, hey, there's excessive trash. I will say, I do appreciate Councilwoman Russi is, it tends to get a lot of the
The
Facebook.
rubbish complaints.
Rubbish notifications on Facebook. We send them directly to Don. A lot of times, which is very nice, GFL actually has a camera and they actually take pictures of some of them. So when we get somebody says, hey, you didn't pick up our trash, and then we get a picture of, okay, trash that's longer than this entire table, where they said they had a flood in their basement and they had to dump it all out, or they put out carpet and it still has tack strips in it. And then we have to notify the residents, say, okay, hey, here's why it was missed. But then you do have the normal ones where they go to pick up the street and they miss the entire street.
So like in terms of that example, the tax strips one, right? I'm not expecting the people on the trucks to tag a notice or something, but when their supervisor's driving by
Yep.
and they see that it's still there, you know, which I think the supervisor is still doing, right?
They are.
They're still checking the neighborhood afterward.
Yep.
Are they putting any type of notice on the door of why it wasn't picked up?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Yep, they are notifying the residents, all different kinds of things. I use the tax strips there.
Right,
But
for
even.
whatever issue is, the supervisor's letting them know
Whatever issue,
why
yes, they
something
are.
wasn't done?
Yep.
Okay.
And then, like you said, at night times, it's not the driver personally, it's the supervisor who gets the call. And then ultimately as well, the supervisor is the one who goes by and checks all the individual trash that may be missed or picked up or isn't in the right location. And
So do they have any data? Because really, all we go off of is
calls and complaints.
calls and complaints, yeah. You know, what type of data do they have or tracking they have to show that they're ahead of issues or kind of like providing that notice or something like that, you know, of like, yeah, on a single week, you know, how many notices do they have to tell residents of, hey, this is why we didn't pick it up? Or something along that line where they're proactively communicating why they were not able to deliver the service that day for that resident.
I can see if I can get that information. I'm sure they probably have some kind of documentation, because with that as well, we ultimately like to say, okay, hey, we're hearing about it, whether it's through Facebook or a call to my office, a call to Natalie, because they call all over. They might call my office, they call DPW's office, they respond on Facebook, but they also do call GFL. So GFL does get a lot of those calls that never even filter into us as a municipality and or a city. I will say typically we find, I think Councilwoman Rusi would agree with this conversation, is GFL doesn't always give them the answer they want, and then they eventually do get to us, and then we give them the answer that they want, or we get it addressed and taken care of. So the dispatch at GFL was probably one of our biggest concerns that we're constantly working with, of saying, hey, because that dispatch center isn't just dealing with St. Clair Shores. It's dealing with numerous complaints with a lot of their municipalities.
Even though we were supposed to have a dedicated line, it still goes into the general pool of operators, right?
So we do work with that, and I will say we are very satisfied with the rep that we have that deals directly with the city. Don and his supervisor do a great job of, when I get a hold of them, taking care of the issues.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Rubello.
I gotta tell you, GFL, my experience with them, I get a lot of calls that come straight to me, okay? And is it Gomez? The kid that works directly with us.
Don Beretta is our direct supervisor of maintenance, but then we just changed to who's underneath him.
Yeah, well, I call straight up.
John Redmond.
Huh? The one fellow I call, and listen, I may have called him 30 times, okay? Spot on, right on. Garbage is picked up within hours. And I can just, that's my experience. Those guys do a good job, great communicators, okay? Because he always picks the phone up and he goes over and gets it. So, good experience.
Good. Mr. Vitale.
Yeah, okay, so kind of on this same theme about updating fees and costs. I had an email exchange back in January about what we were charging for unallowable items and unallowable times. It says during 2023, the DPW cleaned up 29 homes at an average cost of $211.60 billed to the property owner. Well, for one thing, that should be a line item here under miscellaneous income, correct?
For sure.
So, I mean, that's a pretty good chunk of money missing, 29 times 211?
So the DPW fees and expenses are, I would have to find out where they're dispatched at. They're probably under, because there's no DPW operating expenses. The wages of DPW isn't in sanitation. So it would be covering their fees out of the departments that they're coming from. Is that correct, Brian? Yeah, so it'd be reimbursed into the DPW miscellaneous
Okay.
cost.
Yeah, I guess it should be in that column, but it would be nice to see that called out.
Yeah, we can do
So
that.
we know going forward. And what have we done to get that? Because I can tell you $211 is about half the cost of the smallest dumpster you can get to your house.
We have added into the rate structure a disposal fee, so it's usually an additional $100, I think maybe to $150, which we were not charging for before. So we have added that now to the fee.
If you've got any examples of where we've done that, could you send that along? Because I would like to see that.
Sure.
Ms. Rusi?
Thank you. Well, I was mentioned about the GFL issues, and I do get a lot of them. People contact me or people post them on Facebook, and you're correct, they do take most people try to take a self-help approach to the issue by contacting GFL first. Unfortunately, that doesn't work, and then they have to bother me about it. They have to blast on Facebook. I have to bother you. We have to bother Don. Don has to get back, and Don is very good at getting back. I mean, Don is an excellent email returner. He must never have that phone outside of his hands because he gets back quick. That said, if GFL would have handled it correctly, I won't even say at the beginning, because sometimes there are, I'm not talking about the guys on the truck necessarily, but the people who are fielding these phone calls, sometimes the answer, if they do pick up, which sometimes they don't, is, oh, just leave it out there for a week and we'll get it next week at the regular collection, which I know CDI doesn't like that because then we get those tags, things like that. We get, oh, okay, leave it out, we'll pick it up tomorrow. Then they never show up, and that's when I hear about it. That's when Facebook hears about it. That's when you hear about it. That's when Don hears about it. That's when and it's just like, there is an issue. I won't just say they're doing a great job. Components of them do a great job in terms of being reactive sometimes. But in terms of handling these issues when they're first brought to GFL's attention by the resident, doing what the resident should be doing, that's contacting GFL directly via the hotline or via the customer service email. A lot of times the ball gets dropped, and that's when I get the calls or it gets blasted on Facebook, and I pick it up because it needs to get picked up. Someone needs to address it. And that's when I bother you, and that's when I bother Don. It's just, we pay a lot of money for the service, and we get a lot of these issues raised to our attention that shouldn't be if they were handled or the right information was given from the dispatch center correctly. And it's a little frustrating when we have to become the dispatch center. So that's my GFL. Customer service issues, because I do get a lot of these. I feel a part of this responsibility I have for, as we said, 16 years, Jesus, was helping residents in this capacity. And so I do go on Facebook and I see these, I pick up a lot of these. I'm sure Don's very tired of me. I'm sure he has an email folder sending the emails from me like immediately, but I don't know. But it's frustrating because these are Facebook posts that the resident never should have had to been making in the first place. So that's all.
Mr. Frederick?
Thanks, Mayor. So I do have a GFL, statement to make. First of all, Don is very responsive, and he's probably got a folder from me too, as well as a voicemail thing. But this is probably, I get more calls on this than probably almost anything, which surprises me that it's this many. One of the reoccurring calls that I get is about, two things. The actual receptacles still in the street after they're dumped. And sometimes not only are they in the street, but they're not even near the curb. They're a foot or two out from the curb. And I know we've all noticed how people are driving down streets now. If there's a parked car, somebody waits, somebody comes by. If it's garbage day, it's hard to get down the street if there's a parked car. So I don't know how to fix this. We've asked them. I know, Dustin, I know you've called and asked, can we get these things put back up on the curb? I get it. If it's winter, sometimes it's tough to do that, but can we get them put up now so that we're not dealing with this all summer long? And, I mean, if you want Dave and I and Candace to call Don with that, we could reinforce that, I'm sure.
I got that phone number.
This is,
Okay.
this is one of the things that obviously in every one of our, checks when we do with, GFL is one of the conversations that we have. Hearing it today, so when I got hired here 2 years ago, that was one of the biggest complaints. I mean, we go to the senior center, every senior's complaining about it. During council meetings, I think we brought it up a few different times. Over the last year, I feel that it has, the complaints, at least in my office, whether they've just gotten so used to it that they're not complaining as much, but that is one of the complaints that I would say has, on at least my end, I'm not sure about DPW's end, has settled down a little bit, but I would definitely always make a call to Don and let him know that this is still an issue, but if you have any complaints, please let me know immediately and I'll keep enforcing it.
I'm gonna be calling you probably every day, because I do get that call. A lot of times I'll call, and along the lines of the supervisor driving down, a lot of times if there's additional garbage, I've seen him just throw it right in the back of his pickup.
Oh, he
Or
does.
clean the street, because sometimes they'll miss stuff, and I'll get a call and I'll drive by the street thinking, oh, okay, I'm just gonna go pick it up or whatever, and, the guy's already gotten it. The other complaint that I've got, and I know they're supposed to go down one side of the street and then come back and go down the other side of the street, so they're not dragging stuff back and forth, but they do all the time. I get it. These folks are trying to get done, because when there's no garbage left, they're done, right? But for our residents, it's trouble, because if you're trying to get past them, a lot of times they don't go, oh, hey, let me move the truck over. They just keep going down the middle and throwing, and they're looking at you like you're, why are you on my street? And so we gotta fix that. That's just it's not good for our residents.
I don't know, I mean, I see it, I mean, they don't, right, I mean, I don't know.
It's part of the
I think
contract.
I have patience, and I guess I don't exactly agree with you. Maybe they grab one or two, and they slide over, and the one person weighs you on.
I see that too, and I have patience, but there's a lot of people I've seen who don't have patience.
Well, maybe they ought to.
And except when they kill a kid or something who's running out, then I just want to prevent the problem and not have to solve it later. So.
And the negative, the opposite side of that though too, is if they're not doing both at the same time, then they're gonna hit the street twice. So then if they're gonna be on that street twice as long, which a lot of our streets unfortunately are narrow, and when you have a narrow street with cars that are parked along the side during the permitted time, it does make it very hard to traverse across some of our narrower streets. But then the garbage truck is still on there probably just as long, if not more, because they have to go down and then come back up.
But
there is no win in that
And then
answer.
Candace gets an email, you missed my house.
And then two
Because they only went
kids
down
get
one
hit
side.
because they're on the street twice as long. We're endangering kids twice as much. My God.
However,
Mr. Frederick.
when the truck is going down the middle and doing both sides, they're not taking those cans back, right? Whereas if it's closer to the truck, they take it back, put it up on the thing, they're just pushing them back, because you can tell, it'll roll a little bit and then it'll stop. And that's why it never even gets back to the curb. So, whether it's that or whatever, I mean, this is the contract we have with them. It says that in there. So all I'm asking, because I get this call, and it's a lot of the same people calling, and, I don't know how many more times we can ask this, but if they're supposed to do it, they should do it, right? Don't you think? That's just me. That's all I have. Thanks.
Ms. Burgess.
Since you're gonna make a phone call, I live on a main road. I live on Jefferson. And I wanted to say that me and my neighbors experience this because we had a gathering and a talk. But it is, when they come by, they empty it and then they put it in the middle of my driveway. So when I want to come into my driveway, I cannot. I have to stop on Jefferson, wait for, put my emergency brakes on or emergency flashers on to move them before I can get into my driveway. And we don't put them on our driveway. We always put them on the grass. So, but that happens probably 2-3 times a month. I mean, it happens more than it doesn't happen.
Yeah, that's an issue.
Mm-hmm. So that needs to be addressed for people that live on main roads.
Yeah.
They can't block a driveway.
Yep.
Well, any driveway.
Well, worse on a main road.
Well, worse on main, but any driveway.
Get out, right?
Hard to get out.
Put it back on the grass.
At one point, there was so much traffic behind me, and I was scared that I literally pulled into my driveway and pushed it with my car to get it out of the way.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Mr. Rebello.
I just wanted to make one last statement on this. I don't know how we can get the message out better, because there's plenty of times too, when people are putting their garbage out, they're putting them in the street, okay? Not everybody, but it certainly is there. So I think that might be a problem, that might be confused on where they're supposed to put the garbage. And I don't know how, our communications department might be able to help out with that. And the other thing that sometimes happens is they're not sure when they're supposed to have their garbage out. Some of them are confused with that and don't get it out on time. So I don't know if there's anything we can do communications-wise, that lets people know. Especially, I'm not saying for the old timers that have been in St. Clair Shores their whole lives, like most of us. But there's new people always coming into our city, and they might have different rules than what they had in the town they came from. So.
Okay. All right.
I'm holding on to my bat phone telephone number.
The next department that I have on my list is the water department. We are still dealing with lead service lines. In 2023, we replaced 15. So to date, we have replaced 472 lead service lines. Currently, we only know of 19 lead or galvanized that are out there right now still. Of those 19, we actually have 3 appointments within the next couple of weeks to get those lead service lines replaced. So we're still proactively, working on this, but we've made a lot of progress. We do have money in this budget to begin the water meter and meter reading, the end unit replacement project. So we will be putting a bid out for that. We also have in this budget a couple of projects. The one is Stevens Water Main between I-94 and Little Mac, and 12 Mile between Little Mac and Harper. It's there's a very old main there, and when that breaks, it causes problems for those medical buildings that are there. It also is partly in the street, so we end up having to take out portions of the street. So that's an important main to replace. Any questions?
Ms. Rusi.
Thank you. Before you put that bid out, could you send it to us so we can look at it before it just comes to our table after having been out with the responses for us to approve?
The water meter bid?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
And for the water meter bid, we'll definitely get that out to you. It will be something that we'll probably look at and maybe trying to set up a little committee to do interviews, because it is going to be, it's not really apples to apples with a lot of these organizations. They all have different kind of technologies with different kind of meters.
That's why I was thinking and why I wanted to see how it was getting bid. And, it's not just a run-of-the-mill contract for us to approve. It also, indicates the direction we want to be moving forward years from now, so.
Right, it's a big issue.
It's a big issue, and that's why, like I said, the bid's going to go. I was like, I kind of want to see that first, so maybe we could raise issues before we're seeking to vote on a contract.
And that'll be a big indicator because of all the different kind of technology. And like I said, we had the one meter company that we're currently using come in, kind of give a little spiel of what they offer and the kind of advantages of going with the warranties that we have. However, it is going to be kind of hard to compare. So I think the only way is to actually do an interview process with all of the individuals when they come in. So we'll set the bid up process like that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Frederick?
Thanks, Mayor. Brian, you have in here additional water sample stations. I'm kind of excited that we're putting additional ones in. Do you know how many? Any idea?
We try to put a couple in a year. Especially through COVID, we had a really tough time getting into a lot of the, business buildings. So we started putting in these sample stations throughout the city, and it works out really well.
And then also, you had mentioned in here about, the crossing under I-94, the old 8 Mile one. How are we doing on, is it Is that part of it too? I know you
So
didn't-
that's what we're going to use some of this Stevens water main budget for, is actually both those projects, because both
Okay.
Stevens and the 8-mile water main crossing are both going to start hopefully in this fiscal year,
Okay.
and then they'll be completed in fiscal year '25.
Right, got it. Great job there. Thank you.
The 8-mile one will be on your next agenda.
Okay.
Mr. Karen.
Thank you. In terms of the going under 94, because I think all that was a part of when 94 is supposed to be totally redone, and then state ran out of money and pulled all that back, right? So I think in terms of the Stevens project, that only goes up to 94, right? Because we just approved that at the last budget, or at last meeting.
The Stevens water main runs from Ursuline, which is just east, that's that street that runs on the east side of the ice arena, to Little Mac.
Right, so it doesn't go to 94?
No.
Right, so, okay, so it's not tied into the past 94 project we're talking about?
Correct.
Okay. And then, in terms of the rationale for how we're picking lines, because it is very helpful, Valerie sends out anytime there's a water main break. And I don't recall seeing one for Stevens or 12 Mile. So how often have we had breaks on either one of them? Are we keeping track of which lines are breaking the most and those? Because that's kind of what we're originally doing. It wasn't just the age, but it was how often we have breaks, because basically you got 20, 30 breaks in a line. Well, that's just all patchwork and ready to get redone. So kind of where are we at in terms of tracking that data, and what is that data for Stevens and 12 Mile?
We are still continuing tracking the breaks, and I can assure you that we've had breaks on both Stevens and 12 Mile. And like I mentioned, on both those streets, actually, when we do have a break, unfortunately, it's underneath the road. So that adds a whole nother element of, problems for us. We have to keep that road cold patched until we can get the concrete replaced. Stevens, in addition, it serves the industrial, area of the city. So it's an important main there. We've ran the water models, which as part of the project, we're going to increase the size of the pipe to increase, water flows and pressures.
That's where we're going from 8 to 12?
Yes. Okay. And on 12 Mile, a big problem we have there is when we do have breaks, it's those medical facilities. It really causes havoc for them. But I can assure you that on both streets we've had breaks.
And with Stevenson.
Recently.
As council is aware that we're doing that road project.
Right, and it's in conjunction with the TIP project as well.
Yeah, so at that time, it's a little bit easier to mobilize them. The last thing we want to do is replace the road and then have breaks.
So with 12 Mile and it being underneath the road, it will still be a pipe burst project? Or it still can be? Probably have to do all the engineering yet, but.
Yeah, that project's just going to be surveyed here soon, so the engineering hasn't even started.
Okay. Because I'm just wondering if it's underneath the road and it can't be pipe burst, how much of the road we have to rip up and how we get that replaced?
You're right.
Can we move it?
That's what we always try to do. And that's like on Stevens, we're going to be able to move some of it outside of the road. Sometimes you're limited, but.
Oh, that's where we had some of the open cut rather than doing the pipe burst.
Yeah.
Or was that the directional drill part of it? I don't know, you had three.
Stevens had like three different
construction
technologies going on in that
yeah.
project, so.
Directional was like where they connect.
That's directional drill. That's all right. Thank you.
The next department I have is the sanitary sewer department. The big change is, wait a second. So I'll mention this tonight because it's in the budget, but I believe at the next council meeting, there's going to be a presentation for all of you on the sanitary sewer televising and cleaning projects that we've been doing. We wanted to come back and show, per your request, what we're finding. So over the last 2 years, we've been televising the sanitary sewers in the south end of the city, south of 9 Mile. And now we have a map put together showing, what came out of that project, what kind of repairs are needed. In the fiscal year 25 budget, we have $375,000 budgeted, and that's to complete the televising and cleaning of sanitary sewers between 9 Mile and 10 Mile, which we call District 3. We also have in this budget $1.3 million for the sanitary sewer rehab program. And again, that's why we want to show on the maps the condition of the sewers in that south end that we found. There's a lot of repairs that are needed. It's the oldest area of the city. There's a lot of work to be done. So that's why we have this $1.3 million in this budget.
Mr. Karen?
Yeah, I think first thing, maybe a little more for Renee, in terms of the bond payment detail that's included in the budget, if we can include more than just the name and the acronyms, and that there's like references to state revolving fund, 5360, 5605, like saying Clair Clean Water Initiative, maybe just the name that's actually even on the debt statement. Directly listed in the detail to better keep track of which payment's going to what. And that's kind of the case
Better
for the
detail.
whole, for both water and sewer side of it. It's just kind of easier to understand that way.
Right.
And then the only other thing in here is like, where are we at in terms of stormwater separation? That's kind of a combined sanitary storm sewer project, but I think the original plan was to start with Alexander, separate that out into the Alexander drain, and then we know we're going to have future engineering projects in terms of like putting a basically new interceptor down Sunnydale to try to do stormwater separation in the rest of those neighborhoods there. So where are we at on that, since we don't have that in this year's budget?
We don't have any capital projects in this year's budget, but it is a conversation that every time we sit down to talk about sewers, we're talking about the separation and how we can incorporate that in. We talked about, we were looking at streets to pave this year, and the conversation came up that, let's hold off on that street because we may have to, put a sewer down there. We also have been, talking about anytime grants are
Let's get to where
available.
we're actually getting the project together, right? And getting an engineer assigned and what work is that going to take? Because I think there's going to be a lot more cost estimating before we decide to go ahead with the project, but we haven't even seen the cost estimate process yet.
So I think for the budget, that was one of the big, not putting it in currently. We have worked with John James in order to obtain some financing to help with that separation project. Once that money gets earmarked, that'll be a huge start.
We've been notified of that. I've seen conflicting articles like that it's been approved, but like the article is dated back in August when the appropriation really didn't happen until March, and we're still waiting for confirmation on
We have
that.
not received confirmation at all. Along with that, our Lock St. Clair initiative of some of the bonds being paid off and building up a reserve to be able to take care of paying for some of these projects, and then working with the engineer, getting it started to actually get, rather than just estimates, because we see, even with Jefferson project, the estimates sometimes don't always come in, making sure that we have firm prices and working on that. So the first step will be the engineering and the drawing. I think that in next year's budget, I think realistically, that's when you'll start seeing that very first part of Alexander being done and created. We'll have enough funding at that time to be able to pay it without having to go for a bond. Along with the funding will be secured by that time, and we'll be able to process with the engineering.
Okay.
And the engineering being done already, Hennessy did quite a bit, John Hennessy.
They've done quite a bit, but that's been just design engineering,
that was just for flows though. Like, could the Alexander drain take the additional volume? It's pretty much what they got, but in terms of us actually designing where the storm sewers go, how many catch basins, road redesign that goes along with that, that's the kind of engineering, the estimate that we would need.
But we do have a good game plan, and we've already met with the, with the design that's in place with the Hennessy report, and then the next step will be creating the next step. And as Brian says, this is a conversation that we are having with our engineering firms and even with all of our road projects and water projects.
Okay, so the target is next year to actually have that project.
To have the starting plan of what part, and it could be the outlet, or it could be the Alexander separation, and it really depends on financing, because it was a relatively large project with all of them included.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, the next department is storm sewer. And again, I don't think there's any change really in this department. We continue to repair storm sewers by either open excavation or lining, and we have $500,000 budgeted for that. And then we also have funds in here, $100,000 to continue to refurbish and replace our stormwater pumps. Because as you know, we have 40-some pump stations along Lake St. Clair, so we have to keep those up and running. Any questions?
Ms. Rusi?
Thanks. Storm sewer, you're talking about the rain barrels too and the accomplishments?
That's where we track, how many we sell.
Yep, do we have any to sell currently? Do we have any on hand?
We do.
Okay, I'm thinking maybe, it's spring, people are starting to, think about gardening, things like that. Maybe we could get just communications department to do like a social media blast about that and let people know. I still get people questioning, hey, where do I buy a rain barrel? They don't even know the city sells them. So.
Yeah, we definitely see an uptick in the spring in rain barrel sales. They start coming in.
It's looking at the camera, I guess, we're Dustin. Maybe that's a good thing for our communications department to put on Facebook or something, just a reminder, because it's been a very successful program, I think, and I think if we put that out there, I think we could get more sold and get more people utilizing them.
I think it might be on there. It might already be on.
Yeah,
I think it is on.
Currently?
Yeah. I think there's something about rain barrels on there.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I think it's a good thing to put out there. It's a nice program. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ribello?
With the pumps, Brian, how are those holding up? I mean, are we in good shape with that? There seems to be like less, maybe there's just less rainfall, but it seems to.
Well, the lake levels are definitely down. That's when we saw the flooding and the failures in the pumps, but we got through that. And now we just mainly have to run them during the rain events. And, I would say that, this year's been a little better for rain storms for us, but they're running good. And we cycle through them weekly. We even if we don't get a rain event, we go out there and make sure that they're working, so.
Okay.
And then the good news is Masonic and Benjamin pump stations both will be online by the probably beginning of summer, so.
Awesome.
Yeah, great. Mr. Frederick?
So I just had one question on the, you've got motor pool in here at 108,900, but in the water fund, there's no motor pool. Is that, am I just losing my mind here?
Well, probably.
Yeah, that works.
Oh, man, that's normally the stuff I find.
Yeah, it's there. Page 3 of 4, third line down, 210,421.
Okay. All right. Good.
Did we want to talk about water and sewer rates now? Dustin, is that?
Yeah.
Okay. Sure. So for the water and sewer rates, this year, the Great Lakes Water Authority, who we, purchase our water from, and they treat our sewage, their effective commodity rate increase is 3.6%. About 9 years ago, when the GLWA was created, the courts, when they created that, they put a cap, a 10-year cap on what their budget increase could be each year, which is 4%. That cap expires next year, so I'm just bringing it up as a heads up. It doesn't affect this budget, but next year, their rate increases they're anticipating are going to be like 7.5% for water and 5.5% for sewer. So that's coming. So I'm just bringing that up. But this year, we are proposing a 3.3% increase to a typical residential user, which is 14 units of water per quarter. It's about 10,000 gallons of water per quarter. And that equates to a $6.93 per quarter increase for the typical residential user. So that user, The average bill currently would be $207 per quarter. That this increases it to $214 a quarter. The Utility Rate Committee is proposing that the increase be applied to the fixed billing charge, the ready-to-serve fixed charge that we have on our water bills, and there's no proposed increases to commodity rates. And just an interesting fact I always like to see is that to our residents, a cost for a gallon of water is 2 cents. So still a pretty good deal, I think.
Mr. Karen?
Yeah, in terms of the rates, we just got that today. So I haven't had a chance to fully digest the whole memo from AEW. But I guess I'm a little wary of just applying it to the fixed charge. I get that's a bigger charge coming from GLEWA in terms of how they charge for water, that it's more in a fixed cost versus a commodity cost. But in terms of how that gets spread across residents, it's like, to just add it, across the board where you do still have high water users and low water users, people that really try to conserve and others that don't. Not too sure that's the right approach to just put it all on the readiness to serve charge. And also I think don't we have different rates for the size of meter for the readiness to serve?
We do.
So that wasn't in the calculation, I don't think, in terms of that, in that part of the memo there. So I don't know if that still has to get worked out.
No, it's part of the whole calculation and all the information.
It's volume,
All
right?
the behind-the-scenes stuff wasn't in there, but I can get you all that information too.
Please do.
Yep. And to answer your question on why the fixed fees, in the packet that was handed out, and I understand that it didn't come out too late on Monday night, we as a city and our surrounding communities, our fixed rate is lower significantly than every one of our surrounding communities. Our fixed rate for water is $11.05. City of Roseville is $13.40. After that, nobody is under 30. It goes $39 for Grosse Pointe, $34 Harper Woods, $33 Mount Clemens, $36 East Point, $45 Fraser, and $72 Grosse Pointe Shores. So the reason to add it to the fixed cost only gets us up to the $11, which keeps us to $2.35, significantly underneath. We were just significantly cheap on our fixed costs and our commodity. And I know, Councilman Karen, this isn't in front of you because it was the late delivery. But our commodity charge was one of the things that was still average, but it was more competitive with all of our surrounding communities. So that's why we're recommending the fixed cost, is just because of how significantly cheap we are.
Okay, I'm just a little leery of, in terms of creating a little more, more disparity, between low income and people that can afford it, so, just always wanted to keep that in the forefront. And then get us what the rates would be for the higher meters. That all has to be calculated and eventually and part of the, ordinance change as well.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Rusi?
Yeah, I agree with John. I would like the additional information. I'm one of the ones who haven't had the chance to really dive into that memo, but, in terms of how we're writing us to serve charge, which I hate that charge.
The other
But-
cities have a better term either.
Well, that term comes from GLWA.
Okay.
So, that's their term. We used to call it customer charge, which was, I think, totally inaccurate because people thought we were just passing through that charge, the cost of like issuing the bill to them, which isn't the case. It's the fixed costs. But, I'm not sure if someone sees that very obvious hit on their bill and that increase and think, oh, well, it's higher in Grosse Pointe Shores, so I feel okay with this. No one goes to other cities' websites, I do.
Of course you do.
But, I'm just thinking that, that tends to be a very questioned charge, and I'm not sure if now applying, higher water rate, I'm not sure about that. So I'll look at the additional information, but I'm not sure if that's the approach I'm comfortable with in terms of explaining why this rate just keeps going higher and higher and higher. I think it started out when we first started charging with GLWA. I'm not calling it GLEWA like some people do. John does. GLWA was formed.
Well,
It was, what was it at the beginning? Was it $10? $7? I forgot, but what it
I think
was.
we started at 10.
It just keeps increasing and increasing and increasing, and
but part of the reason,
like everything does, but I'm not sure if any of us realize the amount it would be increasing. It seems every year. I don't know. It's a lot to take in. I'll look at it, but I kind of am with John in terms of not sure if I feel comfortable with this approach at this point.
yeah, I think one of the reasons we started that was because GLWA started billing us that way. I mean, 60% of our water charges is fixed.
When GLWA
100% of sewer is fixed.
Yeah, when GLWA took over, they saw water consumption wasn't coming close to meeting the fixed costs, so they couldn't just do it per unit, so they started tacking this on because even if you use 0 units, they still have to have the infrastructure in place, including the staffing, of being ready to serve you if you do decide to turn their faucet on and become a water consumer. I understand that. That's why it's like I kind of like keeping what that cost represents as pure as possible without, I don't know. It's just, I hate that charge period. I always have, and I don't know. I think, I don't know if anyone I love that charge, but I really hate it. I'm glad that we are calling it readiness to serve because that's the language GLWA uses versus having us, having people think that it costs us $20 to issue a bill every 3 months. So Dustin's had his pen up.
No, I was gonna say, and when we did this, we had to do the research to see what the other communities call it. Majority of the communities, when we did the research, actually say RTS. That's all they say. They don't even say ready to serve. It just says RTS fee.
That is
and
awful.
then it has the fee, and then, like I said, so
The point of
we
communication.
at least write out the word
yeah.
ready to serve.
The point of communication is to communicate, and the more you bury things like that, the more you're not communicating to the people you're trying to communicate to.
Yep.
But that's what they call it, readiness to serve, because it costs them to maintain the infrastructure and the staffing, even for 0-use customers, potential customers.
Mm-hmm. And the cost to repair, though, as we all know, the cost to repair the lines, the cost to replace them, and we're talking about how much it costs right now for these water lines and to replace them. That kind of is the readiness to serve, and those fixed costs and those costs have continually went up every year.
Mr. Vitale?
I wish I had a copy of a water bill in front of me right now so I could see how much room we had on there to put information. But, I'm wondering if maybe we could, in the spirit of clarity and communicating well with the residents, if we could establish some sort of baseline ready-to-serve fee, and then every time GLWA increases, we just have a line item that says GLWA ready-to-serve increase, and call that out separate, so that people realize where the increase is coming from. We're just passing it through.
Yeah, the hard part with that is with GLWA, what they charge us is, Brian, is their fee mechanism. We get 60% is considered a fixed cost, because that's they're ready to serve us as a community. Mm-hmm. And then we have to pay the commodity of the 40%. But then on the flip side, we're responsible for all the transmission lines to get to all of our residents, all of our businesses. So that fee that we charge is us maintaining our lines as well. So if we actually charge what GLWA does at the 60% of the water bill being a 60%, we're not even close to that. We're at 11% fixed cost and a $70 commodity charge. So we're at the complete opposite. We're almost at a 70%, or actually almost at an 85% commodity charge and only a 15% fixed fee rather than the 60. So it would be very difficult for us just to kind of say, hey, we're charging what GLWA does, because we still are responsible for maintaining our own lines, and our fee mechanisms is way different than what GLWA's fee program is.
Well, I think as some of these fees start to go up, as Mr. Babcock pointed out, it's going to be especially important to communicate that out to residents, even if that ends up being whatever real estate is left on the back of that bill.
for sure.
It's probably something we just need to put together, an explanation to residents so that they understand, because, you know, I had some conversations about this, that relief on water bills at this point is probably just gonna have to come at the state level. Because, and what I mean by that is residents putting the pressure on our state legislators, that they were under a 10-year agreement not to go above a 4% rate hike. And sounds like the first year that they're not under that, they're gonna hit it out of the park.
Yep.
And
they're
of
not shy
course,
about it.
and yeah, exactly. And of course, they don't care because they realize the residents are just gonna look at their water bill and they're gonna say, damn city of St. Clair Shores. And what we're doing is, you know, we have to pass that cost along. So I think, you know, maybe we should look at drafting something that'll get printed on the back of every bill and we'll just put see other side or something like that, and really do a good job of explaining it to people so that they can then, instead of burning calories on Facebook and burning calories sending us, you know, council nastygram emails, start sending them to your state reps and your state senators and your people that can actually, at the state level, do something about this, because the costs are completely out of line. I mean, in a way, we have a governor and a legislature that's promoting urbanism. But you know what this spiraling cost of water does? Makes me want to move out to the sticks and drop a well. Because I can control the cost of the well pump and my electricity, and then I have friends who live out in Ortonville, and they laugh at me paying these constantly increasing city water rates. Well, where's your urbanism agenda? What are you going to do to bring us relief? So, you're really incentivizing people to move out to the boondocks with these ever-increasing water rate increases. So we need to maybe look at some kind of letter and some kind of language that really just explains this well to people and get everybody educated on this so they can put the pressure where it needs to be.
Steve?
Mr. Rebello.
Chris, I agree with you 100% about the communication. It's really difficult. You know, we all hear it. This isn't always the St. Clair Shores City Council. And whoever might be listening out there, listen, we hear you. I hear you. We all hear you about the rising water costs, because it's really frustrating when you're listening to people and they're saying, hey, listen, I cut back on the water like you said, and the bill's still going up. So it's a frustrating thing, and you sort of wonder about, you know, where the costs are all going. So we hear you, and listen, we're paying the same water bills too, and it's incredible that this is really one of the most frustrating parts of this city council job, is just not being able to come up with something a little bit better than, you know, we're just passing the costs on. So, but that's basically what's happening. We're dealing with an old infrastructure, and the thing needs to be caught up, and it's just the times we're living in. So.
Ms. Rusi.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I agree with Chris. I think that's a good idea to increase the communication explanation. I think a lot of it's just, like I said, I still get people who, even though it's called Readiness to Serve now, still think it's associated with the cost of sending out the water bill. And it would be nice to me, you know, I like, some years ago, I had a lot of these questions. I was fielding them on the residents group, so I actually did a post that explained line by line what each fee was, and then I did a breakdown of like, and here are basically for your average residential house, all the possible water bills, because it's fixed costs and it's unit, you know, unit-based, whole unit-based costs, because people were like, my bill's the same as the neighbor, down to the penny. How could that be? It's like, well, because you use the same units, and then you apply the same fixed costs on top of it. So it actually makes a lot of sense, because it's based upon whole units. It's not down to the incremental units. It's whole units on a set rate plus set fees. So I went through and I actually broke down, like, you know, this is 12 units. This is what your bill will be, 13, not just for the water, but for all the associated fees. I explained what those fees were, and I think people kind of appreciated seeing that level, and I, doing the research to create that, I actually did see other communities that did similar things on their bills or on their website, maybe in their newsletter, same thing. Even this is going into a different type of bill, the property tax bill, whatever line item on that thing is. You know, what's the clean water initiative? I don't know, you know what I mean, or the the different, and where those things come from and what they go towards. So, I always think, we have a whole communications department, maybe that's something we can task them with in terms of communicating not just the great events we have and the rain barrels and everything, but maybe explaining some of these base facts of government and billing and why things are, to help answer some of these questions and, I take some of the mystery out of it. I think that would be a good idea. So, no, I agree with Chris.
I was just going to say, we probably could add it to our clean water thing that we do through communications. Well, we do that twice a year now.
Yeah, the water quality report.
Water quality report, maybe add, here's something to read. Here's
Just
your bill.
what the various components of the bill, I mean, even when we made that, the storm sewer change because of the lawsuit, and then trying to explain that, it's based on the non-pervious. Well, how do you know what the non-pervious MI is? Well, actually, we have the engineers, you know what I mean? Just maybe, I think we're making, people are paying this, I think it would be good for us to explain why and what this is going toward and everything. I think that would help.
I think we need to do it with the bills, so we catch them while they're angry.
Well, both.
Yeah, or both.
We can do both.
Yeah, no, I mean, not everyone's going to go to the newsletter, a lot of times it's a document in the hand, but, real estate space on that is, unless you want to go to 2 pages, which
Yikes, no.
I don't.
No.
The next department that I
We'll get
have
more
is the Streets Department, which I was told is tab 27.
Did we skip motor pool?
I have that next.
Okay, thank you.
So for the Streets Department, I don't think there's really been many changes, so I'll just run through the projects that we have proposed. And it's kind of tricky because now you got to flip back and forth between local and major roads. But so some of the projects that we have major road patching in the major department, and that's for $100,000. We have local road patching for our local streets. That's for $500,000, and that's paid for out of Act 51 as well as the street millage. And we have joint sealing for $150,000. That's on our local streets as well as funded from our street millage. Some of the road reconstruction projects that we have are Ursuline from Stevens to Blackburn. It's a small section of road, $160,000. And this is just to tie in with the new Stevens Road project and the water main that we're doing there. A larger project is Princeton for $345,000. We have Greater Mac, 11 Mile to Gordon, for $1.35 million. We have Wood from Stevens to Blackburn, another small street, $145,000. This year, we're also proposing on Industrial Drive to use Act 51 major funds, $1 million of funds to patch Industrial Drive. It's in pretty rough shape. We also have a couple of TIP projects. So these are projects that are funded through the county, through the state, through Act 51 funds, but then we also have a local cost share. A couple projects we have is Stevens, which is a major road patching. And then we also have Greater Mac from 12 to 13 Mile. And that is a patching project as well. It's a long stretch of road there. We'll be doing a lot of patching there. And finally, we have in the budget bridge repairs, $150,000. We're hoping to find a contractor to come in and do some touch-ups on all 4 of our bridges, just to make sure we prolong the life of them. They're in pretty good shape, and we want to keep them that way. Any questions on streets?
Mr. Vitale.
Yeah, on Industrial Drive, I'll vouch for that being in pretty poor condition. Is that going to be saw cutting and concrete or blacktop?
Saw cutting and concrete.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because there's a lot of
thick
heavy
concrete.
trucks.
For sure.
Yeah, it's a thick road.
Blacktop wouldn't even be worth doing.
Right.
Wouldn't last a season there. Also, I noticed under Streets Department, under miscellaneous, we have the 24-hour notice rubbish pickup column. don't know if you, at the very beginning on streets, cover sheet.
Yep.
You've actually
for
got
like the
that
goals and
broken out,
accomplishments?
actually going all the way back to 2017.
Well, these are usually the employees that carry out this work.
Okay.
And that's why we track it in this
No,
department.
I mean, it's tracked somewhere at least. I'm giving you a pat on the back here. But actually going all the way back to 17, and I actually we're double over what we've been in some prior years, excluding 2019. But, so, keep up the good work on that.
Mr. Karen?
Thank you. Brian, on the revenue side, where do we capture the grant money we normally get from U.S. Forestry every year for tree planting? That's $100,000. I didn't see that under federal grants.
We do not, we have funding coming in this year for the tree plantings that we've been doing this year. We don't have one lined up for next year, so I didn't put that into the budget.
So when we normally, do we have to like still submit for it, or is it, we're no longer
Yeah, and
qualified for it, or?
It's been every 2 to 3 years. It hasn't been consistent every
It
single
hasn't
year.
been, I thought it's been every year we've been getting it. Okay. All right. And then maybe Denise, maybe this is more for you to pass on to Mike, but for each of the street projects and the major projects that we've got to do one of the capital sheets to fill out what the project is, what the justification is, to have it included in the budget rather than just being a strict line item.
Okay.
And then, and really with, I don't know, the million and a half that was gonna have to go into industrial drive, that's really only leaving 500,000 for, the gluey patching for the rest of the city. So if, we could have kind of how that's gonna be prioritized, because I don't think we're gonna be doing with that amount, we can't really focus on a concentrated street, you know, to where we take a street that was at a 3 and bring it up to a 5 or a 6, PASER rating wise, but it's gonna be an on-demand, so that we kind of make sure that we can kind of keep up with what, people have for complaints, and we get the highest priority ones taken care of with that amount of funding we have.
So the local patching will also include storm sewer water. So the actual Galooey amount will be higher, but out of local streets, we won't be doing a Pazer street or a full Pazer
Right.
street this year, as you mentioned. So we will find a tracking mechanism for that, and we won't spend it all. This summer will allow.
Save some for the
Right,
spring.
for spring.
Yes, definitely. Thank you. And the last thing on the bridge, because I did see we allocated, or it has an allocation for bridge repairs specifically for the Jefferson Milk River Bridge. And when I went back to the, what we had submitted for the TAMP report that had all the bridge inspections in there, the largest portion of that expense was sidewalk concrete repair over that bridge. And I guess, so I'm just wondering, if like, what is I'm not recalling that that's like a major issue there versus a regular sidewalk? If we can get why the sidewalk was specifically called out, because I can imagine underneath the bridge, you know, needing to be done, but their largest expense was sidewalk concrete repair.
Yeah, both in the road and in the sidewalk, we're seeing the concrete kind of spalling, breaking apart. And, you know, what only makes it worse, I'm sure, is the salt that's used on the roads, you know.
Well, so this is the breakdown. It had bridge deck joint resealing 2,000, sidewalk joint repair 500, sidewalk concrete repair 44,000, bridge deck concrete patch repair 6,375, repair embankment erosion 7,000. It seems like that's the site. So I'd like to get more detail from the inspector on what specifically in the sidewalk of the bridge is the major issue, that is the bulk of that expense.
Okay.
That's it for streets.
Mr. Rebello?
Wasn't it I think the woman might have came up here with that issue, with the crumbling bridge, the street.
No,
That
that's a
was
different
River.
one.
Yeah, but
That
it
was
like-
River Road.
It was like
Rosedale.
underneath.
Yeah, that was the one by my
Yeah.
house.
Rosedale.
Yeah, the one over Milk River by Rosedale going to Robert John.
Brian,
Dustin?
can we talk about trees a second?
Sure.
It's my favorite topic with you. We could be brothers on trees. Can you find us, I'm sure I can look and find it, but it might be easier for you, to give us the criteria for people having their trees cut down, okay? I don't know, there seems to be a lot of this going around. I mean, I see a lot of it on Facebook too. I've been contacted a lot. And the second question I wanted to ask you about, do we have trees, or do we have property, this is gonna be, okay, the boulevard part between the sidewalk and the street. On the person's property side of the sidewalk, do we own, is there any land that we own that's
usually
gonna be
about a
on
foot.
the other side of the sidewalk?
It's usually about 1 foot width from the
Okay.
sidewalk is where the private property line starts.
So there are cases of that, okay, that we have. Now, what would happen if the tree was dying or dead? And basically, it's on our property now at that point. Because if it's right pinned up against the sidewalk.
Well, if it's on city property, we'd remove the tree.
Okay. Because I know that sounds unusual that we sort of have property sometimes that goes on the front
Yeah.
lawn of somebody's house.
Yeah, and I'll say with trees, I know council's been very supportive. You guys have increased the budget for tree removals so that we contract it out. We have a bid out right now for tree removals for our next year's tree removal contractor. We also in-house, we were down staffing, we're back up, and we're training some new guys in our forestry department. So we're getting a lot of work done. I think the last time I checked, we had maybe around 30 trees on the tree removal list. So, and we were, up well over 100.
Yeah, that's great
in the
progress.
past. So we've made good progress, and we're going to try to stay ahead of it. So when we find a dead or dying tree, within the next 6 to 12 months, that tree's going to be removed.
If somebody requests a tree, what's the
Yeah,
procedure for that?
if you're concerned about your tree or you want it trimmed, whatever, just call our department. We have an inspection form that our office staff will fill out. They give it to our arborist. We have a couple of certified arborists, and they go out and do a full evaluation on the tree. When they're done with that, whatever they find, we'll send a letter to the resident letting them know, hey, we found the tree needs to be trimmed. Maybe it
Okay.
needs to be removed, or I'm sorry, but it's a healthy tree and we can't remove it.
We'll say they didn't have a tree at all on the boulevard part. Can they request a tree from the city of St. Clair Shores and plant it there?
You can always buy one. If you go on this DPW website and you go under forestry, there's instructions on there on how you can buy a tree, and it's a deal. I mean, we'll plant the tree for you. It's a nice sized tree, and I think it's somewhere between $200 and $300, something like that.
Okay.
It's a good deal.
And last question would be for, I guess, Denise. As far as some of these smaller concrete jobs, where are we at, and I guess what direction did we want to go as far as like having people, I referred to them before as like the Minuteman guy comes out and just does an easy, quick job for us. I mean, does that exist? Can we do that?
In terms of sidewalk repair or street repair?
Streets, anything that we might have going on for the city of St. Clair Shores, or they're just sort of small jobs?
Well, we're currently under contract. The council approved a contract for a sidewalk program through '26, and then we just approved the street local patching project with Galooey for additional 2 years.
Right, we have
Yeah.
that, but I'm talking like
Right.
some smaller cracks and, maybe there's a slab that's, that we have somewhere on our city property, some uneven concrete in a parking lot or something.
Typically, those would fall under our contract. We don't regularly use one-off contractors. We would save that and use that under our existing contracts. I hope I'm understanding.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay.
That's all I have. Mr. Frederick?
Thanks. I want to go back to the Galooey contract. Was there a certain amount that we guaranteed, or at least that we got pricing for? Was it?
We got unit pricing from the contractor. We did not guarantee him an amount. We've told him in the contract an approximate amount, but there is no guarantee.
Right, and what was our approximate amount? Was it?
All in, approximately $900,000.
Okay, all right. 'Cause I just worry about sometimes these guys will give us prices based on what we kind of are asking for, and then we don't make it to that number.
I think he's made it pretty consistent over the years, so I mean, I think.
Has he?
Oh,
All right.
For the last 3 years, we've asked for budget increases and budget amendments to increase that budget.
Okay.
Yes, he's done quite well.
All right, and then the last thing I have is I see you're going for another certified arborist. You're getting some training going, and then the cross-training of other DPW folks, so, well done.
Thanks. Ms. Rusi?
Hey, just one quick follow-up to Dave's question about if you buy the tree for the right-of-way planting and the city comes and plants it, you're paying for the tree. Who owns the tree? Does the city own the tree afterwards, or does the resident who paid for it?
The city would own the tree. It's in the city right away.
So it's a donation kind of from the resident. I don't know why someone would do that then, but, okay, thank you.
Motor pool.
Motor pool is the next department. I think it's the last department. For me.
Would you wish you were a judge? You'd be out of here already.
36.
For the motor pool department, was it 36? 36, tab 36.
He's glad he's not a Denise because she has to sit through 2 departments worth.
Well, Dustin has already explained the change in the motor pool cost allocation, so I won't go into that. The biggest change in this department is the proposal to hire a third mechanic. Currently, our motor pool has 2 mechanics, 2 full-time employees. And there's a number of reasons that I'd like to just quickly go through of why, we're proposing to hire a third mechanic. The first is to improve the safety at the motor pool. The motor pool building is actually a separate building from the DPW. It's a standalone building. Those employees are over there working alone. Years ago, there was a motor pool supervisor that would work in the front office there. So at least there was another body in that building. Right now, it's just those 2 employees. What happens is when one of the employees has to take off for either vacation or for a training or for a class, the other mechanic is left working alone. And, that can be an unsafe environment. They deal with a lot of tools, a lot of heavy equipment. Because we have had long durations, say an employee takes a week off, we can't just stop working in the motor pool. Things don't stop breaking down. So we'll bring in employees from other departments to help, and sometimes, they're not mechanics, and, they'll help as much as they can, but sometimes they're just there to be a witness to make sure, nothing happens. So it hurts the production in other departments. This way, now with 3, we can better schedule for, days off, training, scheduling. We also believe that by hiring a third mechanic, we have a plan to increase efficiency. I'm not a mechanic myself, but I know from watching these guys how involved it is. There's so much to learn and to know about in mechanics. So what we're proposing to do is to separate and specialize each of the 3 employees. The first mechanic we would have be doing routine maintenance, oil changes, tire repairs, tire replacements, things like that. The second mechanic would be specialized in just fire department apparatuses. There's the technology in the fire departments and fire trucks. It's always changing, being updated. So we want one of the mechanics always going to the classes and keeping up on the technologies and the fire apparatuses. The third mechanic we propose to specialize in diesel engines, hydraulics, and larger equipment such as the plow trucks, the street sweepers, things like that. Again, this by just having specialized mechanics on these different areas, they can better keep up on the knowledge and trying to stay up on all the different technologies. We also believe that hiring a third mechanic is going to reduce costs. By specializing, and we're going to be able to bring a lot of these repairs back in-house. For example, on the fire trucks, there's certifications that you need to work on fire trucks. So we're always sending their apparatuses out to specialty shops to have them repaired at those shops for, a lot of money. So we want to bring these repairs back in-house. We want to increase routine and preventative maintenance. A lot of times we find ourselves now with the 2 mechanics, we're just chasing around whatever's broken, every day. There's a nonstop, of vehicles coming in that are breaking down. We want to get ahead of that. And so, for example, the person that's ahead of diesel engines and plow trucks and that, it's his responsibility to stay on top of it. Well, what's the routine maintenance that we need to do? How do we prevent the rust on the plow trucks? Keep these things, their lifespan, make their lifespans longer. So that's what we're proposing. The city has a lot of nice equipment, and we're thankful for all of your support. I know the fire department is in favor of this third mechanic. We're all thankful that we have this nice equipment, and we just want to see it last as long as possible. So we think that's going to happen by having a third mechanic in the motor pool.
Questions on that? Mr. Karen?
Thank you. So I guess, first I've heard about vehicles being sent out for repairs because we weren't certified to do them and that. So I guess I'd like the more financial breakdown of whether it's ambulances, the fire trucks, which ones, say the last 3 years, had to get sent out, what'd that cost, to verify where the savings would be. Because we've had past experience where we were told there's going to be savings, but then there ends up being big gaps in the budget in our years. So need to see more financial breakdown of that. I think one issue in terms of understanding how you would break them out into the 3 categories you had, but I think that ends up still, you create an issue of if someone specialized to work only on, the fire vehicles, let's say, but they're out for a week. All right, ambulance comes in for repair, no one else can do it. So that's going to sit there for a week, right? So if there's not some level of cross-training, and maybe there's some different levels you can figure out. Basic repairs that don't require certification, one of the other 2 people still qualified to do it. And maybe if it has to be a certified repair, as you stated, maybe it has to wait for that person to come back, to do. Maybe, I think you got to work on that part of your plan there as you just laid out. And also very hesitant because basically 75% of the headcount budget within motor pool is actually being charged back to general fund. So that's, 3/4 of a person being added to the general fund, which is strapped going forward. So a little concerned on that. And so I guess, and one thing is I know there's a lot of pressure, especially your vehicle's down, they want to get back on the road. How does that get handled between personnel? Are the employees in motor pool having to individually deal with other employees of the city? Or are the department heads dealing with any type of disagreements on when repairs are being done or what's taking too long, things like that?
Priority.
Well, I think at times we all get involved, but for the most part, we have a supervisor in charge of that department, and we also have an outstanding crew leader, and he, for the most part, organizes the, when things are going to get repaired, setting the priorities. We use a work tracking system called Q-Alert, which is they swear by it now. They love it because it's a nice organized way to keep the work orders in front of them. They know what still needs to be done at all times. So it's not a bunch of just papers sitting on his desk and people calling him all the time. And all the departments have been very good about starting to use that now. So that's a good thing. We're able to track how long it takes even for a work order to come in and when is it closed out. So that's usually how we prioritize the work.
It doesn't.
As I say, to piggyback off of that too, that Q alerts is what helped us establish our budget and how much a vehicle was in there, what's the repair, so how much gets allocated. We actually use a 3-year history per each department. Now, unfortunately, when I'll say for example, water, sewer, a lot of the vehicles are purchased for there. In the past, they would get handed down to recreation, and then recreation would get the equipment. Well, recreation has the older equipment that may be 10 to 15 years, so they may be in the repair shop more often because it is the older equipment, so the repair costs are higher. However, none of their vehicles have depreciation costs for the most part because they've already been depreciated out. So they have the replacement cost. So it does factor into what the departments are actually paying into the motor pool. So that is very beneficial. I can also not give enough kudos to the maintenance staff. I mean, the mechanics over there, they are constantly swamped. But I will also say too, is in
Fully
somebody said
understand
what,
that with the variety of vehicles we have them working on, yes.
but I'll also say too, when somebody said, what's the priority? It's always been public safety. Fire engine goes down, it doesn't matter what they're working on. And unfortunately, that tends to lead to, I would say, recreation probably having the longest lead and longest wait time. Is their vehicles will sit there the longest. It will, because we're working on police car comes in, boom, it becomes priority number one. Engine comes in, especially when it's a frontline engine, it usually gets worked on, and or as Brian says, that's usually what is getting sent out. Whether it's to Quinn or something, or whoever saying, hey, this is a fire engine, we need you to work on it, we need you to fix it, here's the hydraulics, here's what it is. That's getting fixed, or that's getting sent out and getting fixed. So it is recreation, the most equipment, it's breaking down the most, and then also sits the most. But public safety is addressed first.
Okay. And then, so back to the vehicle purchases for water and sewer. So we've got 6 pickup trucks, 1 new van. But in terms of total inventory for water, sewer, and storm, there's 22 vehicles for water, 13 for sanitary, 4 for storm, for 39 total. How many total employees are in those departments? Do you have, how many people work for you, Brian? Total?
I think 30.
Less than 39?
32, 35.
Okay. I'm getting concerned of how many vehicles we're buying within those 3 funds for the number of employees that are there. You know, so I'd like to see kind of the capital justification of, you know, the 6 vehicles, what are they replacing? And if they're being reallocated to other departments, where they're going. And that, you know, and then also looking, going forward, if we're gonna be more preventative maintenance, if we add a 3rd person, of how does that mean some of these vehicles last longer and we can reduce the number of new vehicles we're having to purchase every year? Because 6 trucks, pickup trucks, that's gonna be expensive. Yeah, so.
Okay.
So I'd like that to be looked at as well.
I do wanna say too, cause, when we do say we have, 39 vehicles and 34 staff.
There's specialty vehicles
There's a
in
lot
there.
of
I get it.
specialty
Yep.
vehicles that are in there with either, dump trucks, that are specially either bulldozers, clamps, trucks that we talk about. There are a lot of specialty vehicles that necessarily it isn't a one-for-one vehicle person.
Right. And in the past, we've tried to buy through the water and sewer and move those vehicles, right?
Yeah, but again, but we're talking about increasing rates again, right? And I think we just gotta be, I realize what we did in the past and that, but that goes to people's water rates and sewer rates, right? That's all part of that budget. Thank you.
Mr. Bell, is that, you good?
No, I thought, this is sort of a joke, but we had the garbage truck. Is it a rubbish truck now or garbage truck?
Yep.
What's the difference?
Well, good, Mr. Babcock.
Thank you.
Good evening, Stephanie.
Thank you, Brian.
And we should welcome most of the library board back there too. Way to go, guys. Good support here. Appreciate it.
They come every year.
Yes, they do.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you to Dustin for this opportunity for the promotion in February to Library Director. It's a real honor to work and live in the city of St. Clair Shores. And as Ron said, thank you to the Library Board for supporting me tonight and through this transition. I just want to take a quick moment and just go over a few library accomplishments that we received last year. One that I'm proud of is that we implemented online registration for the residents for programming, as well as received a $21,950 grant from the Library of Michigan for a pop-up makerspace. So that has provided the library more opportunities for programming for adults and for children. In addition to that, we have received a $25,000 relief fund grant for the Friends of the Library. And through the Friends, they help support programming and other initiatives so that we can provide more services to the residents. As the sergeant mentioned, summer reading finale event that they participate, as well as the fire department and DPW that brings usually over 400 attendees every year, and we look forward to it next year, or this year and next year in August. We do have quite a few goals that we're looking, or I'm looking forward to. The most important one would be the renovation for the library, as we've received word back, even as of today, that our application has been completed, and we're just waiting for one more final review, and we're expecting that in 1 to 3 weeks. Were there any questions as far as any of those or the budget?
Oh, in terms, for any question?
Any question?
Any question?
Yes.
Okay, well, one, you guys do a great job over there, and thank you for working with the cultural committee, the historical committee, and the museum and everything, and bringing a lot of programming from, for little kids to adults everywhere in between. It's really cool to see what a value this is to the community of all the services you provide, in addition to the books and the typical library things. You go above and beyond in terms of the offerings I think you give to the community. One of the things I had emailed Dustin about recently that I would like to see maybe explored is replacing the awful pavers in front of the library entrance going off of the parking lot from the back. They're in awful condition. They're loose, they are chipped, some are missing. It's just, I think every winter they take a beating and they get worse and worse, obviously. And just like the pavers we had going into Veterans Memorial, they need a lot of upkeep and maintenance. I would like to see us move away from pavers and just get some nice cement there so people don't have to worry about tripping. And, I would like to see maybe a broader enhancement of that entrance, maybe as part of one of the update programs, but just in terms of making that pavement safe, I think we need to look into removing the pavers and putting some cement there or some concrete there. I think those are just an accident waiting to happen. I know when I walk in high heels, I've gotten them caught many times. I know many, especially when it gets wet too. They're just slippery. They're just not a good entrance for residents to utilize the library. I mean, in terms of city buildings, we have Civic Arena people go into, we have City Hall, we have people go into the library all day long. And I think we need to make sure they can get in there safely.
Of course, and that's something I can work with Dustin on.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Mr. Frederick?
Yeah, just to follow up on that, I know we've had this conversation numerous times, and I know we've actually fixed them, the ones that were missing. So if you go look right now, there's probably none missing, but they're not level. Some are on an angle, and absolutely correct. If this was in front of a residential house, they would have got tagged. So that's why we probably do need to jump on that pretty quick. My question was, and this is more historical, I think, not history, but historically speaking. Do we get money from the Ford Mansion and the park down there that used to go into the library budget? Does anybody remember this? Kip, do you remember? Of us getting something in lieu of tax money or something? Nope. So
No,
Renee, you
we
haven't
just-
I
seen?
think there's some kind of a donation. that's
Ford does like a
coming.
donation of $5,000
Yeah.
towards
So
the
that's all
Parks
it is?
Department. Yeah, it's
All right.
5,000.
And is that in here, under donations maybe?
It's not, because I believe it was under the parks because of the parks, I think it's where it goes to.
Okay.
'Cause it usually says Parks Department to it when they write their check.
Oh, okay, so they're saying it's gotta go there.
But that's the
All
key
right.
that they probably have been using for a long time. But
Okay.
it's 5,000, yeah.
Okay. And I know that we've got a lot of services that we're doing. And Stephanie, I'm excited about all the stuff that you're doing. I know you brought
Thank you.
a lot of good ideas, a lot of new stuff. Our board is excited. I know that we've had more conversations at these board meetings than we've had in a long time. So we've got a lot of good input going. So I just hope we can keep moving forward. It's good stuff.
Thank you.
Dustin?
And I want to say as well, Stephanie had big shoes to fill. We all know when Rosemary left, she was such a staple to this community. But she has done an admirable job already of stepping into some big shoes, and creating new programs, new ideas, bringing a fresh kind of start. But now back to the budget. One of the things that you'll see here too is, the library, does have a library millage. We do transfer over, if you look at where it says interfund transfers, we do still recommend transferring over $75,000 of the general fund to help supplement the library. In the past, we did do, for the last 2 years, was approximately $150,000. But we did have in the past too as well, Stephanie was filling in as the interim director while she was getting trained from Rosemary. That position, now that she's taken over, Rosemary's salary now becomes Stephanie's. Stephanie's salary is now missing. That's why that deduction has went from 150 to 75. But it is there still, and it is still needed to make sure the library is maintaining the same service and same responsibilities that it has in the past. So administration is still recommending transferring 75,000 from the general fund to the library. So I just want to always make sure that's clear in there what that transfer is.
Mr. Carey?
Thank you. Yeah, so I think just a couple of questions, Stephanie. So in terms of the goals for this year, working on the, basically building a library website, but on the city page. I know we've had a medical leave issue that's kind of been stopping the library updates on the LibCoop page.
Yes.
So when we go to do that, how is that going to interact with the library cooperative info? Is it going to be basically trying to create direct links to within their site, but we'll be able to better control it through communications, or
Yeah,
kind of what's the plan there?
I've already actually been working with communications on that. We've met a few times. So right now where we're at is just making sure that where things need to properly be on the library website, the updated library website, is allocated into those right spots, and information that does not need to be on our website is removed. So we're not ready, I would say, in the next month, but I'm thinking a couple months down the road, we could be ready for a website to be present, remove the, unfortunately, the outdated website that hasn't been updated since September, and get the residents more accurate information and updated information.
All right, great. And I know the Historical Commission relies on that as well.
They do.
And that, since that's come up a couple of times in our meetings now that I've joined you on that board, and we're working together on those projects. The other, in terms of the book purchasing policy that you have, because I see in the checks that they're basically all being purchased through one company or one distributor. Kind of from your experience in other libraries that you worked, the company that we're buying them through, is that typically the best resource for a library, especially financially, or are there other options out there? Or because that's something I've never seen come before us as a purchase order.
Sure.
And that, or that it's been like ever, I don't even know how you bid something like that out, but kind of any thoughts in terms of how we can still build the great collection, but what other sources of information may be out there to purchase from?
So we currently use Brodart, which is a great company to utilize. I have familiarity with other companies as well, with other libraries, but I personally have sat down with Brodart and Baker and Taylor. That's the other company that I'm familiar with. And they're both great companies. The reps have a lot of nice things, of course, to say about their own companies. But I do feel like we have a great long-standing relationship with Brodart, and they are very responsive to our needs, or if we have issues, and that's why the rep did come out to talk with us. So I am happy with Brodart. We could definitely look at different opportunities, but most of them for the overall share a discount when you're making those purchases, and they seem to be in line with the other companies that I'm aware of.
You're still able to kind of do price checks, and that we're still getting competitive pricing from them.
Yes.
And then, do they provide like kind of like a recommendation service, or like, hey, other collections are kind of trending to these books or these articles to add? Do they kind of provide that? Okay.
Yeah, so they actually provide recommendation lists for all sections of the library. If it's youth services, it would cover everything from fiction to nonfiction, teen material, and then there might be like hot authors for fiction, and just a variety of different lists. There's probably like 50 to 60 lists you could look at every month that would help make selections.
All right, great. Thank you.
Mr. Rubello.
On that same note, do you take like donation books from, if I get through with my books, can I give them to the library?
You can. So what happens is the Friends of the Library has a used bookstore, and that money that they make funnels back into the library services. So they do a variety of book sales, puzzle sales. We've been out at the art fair last year, so
I think
yeah,
I
we would take your
pre-bought my
donations.
books at your art fair. Okay.
That's always welcome too. Donate and buy them back.
And I brought them home. My wife's like,
Looks like a good
you
book.
have this book.
This is your handwriting.
Better put your name in it so they can help you.
And the second thing I wanted to talk about, I don't know if this is at the Solinsky Green house. Okay. How's the shape, the painting and stuff? You need a coat of paint back there.
There are a few repairs that John and I have discussed with the Historical Commission.
Okay.
That we have, I believe, placed through the budget somewhere. I submitted some paperwork on the condition of the house. But yes, it could use a coat of paint. We do need new gutters. There has been a correction to the steps.
You hit the ground running when you came in here.
Well, thank you.
You've done a great job.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
So sometimes you worry about, are the people checking the steps out and, these
Yeah, it's
places.
Boards of Commission, tab 5 has all the capital outlay pages
you
for the
have it there.
exterior painting, the
So I jumped the
gutters.
gun on you.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Vitale.
I just want to congratulate you and thank you for the initiative on the homeschoolers meetup.
Oh, thank you.
We have a big homeschooling community here in St. Clair Shores, and I hear through the grapevine that it's very popular.
It has been very popular. I've actually checked with other cooperative libraries that are doing some of the same initiatives, and we've seen program attendance far higher than the other libraries. So I was very happy with that. I will have to give kudos to the Youth Services Librarian for coming up with that program.
Fantastic. Mr. Frederick? Yes.
Just one last question on the, we got what, 185,000 for the genealogy donation?
Yes.
Do we have to somehow carry that forward to this budget, even though it's revenue? I know it's listed here under 2022. Actually, there's 189 here. Is that something that has to be carried over officially?
So the revenue will go into the library, which has its own fund balance.
Okay.
And it'll be carried over to the fund balance, and then when we get to the building improvement will then borrow from
Okay.
the fund balance, which
All
would
right.
have that already in there. So
All right.
you can't really carry over revenue.
Well, I didn't think so, but it just looked funny being in 2022.
And once that's complete, there'll be a dedication for that. I mean, that is,
Yes.
I mean, we.
Part of the project.
It's a couple of years that we received that. Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
Stephanie, thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks for hanging in there too, you guys.
Parks and Rec?
Yeah, don't play much.
I don't want to hear it though.
Good evening, Mr. Spinizzola, Mr. Mel.
All right, good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Council. We are going to go department by department. I'll highlight any major changes, and each supervisor will join me up here to answer specific questions regarding their budget. So we'll start with the rec admin budget, which is tab 21. Biggest change you're going to see there is we'll be removing a full-time employee and some temporary salary and putting that into the event budget we proposed. One other change is an increase to the training budget. I'd like to have staff attend more educational sessions this coming year, and we are requesting no capital out of that specific department. Any questions?
You're talking about trying to keep more camp staff. Are we doing that with dollars, or what are we doing? How are we doing that?
Yeah, so we've incrementally increased wages year by year. We have a cap on it. Thus far, we haven't had any issues getting camp staff to come back, which is great. Cassidy and Sam do a wonderful job retaining their people. So I don't think we're full staff yet, but we should get there by the time camp starts.
Okay, cool.
Ms. Rusi.
Thank you. Just a question about I've noticed a few of these type of things in this book, how we have the organizational charts on the first page after every tab. Basically, that explains the organization of the department. And I've noticed this in a few of the tabs that they differ from previous years. Like this one, the box is called, the first box on the left-hand side under Director of Parks and Rec is Parks Supervisor and Recreation Athletics Manager. Last year was Rec Program Athletics Manager. Was there a reason for that change?
Nothing specific. Nothing specific that we identified internally. It just how it, I guess, got typed out, to be honest with you.
I mean, who changed it then? It's odd because it's like, last year we have, second one is Civic Arena Operations, and last year was Civic Arena Rec Sports Manager. That's how it was listed. And it's just like you start noticing those things. It's like now I gotta feel like I check every single one of these just to see if there are updates and to see if those are meaningful or not.
No, they're not. That specifically is not. No.
Okay.
And I think just to piggyback, because I'm not sure where these came from either way, but, so, for example, when you say Civic Arena / Sports Manager, the person who's in charge, we have one full-time person that's in the Civic Arena.
Yeah.
They do nothing with sports
Yeah.
management.
Yeah, last year
So
it
it's probably
said-
just cleaning up.
Yeah, last
some
year
of
it
the-
said Civic Arena Recreation Sports Manager. And then for the first one, it said Rec Program Athletics Manager, and now it says Parks Supervisor and Rec Athletics Manager. That's what it's just, you notice those things, it's like, wait, I haven't seen this before, and you look at the previous book, it's like, yeah, no, I'm remembering this correctly, I haven't seen this before, I just, usually this is just boilerplate that doesn't change, and when you see changes, it's like, okay, what are these changes about?
And my guess, I'll just say and like I said, I think, I'm not sure if Henry updated them or if Rob updated them, but like the Civic Arena, we all know that position was Brandon's. So Brandon's really, his true title is actually just a buildings, maintenance provider. So, but he's at the Civic Arena, so it just says Civic Arena Operations,
Right.
because that's what kind of Brandon deals. He doesn't know anything with sports leagues. That the park supervisor is kind of Tom Mel's position over there, which he's in charge of parks. So it kind of gives a better description of what Tom does. He's the park supervisor because he supervises all the people, and then he's a recreation, kind of does some of the athletic management.
I
with
guess the
sports.
follow-up question to that would be, it may be a better description of a title, but what's in the union contracts, because those do list
Matched
actual
before.
titles. So I'm just curious what the official titles are.
And it never matched before, so like
Yeah.
Brandon's never been a sports manager.
And I can speak to the Civic Arena operations. It's more, like Dustin said, house cleaning. The old arena manager was under the title of recreation sports programmer. So that's why that had been in there, but we obviously have not filled that position in 5-6 years now. So some of this is just house cleaning.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Karen.
Thank you. So basically in the park section, in terms of the revenue side, a few things. I don't see anything in here for tournament fees, specifically for Kite Monroe. That captured in terms of what we have outside entities coming in to rent time at Kite.
Do you have anything to that? Yeah, it may have been missed within this, but we have a line item within our recreation software, so we'll make sure where that's pointing back to as far as the GL account goes.
Okay, and an estimate what that revenue is on an annual basis?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay. Also, I didn't see dog park. That's been a separate line item on the revenue page, and that's not on there now?
Are you referring to the Parks and Rec tab, tab 25?
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't up there yet.
I'm sorry, you had Tom up there, so I thought you were doing both admin and his
bringing
section.
him up now.
So, all right.
Yeah, if it's not in there, John, we can definitely get that updated.
And then youth baseball, softball, saw that revenue went down to just $7,200.
We're currently reworking the numbers on what to charge them. That number is going to definitely go up from what it's at there.
All right, so that would actually hit for next year.
And I can tell you, so when we started digging into this year with all of these fees, they all were going to, because in the past, recreation was all one category. So all revenue was just getting thrown in. So we started breaking out that entire account and trying to categorize
Right.
it to make it as
Well-
clean as we can. And they have a Rec Pro system, which then when it comes over to Munis and our stuff, it's just deposited in as a deposit. So we're getting with, we've already done a lot of this, with Rob, subcategorized everything out and actually kind of created a true database and history. And some of this, like, for example, there was nothing there where like, because if you look back here, youth baseball, softball, it was like nothing and nothing. It was like, okay, where was this money going? And being able to categorize that and find it. So some of these, the money's all counted for, but the actual line items may be a little bit different based on the number.
We're going through Rec Pro right now and doing some house cleaning on GL accounts and how certain things were allocated within the Rec Pro system.
Okay.
So,
Because my largest concern, it's particularly on Kite in the parks area, because all the other parks, there's going to be more general fund expense and there's revenue coming in, definitely. But in terms of Kite, because it is a sports facility and it does get rented out and people pay a user fee to use it and it's for specialized use, you know, much like the arena is and like the golf course is and the pool is and the boating is. You know, I know we merged it back in for simplicity's sake. We had it as a separate line item because that's $400,000 of expenses back a couple years ago. I don't know what it is now because it all got merged in, just for that facility. And it's not really it's open to the public, but it's not a general use for the public. You know, we've got a couple amenities there that certain clubs use, but it's not just an open park, people will go to there to hang out. It's not like one of the lakefront parks or something like that, right? Or, you know, or Rise where, you know, the big walking track. You know, we don't have those type of things there. You're going there for a very specific sport, and most of those are for, you're being reserved to use them, so. So we kind of need to begin to look at how do we close that gap, specifically on the tournaments and that, you know, so in terms of understanding what that revenue was, because I don't think I've ever seen it in the past, you know, broken out, so.
Yeah, we definitely do probably, I want to say it's 6 tournaments a year that we rent out a Saturday, Sunday, or a Friday afternoon, Saturday, Sunday.
Right.
That I know that are not on this. And then, you know, we do have some schools that rent fields and other programs that rent fields when we have availability. Our schedules are really good about that because we get inquiries all the time for people to look into rent fields because they come there and play and they're like, how do I use this facility? So we've been really good at filling those times in that our programs aren't on those fields. So I know there's definitely monies that are not reflected here that are a pretty good number. So we'll find out what those are and we'll let you know.
Okay.
and actually I pulled those numbers a couple weeks ago. I think it was 48,000 last year, 43 to 48,000, somewhere in there is what the revenue was for field rental. Mhm.
Okay.
But we'll get you the exact.
Okay.
So I'll just keep going then with the Parks and Rec. First change you're going to see is the OT budget. We just reverted back to what we spent in 21, 22, 23, just so we have a more accurate number. We reduced supplies but increased dog park supplies to give us a better reflection of what's being spent there. Right now, you're not going to see revenue for fitness classes, but we did in the last few weeks put out some new offerings. We have an old running coach that we used before who decided to come back, wants to do a 5K class. So we're partnering with her to offer that. And then we partnered with the local business GVST Wellness to offer some wellness classes through Parks and Rec that are going to take place up at the parks. So you see no revenue right now, but we just started registration for that after this was even turned in. So hopefully those classes take off and you see some money there. For capital out of the parks budget, we're just requesting some fencing for Kite Monroe and to do the Memorial Beach bathhouse bathroom flooring. Any questions?
I'm gonna pick one more thing too, under temporary wages, under parks, the lifeguard that was maintained at the splash pad is now being transferred to the pool's budget because it's a lifeguard that's on our normal staff that's out there during the splash pad. So that got moved.
It wasn't always that way?
What, you mean it always had a lifeguard there?
I thought the pool was always paying for that lifeguard.
No, it was coming out of the parks budget. It was coming out of parks.
Okay.
They were there during the concerts in the park.
Yeah,
yeah,
they
for
get
sure.
billed.
He's
they
talking
get
about the
billed
budget.
out of the parks budget.
Yeah,
When
that's
they were
what
at
it's just-
Memorial Park, they were getting billed there. But because it's a lifeguard in the code, it was just a pain to constantly change whoever was getting scheduled out there because it would rotate. So it got, and because I had the lifeguard certification and all that kind of stuff, they're getting billed out of the pool now for that one person.
I thought you said you were gonna remove them.
No, we're not
Okay.
removing
Yeah,
them at all.
she's-
No, they're
she's
just getting
good.
moved to the
Okay.
pool. They got moved to the pool
Good.
budget.
Yeah, well, only makes the pool worse.
Yeah.
I don't like that. Ms.
We can
Rusi?
move it back.
Okay. Oh, thank you. For capital outlay, I see the kite fencing, the Memorial Beach, house floor. Under the goals for the department, though, there's also under Kite Monroe, replace roof on North End Pavilion. Is that included with the fencing? Is that just going to be a small
It is
amount?
not.
That's not.
It'll be a smaller amount, and we'll try to do that within our budget.
building
Yep, general budget.
Repair.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Civic?
All right, ice arena. Major change you're going to see is a reduction in temporary labor and an increase in services to pay for the figure skating club for services rendered. Figure skating club took over operation of our Learn to Skate program this past November. We did search for a coordinator for about close to a year. When we decided to approach the club agreed to operate the program for us at a 70-30 split. 70 to the club, 30 to us. After looking at those numbers with City Manager Lent, we determined that we would be still making about the same revenue by reducing our staffing. The club has many more resources than we do. It's much more qualified than we are to run the program moving forward. That model is used at a lot of other ice arenas. Another change you're going to see is the inclusion of grass cutting and irrigation into the repairs and maintenance budget. And the only capital in the arena budget for this year is the rec passport grant that we're applying for the ADA bathrooms.
How do we close the gap here to try to get this arena a little closer to break even?
We did just raise, I guess I'll speak, we did just raise prices, but I will also state the fact that how close we are on this arena is, I would put us up against majority of a lot of the surrounding communities, on how close we do come to breaking even. That's kudos to the recreation staff. It is a asset for our community. It does bring up a ton of economic development, or not economic impact to our community, our restaurants, all the tournaments that are held there, all the visitors that come to that facility. It is a asset for all of our residents to be able to participate in hockey and events. So it is a huge asset.
Can you give us I'm sure you had it before, could you give us an update on comparison with Hazel Park and the other facilities in the area?
The ice rate comparison?
Yes.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely, we have that.
I'd like to see that. Mr. Karen?
Yeah, actually, no, one way might be able to close about $150,000 gap. Since we put the passport grant in the expenditures, we didn't have that on the revenue side. So,
It needs to be pulled in there. I just
yeah,
noticed that too.
or we leave the 150 out until we know we get the grant.
It's- Yeah, it's
And that, and we
probably
just put in there that we know
another-
we're gonna have a potential match. It's one or the other, right? But
Yep.
there's a $150,000 gap closure there, but.
And the revenue, it is in the revenue, and like, as
Oh, no.
Renee said, in the revenue account, it's just not in as,
Showing
in the
up there.
showing as the budget in the, ice arena budget. So,
But
it's in the overall revenue at the very beginning, tab 2.
But it wasn't carried over in the arena calculation?
Correct,
Yeah,
yes.
okay, right, so, all right.
So for overall budget, it is in there. For the individual look back of what the ice arena does, it is not in there.
Right.
I do want to make sure I do state though, that I did take out one of the capital projects, the ice arena. The dehumidifier system that is in there is, starting to show its wear. We have been doing kind of patch programs, trying to keep it up and running. The dehumidifier is We think we can keep limping it along for another year or two. But the dehumidifier is looking to need to be replaced this weekend during the ice show. It was very hot. There was a lot of individuals in there. It was showing its signs. The glass was getting steamed up, which obviously is not conducive of watching a show. I can tell you with just a bigger fan of hockey, the dehumidifier system is close to about 250,000.
Like the chiller.
So it is something, it didn't get put in this year, we cut it, but it is something, limping along.
Anything that goes bad there, I mean, just by the way, anything that goes.
Expensive.
Yeah, everything's just expensive, so, I mean, you tell me we can't raise rates, but it's an older facility, built in the seventies, and everything is expensive
I
over
didn't say we
there.
can't raise it, we just raised rates, and I
Yeah,
think
we just did, yeah.
I know, but we got a big gap.
There's a bigger gap at
That's a very
Kite.
small grant, yeah.
There's one?
Kite Monroe is a much bigger gap.
Yeah,
Yes,
right,
100%
but if
correct.
we got a big gap between Hazel Park and other facilities, and, which I think we do, I mean, there might be something to discuss.
Does that happen? I went to it was a wonderful show.
It was a great show.
Does it happen during hockey games too in there?
I mean, either one of us speaks, I'm there all the time, so is Rob.
Yeah, Dustin might spend more time there than me. So it really has to do with the weather outside, the amount of people that are inside.
Wow.
There's a lot of conditions that go into that. This past weekend was the first time we've seen signs of it this year.
Right, I've never seen the glass fog up like that.
And the issue is anytime you get a large humidity, more in the summer when the temperatures are very hot, you're keeping a lot of people moving in and out of that building, which you're allowing all the heat to come into an air that is extremely cold, trying to keep the ice cold.
Tough weekend.
It's a natural effect that you're going to have.
80 degrees.
90% of your hockey season's in the winter/fall, and you're not dealing with this. In the summer, it is a lot lighter, and you're not having the door open with hundreds upon hundreds of people entering for the ice show all day long. That led to all the heat coming in and the system not being able to keep up.
And it was a hot weekend.
It was very hot weekend.
So you're talking that the humidifier's going. That's a big one. Okay.
Yes, it is starting to go.
And I don't know who set up the whole thing last weekend. I mean, phenomenal job. I mean, I was looking around at all the what took
The
pull
Figure
ice show
Skating
off.
Club does a wonderful job. They work very hard on it, and they've done it for many, many years now. And then kudos to our staff who work very hard over there, Brandon and Marie. Marie does a great job at trying to fill as many gaps as she can with open ice. So she really works hard searching out people to come in there and fill time.
See, some of the, it always seems to me some of the, if we're running a deficit in there, where's the break-even point? Because that's certainly a great asset for the city of St. Clair Shores, and it certainly gets people, I'm sure hockey people, to move into our city and so forth. And, it's like, okay, we might lose money, but where's the, there's a break-even point too on losing the money as far as what it's giving back to our city.
And we'll continue to explore ways to try to make as much revenue as we can in that rink, so.
Ms. Rusi, sorry.
Thank you. Just looking at the goals for Civic Arena, you still have the dehumidifier replacement, so I was going to ask that about the capital outlay, but you answered that already. One of the other goals is create a Civic Arena website. Would that be as a part of our city website or separate?
So I think we would like to create kind of a sub-page that's, people could search out easier, kind of like the golf course, where it's scsgolf.com. If you look at a lot of other ice arenas, they have a standalone website, where ours is kind of buried deep within our website. You got to hit maybe 3-4 buttons to get to it. So just something that maybe is just scscivicarena.com.
Okay, I just wanted us to avoid getting into another library website situation, where it hasn't been updated since September, and it's, but as long as it's under the direction of the communications department too, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. It would be a shared venture with them.
Okay, thank you.
Voting? Is that next?
Let's go Senior Center.
Okay.
So tab 26.
One year it'd be nice to get the books in the order of the agenda. I actually did that once, and it was so much smoother. I put it in my own order, and it was so much smoother during the actual hearing.
Yeah, but we kind of kept with the same tab links, but I agree with you, because there's a lot that we want to, like,
Yeah.
we'll definitely fix that
One
next
one
year.
time, I took the pages out and I put them back in the order with the agenda. So much better.
So Senior Center, I got Matt Hubinski up here, our Senior Center Coordinator. One thing that you see in there is an increase in the temp wages for smart van drivers. We are looking to expand our staff of CDL drivers over there. The other change was actually a decrease in janitorial services, as we brought that back in-house after the prior contractor could not keep up with the cleaning. In-house staff is being paid on a percentage from the ice arena budget and senior budget, so that is split by a percentage base. And the only capital we have for the senior center this year is cardio equipment, like we always do, just to help replace aging machines that break down.
Questions? Mr. Frederick?
Just one, I know Dave gets the calls, I get them too, for, the shuffle and bocce courts out there, and, I think if some people had their way, that'd all be in a building out there, right? But, do we have any plans to do anything over there?
Dustin will speak to that. We actually talked about it this morning.
We actually had a meeting with the Scouts Board today.
All right.
So we met with the Scouts Board, kind of informed them, it is a CDBG eligible project. As we all know here, we are doing a large CDBG eligible project with this parking lot. That is priority number one, getting them in the building, that kind of stuff. As we are aware here, we did, as HUD's requirement, we had to put a 20% contingency on that project. And we told them that we would reevaluate when we get majority of the way through the parking lot project. And if there is substantial funds where we don't run into a lot of issues, that we could come back in front of council and ask if the senior center could use some of the leftover CDBG funding from that parking lot to replace some of their bocce ball courts.
Excellent.
I don't think, and we've told them, putting an entire enclosed building and all that kind of stuff is probably an ask that goes a little bit too far, but putting up the new bocce ball courts, and right now, they have clay courts, which requires a large, kind of a weighted roller that has a lot of water in it. And I can tell you, getting a an elderly individual to pick that up and actually roll those things out is very challenging. A lot of the senior centers that are around us went to a turf kind of material. That's what Chesterfield has. They have all these competitions against these other communities, and they're playing on clay, and they're one of the only ones. So long story short, the price to get something like that, they've already had a few people come out and give quotes, is anywhere from $30,000 to $40,000. But I told them, and they understand that once the senior center parking lot gets done, we'll see what our funding is, and then we'll come back in front of CDBG.
Well done.
And that includes the,
Mr. Rebello?
I'm sorry, Myra, that includes the railroad ties too?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Yep, it's the whole thing with the railroad ties, the material, and the flooring and everything. No covered canopy.
Okay,
Not yet.
Since we have Matt here.
Yeah.
Matt, you're doing an incredible job over there. You're breaking all kinds of attendance records.
Thank you,
The
Dave.
use of that senior center it's phenomenal from what I see when I'm in there. And I gotta tell you, hats off to you, okay? 'Cause
Thank you.
You're good.
Say it's a great staff, great members, great volunteers. We all come together. It's like a family there. So I'd say it's a kudos to everybody that is a member and works there. So
Right, I go for everybody. You're the guy sitting here.
Thank
and you roll right with everything, and you adapt as you go, and that thing's putting out some incredible numbers. I don't know if you know off the top of your head, from last year to this point, this year, I don't know if you have that sheet that you read the other day to us.
Yeah.
But it was.
yeah, currently we're up to 2,100 members, and we're close to 2,200. That's up almost 300 members from last year, same time. And we track, when everybody comes in each day, we track their attendance, is what we call it. And I think that's up another 10,000 from this time last year. So
I go in there, people are playing cards, they're lifting weights, they're It's great.
It's great. I'm glad people are coming out and utilizing what we have to offer, so.
Sure.
And the more people that come out and share what they're looking for, the more we can do and tailor to what they're looking for, so.
And it just shows, you know, the work we're doing on the parking lot there. I mean, it's well needed because the place is getting bigger and bigger.
Right.
So,
Thank you.
A+, Matt.
Ms. Burgess?
I do have a request. I've gotten a few, I've been trying to go to the senior center more often. They want coffee back.
Okay.
Just to let you know.
Thank you.
That was the number one thing that people were telling me about is, since COVID, you guys took the coffee pot away, they want the coffee back.
Okay. We've had a lot of conversations about that, so we'll get back on it. Thank you.
Yeah. It's not hard, right? Put the coffee back?
Well, more of the, kind of falls on the janitorial, sugar, cream.
Can you get the coffee?
Yeah, we can do it.
I just wanted to follow up on, since Dave took my spot over there. But,
Thanks,
the only other
Dave.
question I had was on the federal grant money that went down from 60,000 to 21,600. It's in the revenue budget.
That would be, so we separated the, we get reimbursed from the county for each meal served, which is about $3 per person. Then we also take a donation of $5 per person. So the donations are now second from last there.
All right, so we separated them out, is that
Yes.
what we did?
Right.
Okay.
Because it's not necessary, so it was kind of misleading, that would show that we were getting that from the federal grant, that was the total amount that we were getting for the USDA meal program, but that includes all the donations as well.
Okay.
So now it's separated, just so we can keep the grant separate.
That makes sense.
Yep.
Mr. Karen?
Thank you. Also on the revenue page, we had the CDBG Senior Center went from 150,000 revenue last year to 283,000 this year. And I know there's kind of some rules in place on that of just, or at least in the past, it needed to be specific supplies. And so there was a limit to that. So kind of what's the explanation for that increase in the revenue to make sure we're still compliant?
Everything has a monthly list, so.
That's not an answer.
So we have checked, Liz is our CDBG expert, and she has also, anytime, anybody who knows Liz here, she adamantly will contact CDBG and ask for permission to make sure.
So did we find additional things that qualify that we weren't categorizing before?
Yes, and one of those is the cleaning crew. Anything
Okay.
cleaning this day, which now we've taken internally, and we could have been using it to pay for the external cleaning as well, we weren't. But that is an additional expense that
Okay.
we are able to
Is
utilize.
that basically the largest?
That's the
portion of that?
largest portion of that,
Okay.
But yes.
Okay.
There's other things in there too that qualify that we weren't qualifying for.
Got it, okay. And then also, it does have the parking lot listed separately, so that's still a capital expense part of this year, right, the 296?
Yes.
It got split into two budgets, so.
Yep, that was the additional from the initial assessment of 800 that we got, and then we have the additional.
And then the additional got put into this budget going forward. Okay, thank you.
Before we move on, I do want to give kudos to Brandon and his guys who have been doing the cleaning at Civic Arena and the Senior Center for the last 4 months. We have gotten nothing but compliments. People have said it's the cleanest they've seen the place since they've ever been going there. So kudos to our guys for stepping up and taking that on.
Did you tell them careful what you wish for?
They didn't have much of a choice, did they?
I know. No, but they complained about it before we switched it over, so that's good.
Voting? Tab 23. So this year, we just added in dredging costs into the budget to make sure it's allocated for. We're not sure if we're going to have to use that for next year. And for capital, we just want to ask to continue the replacement of the power pedestals and the dock boxes as needed. And then if there's any questions, we got Jason Harms, Aquatic Supervisor, up here.
Ms. Rusi?
Just another change to the organizational chart. Last budget, we didn't have the assistant aquatics manager. It says manager, but it's manager. And assistant harbor masters, and this year we do have them.
In October of this year, our harbor master resigned, and Rob and I talked, and we decided to basically restructure a little bit. And so instead of having a harbor master and myself, what we did is we have an assistant manager, someone that knows how to fulfill my job when I'm not here, because that wasn't the case before, which caused me to be here quite a bit. We've been interning this whole winter period. So that person is basically, I can walk away, and the intention is that they know enough about the pool, the harbor, and the splash pad to be able to take my place if I'm gone for a week, a day. And they also fulfill shift supervision just like I do.
Okay, which one is that?
The assistant aquatics manager.
Okay, and then we have an assistant harbor master whose primary function will be to oversee gate guards.
We've always had assistant harbor masters. Basically, they're shift supervisors. What we did is we promoted one of the gate guards, Jay Huck, and because we had an open position. And so he's taking the lead on gate guards. What better person to have is someone that's been doing the job. And then we have another assistant harbor master that basically oversees all the dock attendants. It's just internal structuring how we do it, but they're also shift supervisors.
Okay.
These are all part-time.
Yeah, that's why I saw that. I was just wondering that, so that organizational chart change is meaningful. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Karen?
Yeah, so in terms of overall budget, so one of the things I did, going back the last few years, is just looking at the expenses, taking out the capital, since that can fluctuate, but for boating, fiscal year 2022, it was $276,468, 23, $297,125. Last year, we got a big jump of $486,054, and now we're up to $581,753. We basically doubled the budget in 4 years for boating. So I realize some of the expense there is the increased gate guards, but I don't know, if that can get broken out, because I know we got definitely increased usage of Blossom Heath, and that's definitely needed. We do have a budget offset. I know Tifa's contributing to help offset some of that. But that's a dramatic increase over that time. And I don't think it's just gate guards.
Dredging, did that come up?
No, I took all the dredging out. I took all the capital out. I wanted it just as operations.
So the dredging used to come under capital, but the last 2 years we put it under services.
I took those out.
Right.
I took the dredging out.
And then we did increase gate guards at Blossom Heath, like you said. Last fiscal year, when we added the extra gate guards at Blossom Heath, we knew 9 Mile wasn't going to be open, so it was kind of a wash for us. Like, we didn't add extra hours in for
And we're not
Blossom.
anticipating having to pay for that one until April next year.
Yeah, so we
that's a
budgeted.
small part of the
The city
budget.
manager had me go back in and add the 9 Mile gate guards back in from April 1st of next year till July 1st. So we added those extra hours in as well.
So can you go back and basically try to figure out what that big cost creep is over those 4 years?
Yeah, I can work with Renee and go back to see.
And then, also on that of the rates for Loch St. Clair and Blossom Heath, I think, because right now it's like, it's breaking even. Matter of fact, actually revenue is actually lower. It's about, taking out the dredging, only $533,000 of revenue this year. So we got a $50,000 deficit. And this is something that once we paid off the bonds, this is something that's supposed to be making money to offset other costs within Parks and Rec. Because it's a very limited use. Only so many residents get to use the marinas because there's only so many slots.
Yes, I can go back and get that information.
Okay.
So if you take out dredging, it's in a positive if you take out the dredging. With dredging, it's at the negative. It's 533 revenue. Right now with dredging in there, 581. So if you take out the 90,000 for dredging, you're at 490. So you're about a 40,000.
I had 138 for dredging and other capital there, the dock boxes. I had 123 out of was dredging for this year. 90,000 was last year, right?
90,000 was this year.
This year.
No, so I mixed them up.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. All right. But yeah, if you can get back with me on that.
Small increase, but yeah, it is a.
And then also, in terms of the dredging, I'm assuming that was specifically for Loch St. Clair, right? Not
Yes.
budgeting anything for Blossom Heath Canal yet?
No.
Right? Although we did apply for that permit in case we have to, right?
Correct.
So we got that in place, okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Frederick? Just real quick, how many transient wells do we have? And at each harbor, and I can't imagine we have too many at.
Right. So we have 2 that we keep open at Blossom Heath.
Okay.
And we have basically 2 at Loch St. Clair. Let's get feedback from somewhere. The Loch St. Clair ones get used primarily this time of year. Fishermen come in from out of town.
Sure.
And they rent them. Blossom Heath is a little bit more sparse. It seems to happen when there's big events. And what they'll do is rent a boat well so that they can just walk in back and forth from the event. But Loch St. Clair, if it ever got to the point where could sell those wells, it would make more sense. We're not making as much revenue on the transients as we could if we sold
That was
those
my
wells.
follow-up.
Yeah.
But
What are we charging?
I just want to add the historical, and Rob already knows, that the historical event at Blossom Heath is that when Tifa paid for all these redos of the wells, it was to have 4 transient wells
Okay.
at Blossom Heath.
So that was part of the deal.
Absolutely. They wanted that.
Okay.
And that could be 7 years ago. I don't remember. I mean, 7, 8 years ago,
You know,
something like
it's ringing a bell now.
something like
Yeah.
that. When they redid all that, remember, then they were a little long. If you remember, we had to go back and.
Yep. Move the posts and.
Correct.
Got it.
So I don't think there's really any restriction in Loch St. Clair, but, and it probably, maybe it's not even in writing, but I mean, I think that's what the goal was when they paid for this. It was clearly in the minutes. Mr. Vitale.
On the gate guards, I know it's pretty early in the season yet, but there was a feeling, talking to some of the gate guards at Blossom Heath last year, that perhaps behavior would be better from people coming and going if they believe they were on camera. Have we set that up, and have we seen an improvement in behavior?
Yeah, so there's cameras now all up and down the pier and throughout the park. So we have almost every square foot of that park covered. And I don't recall any major incidents in the last, I don't know, 6, 7 months at all. Nothing that we've had to really go out and clean up or taken notice of.
Anything like that? That's all kind of, because I know we had some stuff early on, but, okay, so maybe the cameras have squashed that?
Definitely good enough.
Is that monitored in the booth?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, good.
Mr. Rubello.
Ron, already, you took care of it, and I had the question too with the transient wells. So are we no longer doing the pump outs? I don't see anything really, I just see blank there.
We do pump outs. The problem I discovered last year, as Rob says, we've been going into RecPro a lot, which is our system where we capture all the revenue. And it was going into the well rental line item instead of the pump out line item. It's not a lot of money. It's like less than $1,000 a year. But I went into RecPro and fixed that. So this year you should see stuff showing up under that line item instead of going directly into general well revenue.
Right, because I thought you still did the pump outs, and you still have the ice and stuff back in there. Okay, does that go to the same spot?
It did. It won't.
Okay.
Moving forward.
Gotcha. Okay.
Pool budget, tab 24. As Jason mentioned to everybody before, we're fully staffed for the season. A quick point on that, I met with Grosse Pointe directors last week, and every single one of them are still looking for lifeguards at this point. So it's a great thing for us to be fully staffed and ready for the year. We have no capital in there. Services were increased, though, to account for the opening and closing of the kiddie pool. And we're happy to report that we'll return to full swim lessons this year. Any questions?
The only other thing I want to add to is, you'll see underwater, there's actually a water charge in here. Prior, as part of this pump project, we realized there actually was no water meter there. So every year that was using water, that was kind of adding to our water loss. Very close to about 1 million gallons.
That's a lot of water.
Yeah, because there was no pump there and it was just going into the pool. Now, that doesn't translate into a lot of considering how much water is actually utilized, but it is significant that there was no water meter there. So on the negative side, one of the things this pump house is going to do is because it is going to help us retain the water. We will not be using nearly as much water because we won't be backwashing as much because we'll be able to maintain that. Normally when you change out your pump, you would actually be able to see a big cost savings in water usage, as well as in chemicals that we'll be able to monitor. But in this budget, the fact that we never had a water line and now we do, you're not gonna be able to track what that savings is, and it's actually gonna look like there's an increase because now we have a meter.
And you told Babcock to stop going crazy looking for that 1,000,000 gallons, is that, okay.
About 1 million. Like I said, that's not technically a lot compared to what we have, how much gallons get used, but yes, that is lost water.
Mr. Bello?
Down some.
Jason, I mean, I think everyone up here knows, I mean, you got into this in the pool, you've got a 75-year-old pool or 70-year-old pool, and there's been a ton of expenses to that. And I think you've, tried to stay on top of everything, and I think, that was a good job. And I know we pressed you a lot, trying to keep the pool open, right? We were pressing you on lifeguards and stuff, so I know we needed that to keep the pool open. So I think we're coming out of it pretty good, but, that was a big expense for the pools. So, you're doing a nice job back there. I just sometimes keep an eye on the docks and stuff like that. Make sure there's no splinters or stuff sticking up, because that stuff pops up too a lot of times. So, and who's the guy back there?
That's actually Mr. Shalosky, the assistant aquatics manager.
Okay, all right.
Sorry, that's Mr. Shalosky, the assistant aquatics manager. So one of his transition things is I make him come to these so that he can
Good to see you.
soon fill my shoes.
Mr. Frederick?
So one of the things you have under goals is to continue to expand on the types and amounts of instructional programs, continue to rent pool to local organizations and swim teams during open periods, and then special events. And this is one way we generate revenue from the pool, and I'm just wondering, I know we've had this little conversation wandering along the cement over there. How do we get more swim tournaments there where we can actually generate some revenue?
So unfortunately, there's a couple factors. One, our pool is not deep enough under state law to do tournaments because you can't use diving blocks. They phased it out sometime in the 1990s, and they changed the depth laws. It's the same reason we can't have high dives anymore. So that prevents us from doing that. However, one of the things that we are doing is exploring every other avenue to bring in revenue. The pool gets used from 6 in the morning, starting with swim teams that rent the pool, till 9 o'clock at night when residents leave. And then this year, we're expanding our offerings. We've sent supervisors for additional certifications. And so this fall and then next spring, when we first open the pool, we'll be offering big lifeguard classes, water safety instructor classes. And these are the classes that other communities have they've been able to do them for a while. And it's $300 a pop for every person that you train. So we've not been able to do that because we didn't have staff prior to this that were certified. And that's one of the things I've been doing over the past year is sending these people for certifications, because that's another revenue stream that we can bring that wasn't open to us before.
So would that be before we open?
Yes, so that would be, now that the pool is fixed and we have new heaters, we can use it all the month of May before we open, and we can also use it the month of September after we generally close to the public to bring those classes in the evening. Because once we have the pool open, it doesn't cost that much to keep it open. It's opening the pool that costs, the cleaning and all of that costs the most and filling it. But once it's open, to keep it open a few more weeks to nab that revenue, it's another stream that we haven't been able to do in the past.
Good job. Good idea. Way to go.
Yeah. Mr. Karen. Oh, Mr. Frederick.
Well, I was just going to say, are there any workarounds for this, the starting block situation where we don't use starting blocks or we use, is it?
So for our swim meets, our recreational swim meets, we start from in the water, but when they do tournaments, they want to do starting blocks. So when we have our league finals, they're always at Grosse Pointe Woods or one of the other Grosse Pointes. There's only 2 of them that can use starting blocks because their pools are adequately deep enough. But for us, it wouldn't And there's some other things, like for big tournaments, our shower room facilities are smaller. We're
gonna work on that though, right?
We don't have locker space. We don't have scoring equipment.
Right.
Our pool is designed to be recreational, and not like a high school pool, which is designed to be sports related.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Karen.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So pretty much same request on boating, kind of understanding on the swimming pool, the cost walk that went up. Fiscal year '22, we're at $360,859. This year we're at $586 and $8. Not twice, but significant increase in 4 years. You get that, a lot of that is we're paying lifeguard more as we need to in order to get them, but figure out what that cost walk was over that time. And I realize a lot of it is just wages and labor at the pool. Like that's 359 of the 586 is just wages, under the temporary side. So I get that. But also is that when we have people there, they're there for a purpose. And I realize some of it is in order to guarantee staff, we're hiring them early and maybe there's not as much to do. But for example, I don't know whether they were under the boating side or swimming side. It was at Blossom Heath, maybe, I think Saturday, one day over the weekend, not Saturday. Someday during, maybe it was even the past weekend before that. I saw three employees to deliver ice to Blossom Heath out of a truck. Wasn't sure why it took 3 people to do it or what was going on there, but realize early season, not as much to do, but we shouldn't have people on staff if we don't have things to do during those days. And I know it's like when we have, weather events during the summer, pool gets shut down, people get sent home then, but earlier times when there's not as much to do, we really got to keep an eye on that. Because looking at through February, even with, realize you didn't have any capital this year, we had a lot this last year, right? But even with all that, if I was reading it right, the pool's $110,000 over budget for this year already. And that's even before we get into March and April. That was just through the end of February. So we've got to be really careful on the cost side of it. I get it. General fund is going to be donating to the pool. It's not going to, I'm not looking for any break even. I'm looking to be very sensible with the money we got, that people that are there for a purpose. And I think to Councilman Rebello's point, for any of these entities, regardless, there ought to be some guideline of what that % gap should be, and that's getting tracked each year, so that we don't get these escalating costs going up where we don't see the revenue going at the same time. And I think the good news is, we had a lot of revenue last year compared to past years. Right. That is up at the pool, and that is great news. And we'll see that this year, with the pump house and all that being done as well. But we've got to understand is like, what should that % gap be for some of these areas of the budget? And unfortunately, it's a Parks and Rec thing. It's like, which one should have some of a gap, which one should be paying for itself, type of a thing. It doesn't.
Yep, so I can answer it because, Jason probably knows when he submits a budget, he tells me, and I'm just like asking those exact same questions. Why are we up so high? What's going on? Where are we at? And I can tell you just a quick synopsis of me doing my own research outside of what's provided, because I got to verify all the numbers when I put it in the budget. But obviously, one of the big increases from 4 years ago to today was the increase in salary to keep the lifeguards here. Another thing is, we did keep the pool open. It's an hour longer than it has been. Or last year was hour longer is what council approved than it used to be. So that's an additional, keeping all the lifeguards there for an additional hour. Also, when we got the slide, because it has 2 flumes, it requires an additional lifeguard per state code to be able to operate that slide. That's additional lifeguard that we have on duty.
Henry never told us that when he brought us the 2 flumes.
I do apologize.
Got
for
it.
that.
Thank you.
There's this lifeguard, and then this year as well, adding the lifeguard that was originally at Memorial, which we can move back to Memorial, into the pool budget, that increased it as well. Okay. So adding all of that together does end up being a significant number with how many lifeguards have to be on duty. So.
And just an example of what Mr. Lent is saying, just this week, we had our first day of swim lesson registration. In 5 hours, we took in $11,000 for swim lesson registration. However, I had to open more blocks of classes, which now causes me to increase hours that weren't originally in the budget. So that happens to me quite frequently with programming, is that we open more blocks of swim lessons. We open different
So with
things.
something like that though,
Yeah.
right, are we sure that the swim lessons themselves are paying for the time that it's taking, right? That is offset, because that's basically a private rent of the pool, yeah, in all essence, right? It's not open to the public at that time when you're doing the lessons.
We significantly raised prices for our swim lessons.
But does it offset the full cost of operating it during that time, is the question.
Yes, it does. We checked all that.
That's the one that should be for sure break even.
For sure.
Right,
Yeah,
right,
absolutely.
and those, yeah,
They are.
and, you know, in terms of any other, you know, private rental and that's, you know, that ought to be all figured out and calculated in the price.
And one other thing I do want to be clear too, so the other thing too, over the last 2 years that has significantly increased that I failed to mention, is we have had large construction projects that have been going on. So in the past, we wouldn't need Jason as much as we've had him in the winter because of no project being going on.
Yeah, his is almost like double the time.
For sure.
For that, yeah.
So that's also been a significant increase. So I'll show you the breakdown for the pool. I had that because I guess I hammered him on that, as well as when I went through the whole process, he said, here's how many days that we're open, here's what we're doing. I'm like, I went back and I looked even the weather. I'm like, okay, we're average closed, 13 times per year, so we're taking 13 full days of salary. So if for some reason we have no rain days, which is unrealistically, it's gonna be over. If we have significantly more rain days, the pool's closed more, then we're gonna be under as well. So, weather does impact, especially when you have an all-day pool operation with a ton of lifeguards on call.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Vitale.
I did notice one thing under goals. You have add a water spray feature to kiddie pool area. Does that mean we're gonna get a mushroom?
As council, as you're aware, Mr. Vitale, council authorized a long-term master plan for the pool, and that is in the works now. We put a pause on it till the pump house was completed, but we are working with Partners in Architecture on the plan that council authorized, and so I think when it's ready, the city manager is going to come back, and part of that is permanent renovations of the kiddie pool.
Will it be a mushroom?
I can't guarantee a mushroom, but
I
we'd
like
like
the
some kind of
mushroom.
spray feature.
That's some kind of lame garden hose thing.
An elephant with a
like
trunk.
a real
An
mushroom.
elephant with a
beat you
trunk.
up for
That
the
would be so
mushroom?
cute.
Is that what it is?
I like the mushroom.
I like the other.
I just bring my kids in there with me.
Mr. Rubello.
I think a lot of it, to sum it up, is, a lot of conversation as well as not just the pool, but anything else that the city offers. It's amenities versus a loss, what's the tipping point, what's the balancing point? And I think I said that word right, Mayor?
I don't think you did.
No.
I wasn't going to say anything.
Amenities
We had this
is,
issue earlier, that's what I'm trying to, we did have this issue earlier.
I'd be a hypocrite if I
Amenities,
said
but
anything, so I'm not
I went
going
over with them.
Amenities.
What am I gonna do?
But that's the point, is where's the tipping point?
So the NRPA, which is the National Regs and Parks Association, typically says that the 30% of your cost of recreation should be covered by fees and or programs, and then 70% is typically covered by taxpayer dollars. And that covers not just ice arenas, but parks and all of that.
I didn't realize there was a formula.
History.
We didn't sign on to that formula.
However, you guys have to think too, your parks, we don't mean for the most part, when you have as many beautiful parks as we do, there's a cost of putting in those playgrounds, there's a cost of maintaining that kind of stuff, so. We aren't even close to the 30%, we're about 50%.
Mr. Frederick.
All right, so actually, Candace, we did sign on to that. It's just isn't this group that signed on to that. And I'm just a little quick history lesson, because I heard this as a kid when my father was on council, that we put the pool in because we're in a waterfront community. We want kids to learn how to swim so they don't drown in the lake, right? Second thing is, we built a golf course. The golf course was designed specifically to help compensate the pool. And if you go back and look at the bonds were all being paid off because of the golf course revenue. So I see Crippen is cringing back there, but don't worry. But that's sort of the history of why the pool is, and I don't want to say the pool is a loser, but the pool does not make money and spends money.
Well, that's why few communities have these pools, right?
Exactly.
As a general rule, they don't
Exactly.
make money, and so they've shut them down.
Yeah, and to Dave's point, this is how we attract people to St. Clair Shores, another great reason why we attract people to St. Louis.
And the minute we had issues with the pool, I mean, are all our phones lit up, right? I mean, so, I mean,
Oh, yeah.
it's very valuable.
And we did a
value
lot
in
of
the city.
Band-Aids instead of a lot of repair, so, and we just don't want, we want to take a lesson from that for all the rest of the Parks and Rec stuff that we have too, so.
Mr. Karen.
I guess a little historical correction. So the golf course was used as collateral to get the bonds to build the marina. And the pool was thrown in with that. And so for all those years, we were trying to pay off the rec revenue bond. It was revenue from the golf course that was
Right.
helping to do that because it got all thrown in, and sometimes we had to throw in money from general fund to bail it out and all that mess that we argued about and complained about for years. But also now, the marinas don't have those bonds, of why that should be generating money to help offset. It's now their turn to help offset some of the costs we got elsewhere. And that the golf course took on for many of those years.
Golf.
We're going to move on to events. Let's go to tab 6.
Sorry, events.
So events budget is new this year under the direction of Dustin. It's still a working document. It's to help us try to understand better what our events are costing us and what goes into them. You're not going to see fireworks, Halloween, and tree lighting on there. It's still under the 102 account boards and commissions for right now. Staffing outside of Henry and Donna is currently absorbed under our Parks and Recreation budgets. All the numbers that are in here were derived from Munis and broken out into services and supplies. Some revenue accounts are being accounted for within the parks budget, but we can move those over to this budget to make sure it's accounted for within there. And then we are asking for a full-time position to help in our event, I guess the event space that we offer now. We do farmers markets. We've added, probably go back 6 years ago, we probably had 6 major events we did. I mean, now, if you look at a list of the 2024 events, there's probably 20 main events on there, but you're not counting things like Tunnel of Lights where we're there, 20 straight days doing work and programming. So we are requesting that this position would be fully in charge of the farmers market, have their hand in every other event we do, and would still maintain office duties on a daily basis within the Parks and Rec office.
And I want to kind of piggyback off that. As council is aware, per the Affordable Care Act, anybody who works on an average over 30 hours per week is required to offer benefits to. We had about 30 people that we do offer that to. We have 3 people who take us up on that. One of the persons who take us up on that is the individual that we're looking to make into a full-time position. With that being said, the full-time, this current person's salary would be at the lowest level entry position that is in PEA. The reason that they would go into PEA is due to the fact of this is going to be a lot of nights, weekends, special event kind of hours. And it is not conducive to be into an Ask Me union due to the fact that they are real stringent with their overtime and hours and how that salary works out. So it'd be the lowest salary position in PEA. So the net actually cost from her from going to an individual, not a specific person, for a specific person from going into a part-time with benefits that we are paying now. Yes, it is the lowest benefit that we can pay to a full-time position was $21,000.
That's the increase.
That's the increase.
One thing I do want to add too is Parks and Rec has its own events, but Activities Committee in Cool Cities, they have events as well. But Parks and Recreation takes a lot of that on and does implementation for those committees throughout. So we do some planning, some implementation, some day of work. So just want council to be aware that we do those things too.
Fundraising too. I mean, Henry's big into the fireworks, into the fundraising there, and at the Halloween. So those are the 2 big ones, and Henry spearheads for us. Mr. Vitale.
Should this PEA position attend Cool City meetings? I suppose whatever other cultural committee, they attend those meetings, especially since they have the hours?
They would, yeah. And between that person and Henry, they would divide up those responsibilities, that is correct. and they would be a very key advocate of getting sponsors.
Ms. Rusi.
Thank you. Looking at the, I understand this is a brand-new budget, so I guess my question is in terms of pulling out the revenue. I see, Cool City Committee revenue listed, Cool City Community Garden revenue listed, Cool City revenue listed. Special Activities Committee, I understand Parks and Rec obviously supports the events. But then I look at the tab previous to it, which is the Boards and Commissions tab. And then we have some of the, revenue, Halloween revenue, fireworks, things like that listed under that budget. So I'm just curious as to why certain committee revenues were pulled to be part of the events budget and other committee revenues were kept in the Boards and Commissions budget.
I would say when we started looking at trying to create event budget and what we were gonna pull out, we are very unique that the recreation staff actually helps, as the mayor and Rob both mentioned, of securing majority of the sponsorships for those committees. A lot of those committees don't go out and secure their own sponsorships. Now, there are some that do, they go out and secure their own.
Parade.
Parade is a huge one.
Does.
And that's why parade's not in here kind of at all. But the responsibility that they do, so fireworks, I'm gonna say for an example, is a one big expense, one big, kind of staffing, and it kind of earmarked each other out. I think ideally that was kind of our question to council is, do we wanna throw in a lot of those boards and commissions when it especially comes to our event-oriented boards and commissions and put them in events? Or does council wanna kind of see a quasi, the biggest thing that I was tasked with trying to figure out was, when we do our assessment of an event that we have, what is the net cost to the community or to that event? How can we make sure we're covering our costs? Because as of right now, it is almost all hands on deck at the recreation, and they're all tied in everywhere. So Brandon helps out a lot, he's at the Civic Arena. Tom will help out, Tom's crews help out. You have Henry helping out, he's in Parks and Recreation admin. You have some people from DPW that are helping out, that are coming stuff, they're coming from DPW staff. So we have wages that are being pulled out of all these ancillary other programs to be able to say, okay, here's what this event is bringing in. It's easy for us for supplies and all the other accounts. But for the wages, what are we doing? And that is kind of what we're hoping to get accomplished out of this. And then to be able to be more transparent, so we can say, okay, hey, and just like the pool loses money, and I don't think these events are losing that much at all, but for the amount of camaraderie, events and everything that we do for our community, it's a fantastic community to live in, play in, work in, and what is that cost and where do we want to go as a council? So I think this is as Rob said, a work in progress. My recommendation would be to throw them all in and then maybe divide them back out. But if we put them all in, at least you're gonna see, hey, here's what all the events are. And as the season goes on, because now we have the accounts, everybody's number is gonna be tracked when we put them in the payroll into that account number. So we'll be able to fully see, okay, hey, here's what the expenses are for wages for each one of those events.
Yeah, I guess in terms of responding to the question of what you would like to see, I guess I would need that data. That will accumulate in the year tracking this, what events are costing, what committee events are costing, what from the different departments in terms of city input into these events versus what their committee allocated funds are funding, and you know what I mean?
Yep.
So that's why I was just wondering in terms of accounting for the revenue, why certain committees were selected, not others, to pull them out of tab 5.
I think it was a start in the process of trying to get it, and everything is so intertwined. It was like, okay, hey, where do we pull from? And it was almost like, let's just create all the accounts, and then as the season goes on, we'll actually be able to assign them the right account number to then be able to create that history to then be able to relay to council. And I know this has always been a huge question that we get asked all the time from council members of, what is this account on? Really, who's actually there working? Really, what are their hours? What is their dedication? And this gives us that opportunity to figure that out.
Right, because I know some committees reimburse the costs or have, some haven't, and this way we could get a little bit more equitable there. Thank you.
Mr. Karen.
Thank you. Yeah, I think in terms of going forward, Rob and I have talked about this multiple times, of all the additional staff that's required for events, to really understand what that is. He's got a great spreadsheet that lays out what staff actually from multiple departments are needed, so we can start to roll that in so we understand those costs, because that also leads into what revenue do we need, what sponsorships do we need to continue those events. And you know, Henry does a great job in terms of getting the sponsorships, but we're only showing about, half of what is in the current budget, and we know the current budget that we have here on the expenditure that does not capture everything. And so we kind of do need to know that, because like, if you go out and get a sponsorship, does it need to start offsetting more of the cost of the event, or can you afford to go add a new amenity? It's like, is someone willing to pay, $500 sponsorship to bring in your favorite petting zoo and that, things like that, right? Or does it need to go to offsetting the event? So how long do you think before this really starts to get built out, so you have a good idea for each of these events, what that breakdown is going to end up being?
3 years.
I think in really 1 year, we'll have a very good grasp
Okay.
of being able to set something in 1 year. Now, obviously, there's gonna be tweaks, and
Yep.
there's gonna be things that we're gonna, like, as you go through the budget and the process, but I think in 1 year, you'll have 90% of it all established.
And then also in terms of the alcohol sales and the split with the organizations, we're going to figure all that out.
Yep.
So you have that track going forward as well. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and all the sponsorships and all the money that comes in from beer pouring and whatnot at the events is now all coming in through the recreation office. So instead of it going over to the finance department, we're tracking it through the rec software. So we got a better idea in real time, because we were just getting spreadsheets that were updated as money came in and only by request. But now I can see that where we're at as we move forward.
All right.
Perfect, too.
Good. Mr. Bella?
I guess you have to take in the account too. I mean, there might be an event going on and it might be bad weather that day, and it's gonna affect the numbers too. Have we lost any, I mean, there's a lot of stuff right on here, but are we still having about the same amount of, events and special events and so forth? As far as the number of farmers markets, is that still the same?
Yeah, we're keeping everything the same. The only event that we're not bringing back this year is Rock the Dock. We tried it for a couple of years. It just wasn't as well attended as we thought it would be. And I think a lot of that is the boaters, if it's nice out there on the lake, they're not in the harbor. So we made a decision to just pull that event, at least for this year. And we'll continue to evaluate all our events as we move forward.
And you kept the Aquafest too?
That's correct. We did keep it in there. We're talking about whose responsibilities are. Linda is involved with that now with me on Cool Cities. So we're talking about who's taking certain responsibilities with that event.
Okay, that's cool, so, okay.
Great, thank you.
You guys are the face of our city to a lot of people's eyes, and you guys do a great job.
More sponsors, Henry.
Okay, golf budget, tab 32. Couple changes. Increased supplies this year to acquire more sand for the bunkers. Asking to also increase items for resale for our pro shop items based on what we spent in 2023 and we're trending for now. Repairs and maintenance was increased. We want to remove some more of the dead trees out there and replant in places we can. Reduced machinery and equipment repairs because of the new cart purchase. And for capital this year, the only thing we're requesting is to get a new roof on the carriage house. It's the original roof from when the carriage house burned down. I think it was 1999, so it's been 25 years now. And it's been noted by building maintenance and many contractors that it's time for a replacement. So we are asking for that.
Going to go off of that, if you do look at the capital, you will see a fairway mower in there for 70. The fairway mower is actually in this current year's budget, but because the golf course is now a ancillary account, and we are making sure that we secure enough of a fund balance to feel comfortable that we're never gonna have a deficit elimination plan, and we're never gonna need to borrow from the general fund. It has been, and Jeff's maintenance crew and himself is really good at trying to keep this fairway mower going. I took it out of this year's budget, but once we get the final numbers, because golf course, everybody knows, May and June are probably the biggest breadwinners of the golf course, and we don't have a lot of rain and we're able to secure it, I want council to know that we might be coming back in front of you next year, even though it's not in the budget, to say, hey, we did do well, we were able to secure a fund balance, it is their own fund balance that they're gonna be utilizing to purchase it, but to be on the safe side, I wanna make sure that they are 100% secure and we're not ever gonna affect the general fund. So it is not in there for that reason.
So, you actually took one of them, tabs one yourself.
Questions?
That was the fairway mower?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Karen?
Actually, you guys got a good write-up. One of the 10 courses to check out during the NFL draft. See that article? And basically how the layout is eminently walkable with excellent greens, a surprising amount of challenge, and is extremely affordable. Can't ask for more than that from a Muni.
He didn't like the affordable part.
No, I didn't. I like the affordable. I don't like extremely affordable. So I think kind of the same question the mayor had regarding the arena is like, what's the rate comparison?
Yeah.
Of other comparable courses. I think they gave you 10 in that article. I'd be interested for those 10, kind of what are the other ones charging to where that author thought we were extremely affordable for being a Muni, which I think he meant Muni as an insult, but whatever.
So we'll get you that rate comparison. I know we do one year to year. We did just raise non-resident rates recently, but we can get you that rate comparison.
But we didn't do that this year though, right?
No,
That was last year.
It was last year.
Okay. I think again, it's how do we keep up? I think Dustin and I, we've talked of, even some years we want maybe just incremental so you're not getting sticker shock in other years, right? Because we just know these expenses are going to go up, so, okay.
Yeah.
And I think that's kudos too, to actually Jeff and to Matt. The amount of, I can't speak because I wasn't here, but just from the amount of feedback that I get from individuals who I know that are avid golfers that will say what this golf course is like now than compared to what it was 4 years ago. Our price was set for what it was.
From when Rob ran it?
Whoa. I only handled one.
Rob ran it, but from the old maintenance crew was there.
The old superintendent.
The old superintendent. Jeff has done a fantastic job, and I think the prices, obviously were set for what the quality of the course was, and the quality of the course has improved astronomically. Obviously, even when you show up and you got brand new golf carts, that in itself makes the course that much nicer. So
And sand in the sand traps.
and sand in the sand traps and everything else that course now has, and the quality of that course, it is a very affordable course. There's no doubt.
Doesn't need to be extremely affordable.
I didn't say extreme. I said affordable.
I agree with Mr. Karen on this. Yep, I agree. Mr. Frederick?
Thanks. So where is the cranks, does that revenue go to the golf course or does that go somewhere else? Is that under lease revenue or something?
It is. That is rent.
Is it concessions?
It was concessions rents.
Rent. Sorry, the
Rents.
lease revenue is the billboard
Billboard.
and the billboard and South Tower.
Okay, so, obviously, you guys probably hear this too, but we get some complaints about cranks, food. People who are golfing at the course are not staying there, they're going somewhere else and spending money. And I don't know why they're doing that, but I don't know if it's historical, but if there's anything we can do to try and fix that. And then also, I guess it's having the cart on the course more, or another cart or something. I mean, I get people telling me that. I don't know, you guys are closer to it. What are you hearing?
I don't know, I'm in a golf league and she's all over the place, so I don't know. The tater tots aren't that good, but.
They just updated the menu too.
Yeah, they just updated the menu this year. They're offering now a special for lunch, which is $8, which, and I know you can't even get fast food for $8. And then they have like a league special. It changes every week. It's like a $12 league special, and I think there's 2 items on it, but they're open for lunch right now currently. And as far as like the beverage cart, it's out every night.
Yeah.
You get some golfers that want it out in the day, but I mean, it's typically not done at courses except on the weekends. So I think they're doing a real good job. I mean, they came in and met with us a little bit and went over stuff and changes and got our opinions.
Well, that's good to hear. That's
Yeah.
good. Way to go, Matt. Appreciate that.
Ms. Rizzi?
Oh, no, they just changed the menu. The Golfadia survived, and they added a crintata, which is a pizza.
Very good.
Crintata.
Are you getting hungry?
Well, sure we
I'm
are.
getting
It's 10 o'clock at
tired.
night, it's 10:15, we're still talking to Rob.
I know, it's been an hour and a half.
Mr. Rubello.
When we've raised the rates of the golf course, what's been the effect of it? Have you felt any bumps as far as a decrease, or is it still sort of?
It's phone calls.
No, we're still busy as we ever were. I mean, everybody's going to have their opinion on cost increases, but it hasn't affected our rounds at any point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
So, general government?
So we'll start with, general government first. General government's tab 12. As you can see, there's really not much of a change. The only big change that you'll see is the transfers to other funds. And then you'll also see the parking lot, was subtracted, so actually this budget went down by about $600,000, but like I said, that's from transfers to other fees. Part of that's the transfer to the library. Also in here from transfers to other fees, if you remember, we had to transfer $212,000 over from the golf course. That was a budget amendment. And then you'll also see in here parking lot. Parking lot went from, last year we had $150,000. The reason $150,000 was in there for parking lot is with the the CDBG Senior Center parking lot, we could not pay for AEW's engineering out of the CDBG because it's not, CDBG requires you to bid everything out. And because we have our own engineering firm in here, we couldn't, so we actually paid for that out of the general fund. So other than those two fees, everything pretty much has stayed status quo. Any questions?
Any questions? He's back as mayor, he's saying down there, he can call on people.
Alrighty, Mr. Carey?
Yeah, so, under miscellaneous, and basically that's pretty much just a contingency, right, the 250,000?
It is.
Okay. Did we take dredging out of that this last year, or did we have that as part of parks? Or is that gonna be or is that dredging for Alexander?
This, dredging for Alexander was in Storm.
Okay.
And the dredging for the parks is in the harbor.
Okay, I'll have to go back and look. Last year, we had dredging, I thought I saw dredging within general government for some reason, so, okay. And then the stormwater user fee calculation, 68,000, that is basically for city buildings, our portion of the city buildings, separate from the streets?
Yes,
Streets?
it's our portion of the city building is separate than the streets. And
Okay.
then there's a stormwater in major and local.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, so then, all others, just wanna start at the top and kind of go down. Tab 2 is all the all the revenue. As you can see, like I said, we kind of added labels to everything that we could. And eventually, we're going to even branch these out even further and untie these. But this is actually detailed out, transfers, planning, events, permitting, as well as recreation is in there. Any questions over the revenue? Okay, go to page number 3. This is just a summary, so we're skipping that. City council is tab 4. Obviously, there was a small little increase. That budget went up by about $400, which you guys spread for the most part evenly. You guys all got about $50.
The most part is like 6 to 1.
And then committees, which is tab 5. We added the additional committee expenses that we forgot to, and thanks Candace for catching that. The committee, what each committee receives, there are, and I'm gonna read these ones off just so individuals are aware. Parade gets, we give parade $9,600, activities $9,600, Coal Cities $9,600, Historical Commission $2,000, Waterfront Environmental $3,000, and the Cultural Commission $1,000, for a grand total to all of our committees $34,800, and this is to run the events and the stuff that the committees do.
Ms. Rusi?
Thank you. I know, I see John's pen up, so I won't bring up the point I think he's going to bring up. I'll bring up the, in previous years, we've given the community garden an allocation to.
Yep.
And I know they have some projects they want to work on. I've been looking at the composting. I know Paul's emailed us, so I don't recall what it was last year.
6,000, I thought.
How much?
6,000.
Yeah, so if we can look where it was last year and insert that, we did give the community garden some money for some projects.
Mr. Karen?
And beautification? Get 6,000 as well.
Yeah.
Because you're only committing. Okay.
And you got to call Lil and tell her not this year.
This is why we.
Oh, no, I'm calling Lil, and she's gonna be in his office 8 AM tomorrow
This is
morning.
why we like to get the breakdown.
Beautification to get $6,000.
This is why we like to get the spreadsheet, so we can bring this up now.
Yep. Also, in here, you see the breakdown, and then you also have, there are a few of the committees that they receive staffing and wages, that's in here as well. City manager.
Six,
Page, 7.
seven,
Yep.
there we go.
You see this is about $9,000 different from last year, that should be, pretty much everything is in wages. There was originally, 18,000 in there for temporary wages, as when we had the intern that worked for a while. Right now, we're not planning on hiring an intern in there. The intern actually was hired out of the city manager, but was worked primarily in CDI.
Karen?
Yeah.
Although I heard a lot of praise for that intern.
Yeah,
Yeah, she was very good. Yeah.
keep her number.
Pretty good.
Yeah, just, Dustin, for your salary, we need to have a conversation, because your contract, your salary has to be set by council. It's not an automatic increase.
Okay.
And that, so.
Yeah, I think
we'll-
it's performance evaluation.
Right, you need to do, and
Different today,
granted,
our four.
we suck at that. We suck at we've done 12 years, we've done 2. So it kind of does take some initiative from your office
Not
for us
even
to
the
do
same
that.
way.
And
form we
Coppler
use.
included that in the clause.
Okay.
I don't know why he did, but he did. It's there, so we gotta deal with that.
Okay.
Yeah, there was an evaluation form we utilized the couple of times we've done it.
I think
so
Coppler had to
that's
write it for himself.
Probably in the office somewhere around the system, but there's a set form.
Maybe
we
for
use. I
some
mean,
objectivity, Matt can
change
help with that.
change what you want, but it's
Are you
already
sweating
created.
now?
Usually dip 20%. I like what Dave says.
He said dipped. He said
Oh,
dipped.
oh, never
Yeah,
mind.
I like it too then, if you're fine with
There you
it.
go.
There is no, additional revenue in here, so I'm not worried. City clerk, since they're over there taking, great minutes, as you're aware, same thing, city clerk is separated now into clerk and elections. As the state has indicated, they're trying to separate elections to see what these ramifications have, but I would not hold your breath that we ever receive any kind of funding that's going to cover it, but at least it is in there separate. Same thing, clerk's, budget, stays relatively flat. Biggest increases is due to the fact that we have some still relatively newer employees that they receive the 5% bump plus their, whether it's step increase plus the union increase. Any questions?
Mr. Karen?
Yeah, just, we did account for the 9 days early voting, the extra staff time, temporary time for the August and November.
Yeah, all of that was included in the poll worker pay, and then that will be reimbursed by the state.
Okay. And then also, if you can double check the wage, because I know you brought up the 5%, when I'm calculating it, like across the entire department, I know they're an awesome staff, but I'm calculating 15% to 18% increases that were in there, more than just the 5% proficiency plus annual wages. So could we just double check those numbers?
Yep.
Okay.
Did you include the May election? Is there a 9-day thing for that May?
May, we didn't do 9 days, but that fell in this last fiscal year.
Oh, that's right.
So next fiscal
Next
year is
year.
only August
Yeah.
and November.
Makes sense. And I just want to thank Abby and Amy for the tour of the new election area downstairs, which seems awful cramped, even with all the extra space that you gave them. So we should start thinking about maybe doing something, some kind of an addition or something. Did I hear that there's a chance that there's state money available for that, maybe?
They awarded, or they hosted, there's $8 million worth of security grant money through the state, but, there's been no application or anything like that we've seen.
All right, well, let's stay on top of that. If that's a way to add on to City Hall and have the state pay for it, I'd love it. All right, cool.
Mr. Rebello?
Yeah, a question, it came up on an election, and I believe the election was Harrison Township or Clinton Township. And we had like a half a street that we have to open up the polling polls for them. Remember we did that?
We actually have an election a week from today, next Tuesday. That's the Lance Cruz, election. So we have 77 voters in precinct 21. It's, Lance Cruz kind of spills into our north end.
Okay, so we can't send it back to,
There's an agreement,
Wow.
it comes up in 2025 to, I could give it to Harrison Township, but we have to be open anyways and have the hours, so it feels
Okay.
silly to make voters move for one election, I
okay,
would
so we
say.
have to be open. All right, thank you.
Okay.
All right, tab 9 is just insurance. This is our workers' compensation, unemployment insurance. This is our general liability, pretty much status quo from what it was the budget last year. Any questions? Page tab 10, finance. Finance as well shows a little bit of a decrease. We had a lot of changes, obviously staffing, new staffing in there. So because of the new staffing, not everybody's at the 100%. So they go back down when we hire new staff, they go to 85 and work their way up. So a lot of that is, and wages wasn't as significantly as high as other ones. And then that would be fringe benefits as well, when we have individuals that are retiring that were in the pension system, and then the new individuals come in that are not in the pension system, the fringe benefits decrease. So that's where you see the savings.
Mr. Karen?
Yeah, last year's budget, we had 25,000 in there for tax bill mailing. Where did that go to? Because I know we were still mailing out tax bills.
Yes.
Did it get combined with something else?
Sorry. Was it under services last year?
It could have been, yeah. Maybe just follow up on that one.
Yeah, I'll follow up. I mean, the other thing I think of is office supplies postage.
And part of it is under postage, and then part of it is under like a printing service. So it's split up, but I don't
Yeah,
have it detailed out.
for sure. I would double check, but I'm guessing it's under miscellaneous. The 16,600 is under the.
Would actually end up being the printing part of it and the postage being the other part.
Postage part of it, yeah.
Yeah, because miscellaneous did go up from 6,750 to 16,000, so maybe that's,
Yeah, so that's probably the two
all right.
categories
We
there.
can just follow up on that
Yeah,
one.
Follow up.
Mr. Frederick?
So how is the rest of the staff doing with the training on the new system? How we doing?
Yeah, everybody's working hard and making strides. I can see good
I
progress.
mean, you're seeing that
Yeah.
the acceptance and using and doing it, right?
Yeah, with all of our new staff, there's been a little bit of a learning curve, but I can see that it's all coming together.
Okay.
And I'm very pleased with my staff.
All right, excellent.
Thank you.
Assessing tab 11, and this is the first time here. So Vicky, come on up.
You're a winner.
I told her Terry used to love coming up here, and Terry would probably talk for 25 minutes, and she's like, well, I'm not Terry. So I told her that I would bring her up, and I do have to commend Vicky. She has done a very, very admirable job, just as we mentioned with Stephanie filling in for Rosemary. Terry was here forever. She was a staple. She had big shoes to fill, and Vicky has done an exceptional job of taking on that role, and I really have appreciated the willingness and just her eagerness to learn and actually continue to better herself with her education and work on getting up her assessing licenses, and she's done a fantastic job. So
great.
Her budget here is lower than before. Once again, same situation as finance. Terry was at 100%, and you know, Vicky is working her way up to that. So that's individual why we've seen a reduction in salary and wages in that department. Same situation.
Great. I would tell you, it's rewarding to see internally candidates move up and become directors. So I commend you, but I think we feel good when we see this. So I'm really glad that it turned out good.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. Everyone probably had more faith in me than I did myself. So in same situation, we had a lot of change and role responsibility changes with our staff, and they've continued their education and taken additional classes and stepped up as well.
Fantastic.
Vicki, just opportunity here. I think we all probably got phone calls about the letter that went out.
Yeah.
And I don't have that letter in front of me right now. Did that letter anywhere indicate that this is something that we've done for how many years? How many years have we been doing this reassessment? I know it's the whole time I've been up here, I think, so.
It explained it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it did address that it's something
It
that
had been
that we-
going on for a minute. I don't know about that because I had to tell a lot of people that we've been doing this for years already. You just didn't know because you weren't home. And we've taken I appreciate your proactive approach. It's just that I might put that verbiage in there that this is state mandated and we've done it for years.
I will definitely make sure to read it with fresh eyes to see if it does actually say that or if I just feel that I implied that. So,
Yeah, it says you're required to annually inspect properties under the guidance of the Michigan State Tax Commission. So, I mean, it kind of indicates it is, but
I don't
maybe
know,
a little bit more clear.
Maybe a way to bold that or something, that this is a state requirement.
absolutely.
No, as we have in previous years.
As we have been doing since
Yeah.
1992 or whenever we started. Because those were the two biggest things I ended up explaining to people. Two people called me in the same day who couldn't be further apart politically. And I said, you'll never guess who else called me and asked the exact same question. And those are the two things I explained to them, is that we've been doing it for years. It's just that new person at the helm has decided to and actually, no good deed goes unpunished. I appreciate you're doing that, but that's why you didn't know about it, because we didn't proactively ask people.
Right.
So, you know, once I talked them both down off the ledge.
We got a lot of phone calls. I do appreciate you guys fielding the
probably did,
calls
yeah.
that
You
you
did
took
too.
as well. And it was, they called in, but in the end, most people were appreciative of the fact of knowing that we were going to be on their property and that they are given the opportunity to decline. We have always respected no trespassing, or if we've knocked and they've, answered the door and declined, we've respected their wishes. But they did appreciate that extra opportunity to call in and discuss it. And we're actually getting a lot of feedback from the interior survey. So a lot of times residents didn't look at their information until they were at the March Board of Appeal point, So this time we're actually sending out letters as well to new owners to give them a heads up at what their property taxes are going to be once they uncap. And we're encouraging them, because they're uncapping, it's really important at that time to have their information correct, to take that survey as well. And we're getting a lot of people that are returning that.
That's good. And in an age of shrinking privacy, I appreciate your proactive approach.
Thank you.
Mr. Karen.
Yeah, a couple questions in terms of the expenses under services. BSNA went from 5,000 up to 9,000 in terms of I'm assuming that's like the assessing a portion, since we've got BSNA all through the City Hall. I don't know, last year it had a note, there was a PRD acronym. I didn't know if that was rolled in, because that's no longer on here as a service, or I don't even know what PRD means in the city sense. it's an acronym, I use a GM, but it's called Prevent Repeat Defects, which is I try to teach you guys, but.
I'm not sure what the PRD, I do know under services last year, we had some surveys from Ken Tech as far as the replatting of Van Street that was in
Okay.
there. And, you know, certain expenses that Terry would have known that were coming up. So those were probably, you know, it's probably something really specific.
Okay.
I'm not aware of anything coming up for this coming year. So we do have, you know, appraisals in there budgeted. I'm not aware of, you know, any big ones coming down, but they still have time to appeal to the Michigan Tax Tribunal, the commercial ones.
Okay. And then Apex was 1,000 last year, and 4,000 this year. So what is that?
Okay, so the Apex, this is exciting to me. We do utilize the Apex sketching program on our computer modules, yes.
Okay.
So Apex now offers, and it's brand new, and we're probably getting it at a very low price because it is new, a portable mobile sketching system. So previously, if we sketched 100 houses in a day, like we went out and did the record verification, we're printing off on paper 100 field sheets. We're going out in the field, we're doing our job, any notes are getting written down. Then we have to come back in the office, decipher our handwriting, put all of those sketches into our system, and update our records. With this mobile sketching, we were able to take a tablet, upload the Apex portal in this new sketching program. We're able to see everything about that property now when we're out in the field, and it does not have to be online. So we can create our daily work schedule, go out, verify the property, say there's a shed that we're showing on the property that's not out there, we can remove it, add things we need to, change mailing addresses, what, you know, if we're talking to the owner, any information, come back into the office, sync it to our computer, and the work is done.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, that's great software to have.
Yes.
Mr. Rebello. I just wanted to ask you a question. You brought up Van Street. So what, it's a public street now? Instead of, it was
Ask Bob that question.
Okay, maybe we can talk about it later. Oh, thank you. Okay.
Good. Vicky, thank you.
I'll call you.
Thanks, Vic.
There you go.
Good job.
So we're gonna go to tab 13, building maintenance.
Next year, we'll go alphabetical.
I'm putting them in order of the schedule.
Okay.
So building maintenance, you can see here below, services, did increase, with one of the major increases here that you will see is before, crazy enough, the Christmas lights at all the city hall complex was not budgeted anywhere. We started getting all those bills last year, and I'm just like, oh, where are we gonna put them? So, we threw them under general government last year, but it is a building project, it is the city hall building. And that bill is here. Last year we spent about 12,000 and some dollars for the tree lighting and all the Christmas trees and all the lighting here. So that's now been added, as well as you'll see in like a lot, as every department's pretty much pointed out. We've put the LSI landscaping, when we went to bid, we said to document how much at each location. So we put that in every one of the buildings too. So everybody is actually being earmarked the allotment, and it's actually being taken out of their own current budgets. Repairs and maintenance pretty much stayed the same. Janitorial services pretty much stayed the same. The other thing is, capital improvements went up about 20,000. We are dealing with, so in here you'll see Blossom Heath and contingency, in case anything happens over at Blossom Heath End, and you have general building contingencies for any issues here. But we do have an HVAC, kind of something that we are addressing right now. The boiler system over at the library was having some issues. We have Jansen's coming in to look at it. It is an older system, so we do have quite a bit of repairs that happens on our HVAC system almost constantly. Other than that, really the budget didn't change much.
Are we still getting rebate checks from those guys that came in, or is that done?
JCI.
That is one thing that we need
to evaluate.
100%. That is gonna be one of Matt's first big projects.
Oh, man.
Evaluating
Oh,
where
boy.
that is, whether that is going.
Start by calling the city manager a Manistee.
Okay.
Not Manistee, Manistee.
Yeah.
He can fill you in the whole thing.
Lower Peninsula.
On that HVAC for, I'm sorry, on the HVAC for South Fire Station, are we either going to, utilize try to get a discount because we're doing something with the library, or are we gonna wrap that into potential improvements? Are we gonna plan for potential footprint expansion at the South Fire Station? Are we just gonna replace what we got?
I will look in with our building maintenance and let them make that determination.
Maybe,
Yeah.
maybe whatever we purchase should have future expansion in mind?
For sure.
Okay.
100%.
Mr. Carey?
No, I'm good.
Next is attorneys, tab 14.
Oh, man.
Is he awake? Oh, yeah, there he is.
Quiz. Ready, Bob?
That's what you came for.
You'll see the retainer fee obviously stayed the same. Labor attorney, I did kind of reduce. We've just been following kind of underneath that. I try to handle most of the grievances and issues myself. If we need to call him, as you can see, there are a few phone calls and documentations that we are doing. But for the most part, we're able to handle a lot of the HR stuff between, especially now with me and Matt here, being able to run things off each other. We do a lot of our stuff. Arbitration fees, obviously we put it in there, so we don't have to ever use it. And then city attorney other, this is where you're gonna see a larger increase. More than anything, it's actually what we budgeted last year was probably not adequate, that's why you're seeing a large increase. If you actually go to the actuals, we spent 305, 241, 222, 250 is more in line on the average that we spent. This is very hard to determine on what additional responsibilities we give Mr. Erie, but then also what's in here is the telecommunications attorney and any other attorneys that we deal with as well is in here. So I guess any questions over the
Mr. Carey?
I just normally we have an increased allocation for labor attorney when we're going into negotiations with police and fire for the next year, right? And that's gonna be happening in the spring. So is the allocation for labor attorney accounting for that?
I still feel that 40,000.
You think that's still good?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I kind of went back and looked at the last time when we did negotiations, and it hovered right around 30,000. But I feel that with our expertise and the relationship that we have, I think we'll be able to handle.
Okay.
Now, I say that with hope that we still are not too far removed from the board and GM negotiations, and that we're not gonna have ungodly requests, but.
Well, you're gonna have ungodly requests.
For sure, everybody, always, but it's not.
We're not ungodly.
Then we have communications. I promised Steve you wouldn't have to come out from behind the curtain of Oz. You will see, once again, Steve being a newer employee wasn't at the top step increase, nor was Aaron, so when you add both of their step increases plus the increase, that's where you see the increase in wages and fringe benefits. Other than that, the budget pretty much stayed status quo.
I got two comments.
Okay.
Two comments on communications. The first one is I know the committee does not like doing the calendar. So, I know, John, you like doing it. Everybody, we get people saying they like the calendar. I know that one of the things that the previous way that we were doing it with the newsletters was that it could be more accurate. In this past year, even the calendar now is not as accurate because it's printed so far in advance. So that's one thing. Just want to get it on the table. And the other thing is that we're working on as a communications group is a style book. Like when Rob said, we're going to do our own website with we've got to be very careful. One of the things communications is going to try and do throughout the entire enterprise is to make sure that all of our logos and everything are the same, in a sense the same. So there will be a style book that we'll put out that hopefully every department can follow. Parks and Rec probably was the biggest offender every single event person or whatever had their own logo. And it's like, I'll just download this and let's put the, oh, look, and we'll change the color and we'll do, so, anyway, I want that on the table, that's being worked on.
Ms. Rusi?
Thank you. I had brought this up to you, Dustin, about the titles again. Yep, so we're right now in the organizational chart is public media relations generalist. Last year was multimedia producer. Aaron's listed as public media relations on the personnel worksheet, but it's going to be, I think, back to the associate media producer and social media coordinator. Is that what we're?
None of those positions actually list what I think the union contract actually says for that position.
Okay.
So we're just gonna work within the contract and get something that actually fits.
Fits it, yeah, okay.
And then it'll stay the same, so we're not having these changes all the time. Also, anybody looks at the org chart, it looks like there's actually 3 full-time people in that department. We all know there's not, there's only 2. It's just status quo and then changing a line of what somebody calls each other. So that will be fixed in the final project.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mr. Karen? Yeah, I guess, I appreciate in terms of, Aaron definitely helped in terms of putting together the additional page for the Bryce Park Arboretum. You get that on the website. So there's great help there. I'd like going forward, like looking for more of what is the communication strategy, right? We've got the 4 newsletters, they're kind of the content, it's kind of dictated, of what the print materials need to be throughout the year. But in terms of social media engagement, every month, like how many pieces, posts need to go out, and what's the annual reminder events of, hey, yard pickup waste starts this week, and how many times that gets blasted out, and how many, in the week that it's the very last week, how many times that gets blasted out. Looking for what that annual strategy is, because I think it's definitely gone away from where MJ had it, where it was very focused on TV, and we've got to go more to interactive social media engagement versus TV production, right? That's kind of where things are going. So looking for what that strategy is going forward from that team. So it'd be good to see that.
Okay,
Question?
You done?
Mr. Rebello?
Yeah, I just, Dustin, real quick, along the same lines as the communication part. We're not doing the council connections anymore that we used to do on Channel 5. We scrapped all that.
through the communication program, I don't think anybody, I mean, they're still doing some videos with the individuals. I've never been part of any of the council connect, so I do
Yeah, I don't
apologize.
think, right, you weren't there. We used to do like little segments, we'd
TV
switch off.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the beautification ward's the only one that's left.
But that's the
Well,
only
that
one
and
left.
opening day baseball.
Yeah, and that's kind of a mayor's corner thing.
So I'm not the only one that hasn't done one in forever.
Right.
I've never even.
Linda?
Actually, I just did some video, had Hannah come out and do some video, of our special needs. And so there will be another council connection coming up real soon.
Good.
Yeah, Steve.
But I'm not necessarily glad they're gone, it's just I never did any of them.
Well, it's just been a function of personnel, so it'll come back.
So IT, I believe is the last, remaining budget, that's 37.
Mm-hmm.
IT, very similar to, motor pool, is charged back to all of the individual departments. You'll see in here as well, very status quo, we're actually went down a little bit less capital projects. The biggest things you'll see is services, that's the largest, thing in here. A lot of this is our security, our barracudas, our managed way, our Q alerts. What we did in services, the reason it did go up from like from 22 to 23 is any software system that touches every single one of our departments we put in here. So like Teletime, that's our Teletime, it actually touches every department, it went into IT. Same thing with the overall, BSNA, portion went into here, but then each one of the modules for each one of the departments went into their own. But you can kind of see, and Munis is in here, sorry, so Munis is also in there, it's the bigger one. Other than that, there's really not much that changed. You can see under the capital outlay, here's some of the, programs. One of the big things in here is some BSNA upgrades. We are trying to slowly move away from hardware servers, the cost to maintain them, the cost of upgrading those, and transition more to cloud-based systems. The more we do that though, the expensive it is, so we're kind of taking a chunk at a time, just to be able to afford it and bring those servers offline and be cloud-based. Any questions on the IT?
Mr. Karen.
Yeah, just if Nick could look at the managed way and the all covered contracts, because when we agreed to go with both of them, it was when Matt was here, and the idea is that we weren't gonna have two people in IT. It was gonna be a reduced people here because we were gonna be having that as more of a service so that we're taking advantage of the industry knowing more than what two people internally could do, right? But now we're back to two people internally that we're at before, as well as these expensive contracts. So to kind of just look at them again, and it's like for the services, because it's, you know, 160,000 for one, 70,000 for another. So that's quite expensive to make sure that, you know, are they needed and are they being used? You know, and just kind of do a sense check on both of those.
And I'll have him do a detailed thing. That was one of the questions that I know I had a detailed conversation with Nick, so I'll cover a little bit here. All Covered is actually the service provider they sell the Microsoft 360 Office program to us. They're the sole source provider in our area. And then also all of our Microsoft Outlook through the government purchases for every one of our emails is actually through them as well. And then they monitor all of the security when it comes to that. They're not necessarily, hey, we have an issue, we gotta call them. That is only through Managed Way as a service provider, that if it's something that's over Nick's head or over Jeff's head, that hey, we call Managed Way and they're able to do the high IT stuff. All Covered is more of the purchase of a lot of the software programs that we have to have in order to operate as a community.
Okay.
But I can get that detailed out exactly how that.
Well, and I'm looking more for him to come in with, hey, is any of that overkill what we did, right? Because we're going off recommendation that we have from 5 years ago. You know, and it's one of those we're being carried over, but let's make sure it still makes sense today.
Yeah. And then, so for All Covered, like for example, just for a little bit of detail, is for each one of our governmental Microsoft Outlook emails with security and all that, we pay like $11 per user per month. That all gets added in. That's what our user fee is. That's the significant amount of that cost. So,
okay.
Yeah, it is different. So, any other questions?
Nope.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you for all the work.
We will take your feedback
And so you have, it looks like Renee was the scribe here and took the notes and gonna get back to us on some of these questions, et cetera. You'll get that back out to us maybe next week?
we will do our best to get, as we get it, provide the information as soon as we can.
Do we have anyone in the audience that would like to come up and speak?
Oh, come on.
You sure?
The only one left.
With that, we'll need a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Moved by Mr. Frederick, supported by Ms. Rusi to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed. Good night. Great work, Dustin.